Hello everybody, and thank you so much for tuning into this very special video. This is the All the Mods 10 Supercut, a compilation of the first 20 episodes of my All the Mods 10 playthrough, or about 400 days of playing Minecraft. So, sit back, relax, grab a bag of popcorn because this is going to be a long one, and enjoy my journey through All the Mods 10. Hello everybody, and welcome back to the channel. This is All the Mods 10. A mod pack that contains pretty much every single mod. And judging by all the craziness happening in the background, I can already tell that this playthrough is gonna be very interesting and definitely a lot of fun. If you're as excited as I am for this new playthrough, hit the like button and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton and lets me know that you guys are also interested in this content. And I'm just going to start off quickly by looking through all the different kinds of mods that we have in this mod pack. Obviously it doesn't contain every single mod, but it does contain an absolute ton. We've got actually additions, looks like all the wizard, interesting, and then I believe that this is all the mods with just sort of more like magic based stats and stuff. We'll get into that stuff later. Of course, we have Apotheosis, which I believe has received a new update since last I played with it. Applied Energistics, which is an inventory management system, which is definitely something we're going to need a lot of, as there are a ton of items in this mod pack. Aquaculture, we'll probably not mess around with this too much, but yeah, there's a ton of new fish here and a new fishing system. Ars Nouveau, which is my favorite magic mod. Bibliocraft, which is definitely interesting that we have this now. It's mostly just a decoration mod if I remember correctly, but yeah, I used to play with this mod a ton back in the day. And judging by the looks of it, we have variations for pretty much every single new item in the game. We have the chipped mod in here as well. That adds some extra sort of decoration block, as well as chisel, which adds even more variations. One notable thing here as well is the comforts mod, which adds sleeping bags, which we'll definitely need. Looks like we also have compact machines, which I'll definitely get into that mod. We have cooking for blockheads. The create mod, which is my personal favorite mod. And I could sit here and just keep listing out mods. Obviously, we had only hit the C's, and there was already a ton. So instead of just listing out all the mods, let's go ahead and get started with our playthrough and actually experience these mods for ourselves. Now, I pretty much just loaded into this world, and yeah, I saw everything going on in the background here. This world is really, really cool looking. Looks like there's a village over in this direction, so I think I'll head this way first. But I definitely want to explore off in this direction as soon as I can. And the first building we see here is a nice little house. And of course we do have the looter mod in this mod pack, which adds sort of individually instanced loot crates and chests. So if you're playing on a server or something, everybody can actually have their own loot from these types of chests. It looks like we have some interesting loot here so far. An irons, gems, and jewelry Peridot Tearstone ring. And that looks like it grants immunity to poison. So I'll go ahead and equip that. Looks like I can't just right-click it, but I should be able to put it in one of my ring slots here. And we've already got our first diamond. That's pretty good. And not much else up here. Just some books and some seeds. But I am going to go ahead and take one of these beds, as I kind of want to keep exploring the world. I don't think I'm going to hang out too much in this first village here. Ooh, and there's a ton of copper right here. So if we ever need that, yeah, definitely remind me to come back here. And I've just stumbled upon something a little bit strange here. Yeah, Kelly. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Alright, no thank you. No thank you. Oh gosh, oh gosh. I have no weapons and no way to fight him off, so I'm just gonna run. Hopefully I can get away with running. If not, I might have to just let him kill me. He's still coming after me. Alright, I'm gonna hide in the side of this house just for some safety. He definitely looks mad at me still. Alright, oh, it looks like we got an artifact, an angler's hat. Hold left shift to research, and that'll bring up a menu here. And it looks like in order to get the benefits from this, we'll need to research it. So let's try and research. Cost 50 player experience points. I don't think we have any experience points. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this. I'll have to do a little bit more research into this mod. Also, I definitely just saw the floor. Oh gosh. Oh, he is mad. He's still mad. Oh, we got a covered wagon. Let's see. Oh yeah. He's destroying this house. Let's keep moving. I'm gonna steal some potatoes here as I'm running away. Oh, apparently we can place sticks. Oh, I thought that was a Botania flower, but it's not. Alright, I don't see that guy on my map anymore, but that doesn't mean he isn't still after us. We do have some zombies on our tail now. Oh, another explosion. I think he's still after us. For now, though, I'm just gonna go ahead and... Oh, I see him on the maps. Oh, he's coming. I'm gonna just keep running. Oh, jeez. Alright. Okay. I might die here. I'm definitely dead. I had just started to dig down into the ground and turned around and there was a giant fireball there, so... yeah, that's unfortunate. First death within the first couple minutes of this world, but that's alright. It's not like we're playing on hardcore or anything, so let me go and try to recover my body. And it looks like this guy is back here now, so... yeah, I don't think he's gonna bother us anymore. Yeah, he definitely left a giant hole in the ground, so... let me try to recover that, and I think I'm gonna run back to the village. Actually, I could probably sleep first. Here we go. Alright, so I've just made my first crafting table, and I'm about to make an iron pickaxe. And I'm actually gonna start to gather some resources here. I'm gonna head underground and see what I can find. I've kind of chosen a random place. Hopefully there's some good stuff here. If not, we can just keep going down and trying to get some diamonds at least. And before I do that, I actually want to see what I can all get from this supply camp. I think right here is a pretty good area to set it up. Hopefully I can actually place it down here. Engraved on stone, that is a lot of words here. I am just going to... I'll select a style. And I think I'll go for Inkin. This is by Raycoms, John Ryher, and some add-ons. So let's go ahead and place our supply camp. It does look like we get the choice of where to put it. I don't exactly know how to change where it goes. Oh, there we go. We use the the arrow keys, not WASD. Hopefully that should be good, and there we go. It automatically builds for us, and I'm pretty sure that these come with, yeah, some supplies. You can see there's some potatoes, rabbit, and wheat here. There's some saplings over there. A chest with a town hall and a build tool. So this is from the Mine Colonies mod, which will allow us to actually build an entire colony. I'm not entirely sure if I do want to go down that route yet. But yeah, having this supply camp here is definitely a huge help, as we don't exactly need to build our own little starter base. We just kind of have it here. And the main reason I did this is because my inventory is completely full of random junk, mostly seeds. So yeah, hopefully we can get rid of some of the stuff. Also, in case you were wondering, we do have the, I believe this is FTB Ultimine mod in. So I have mine reassigned to, I believe it's mouse 5 button. By default, it is the tilde key. And what this mod allows you to do is just mine most of the blocks in an area, just kind of like how I did with that. And yeah, it's a lot faster than manually mining each block. And by the way, we also do have the crafting on a stick mod, which allows you to craft things on a stick. Basically, it's an item instead of actually having to go to a crafting table. And I'm just making a few chests here. That way we can have a little bit of a supply room going on here. And the last thing I want to do before going down to the mines is get some of these saplings planted. Especially these spruce saplings, because I just really like how they look. And yeah, I definitely want to build with those. And yeah, I guess I'm ready to start heading down to the mines. I'll probably do a little montage here as I collect things, and then we'll come back. Alright, I've done a decent amount of mining, and as you can see, we have a ton of raw ores now, so I'm going to go ahead and smelt these up. I have sort of already melted up some of this iron, and you might have also noticed that I have a ton of andesite in my inventory, and that's because as soon as I am able to, I want to start with the create mod. It'll help us out a ton in the early game, and I just noticed that rainbow in the background there. That's pretty cool. And speaking of getting started with things, I am going to go ahead and open, that is the map. What I meant to do was open up the quest log. So yes, this mod pack does have a ton of quests in it. And I'm just going to go ahead and go through each of the different ones here. This is just sort of the welcome sort of page here. If you click this button in the top right, that'll actually open up all of your rewards, but I don't quite want to do that yet. So as you can see, if you open up the left-hand panel of your quest log, there is a ton of mods here. Ton of quests, I should say, and mods. But yeah, we have the welcome page, that's the one we're on right now. The bounty page, which you can sort of go through and basically, as you kill enemies, it'll unlock more and more things here. Getting you some pretty decent rewards. These are sort of random rewards here. So you could possibly get something like a netherite ingot upgrade, sorry. We also have building tips, which, yeah, we've had a few quests completed from here. We can get started from the beginning here. And we get an oak sapling, not too great. Some sticks. Stone from this one, stone cobblestone. A chisel from the chipped mod, which allows you to change certain blocks into decorative blocks. We got dirt, logs, etc., etc. So this is sort of the decorations sort of quest panel, as you can see with the decorations quest there. Next, we have the tips and tricks sort of page here. As you can see, I did craft a crafting table on a stick. And I guess we have all of the crafting stations here as well. So if we ever want to do that, we can go ahead and do that as well. Next up, we have the main quest line. This is chapter 1. This sort of walks you through sort of the vanilla progression of the game. Then after you've completed and killed the warden, you can go through all the modium quests. These sort of start during the beginning quests, but as you kind of go, you sort of unlock different ores. Eventually, we'll be able to make all the modium gear, which is super overpowered. Next up, we have all the mods star, which yeah, is sort of the end goal of this mod pack, and that's to create all the mod stars. Of course, there is an absolute ton of prerequisites for crafting all the mod star. And eventually, with all the mod stars, we can actually start getting into sort of the creative stuff. Basically getting infinite power, infinite sort of spells from Ars Nouveau, etc., etc. Yeah, this stuff will be completely broken in the end game, so hopefully we'll be able to get to that. We also have the artifacts, basic armor, basic tools, Sukai, I don't know if that's exactly how you pronounce it, relics, and silent gear. We have storage, basic storage, and applied energistic. We have logistics, which is sort of just transporting items from different places. The different resources, eventually we will be able to farm for food. Mob drops using the hostile neural networks mod, which is actually a ton of fun. Mystical agriculture allows you to farm various different resources using, well, agriculture basically. We also have bees, which does the same thing, just with bees. And productive trees, which I'm assuming does the same as that, just with different trees. In terms of tech mods, of course, we have the create mod, we have immersive engineering, industrial foregoing, just dire things, which is a mod that I have not even heard of. Mechanism, of course, pneumatic craft, railcraft, and Zycraft. I've never played with Zycraft before, so I'm interested to see how that goes. In terms of the modern industrialization, we have the steam age, electric age, and eventually the nuclear age. We have the power mod in this, of course, which is basically nuclear reactors. It's same thing with extreme reactors. On the magic end of things, we have the Apothic Enchanting mod, Ars Nouveau, Evilcraft, Forbidden and Arcanus, Iron Spells, Nature's Aura, Occultism, and Theurgy. And finally, we have Exploration with the Cataclysm mod, which adds a ton of new boss enemies as well as items. Eternal Starlight, which is a mod I have not played with before. The Bumble Zone, which is a new dimension that is focused around bees. Twilight Forest, which I'm pretty sure everybody's heard of Twilight Forest. And the Undergarden, which is a mod that I have not touched before, but I think it's similar to Twilight Forest. Oh, and that was a mouthful. Now that we've actually gone through and explained all the mods, I am just going to click that and completely fill my inventory, I bet, with new stuff. Yep, it's in a pile right there. I'm just gonna clean out my inventory real quick, and now I can collect all of my rewards. And by collecting those rewards, I did unlock a bunch of new quests as well, so um, that's definitely something you got to get used to in this mod pack. We're gonna get a ton of rewards, and sometimes those rewards unlock other rewards, and the cycle continues just like that. And as I mentioned earlier, I think I mentioned this anyway, the mod that I want to get started with first, and probably the most important one to actually start with early game, is the Create mod. And as you can kind of tell from the quest log, the Create mod adds an absolute ton of new items to the game, new processes, and of course, a ton of machines that allow you to, well, pretty much do anything that you want. There was also a new update to the Create mod that adds transportation around your factory. I kind of want to get into this. I've never really checked it out before, so it might be interesting to do. But for now, we're not even to the factory part of this. We got to get started with creating andesite alloy. Andesite alloy is the backbone of the Create mod. It's used in pretty much every single recipe, and in order to craft it, all we need is iron nuggets and andesite. Starting off, it is 2 andesite and 2 iron nuggets to create one. However, once we get started with the mod, we can actually do a recipe that only requires 1 andesite and 1 iron nugget. So as soon as we're able to do that, we definitely should. And we can also use zinc for this recipe as well. Now, we don't have as much zinc as we do iron, so we'll probably end up using a combination of the two. But going forward, I definitely want to use zinc for this, as zinc has fewer uses than iron does. And eventually we should be able to automate zinc. We can do iron as well. If we crush tough, we should be able to get iron and zinc. And I was looking for a way to make tough automatically. But as far as I can tell, there's no easy way to do so. I suppose what we could do is get in a mystical agriculture and combine stone with fire essence. But I don't really want to get into mystical agriculture right away. It is something we should do early game. By the way, there is a wandering trader here. Ooh, that is a very nice chest plate. Unfortunately, I don't have a diamond chest plate or 55 emeralds. Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot we can do. Now, I'm curious if they've added, I think it was with shears. There's a new update in Minecraft that allows you to shear the leads off of these guys. Unfortunately, though, it looks like we're gonna have to go old school with this. And it was so kind of that wandering trader to leave us some leads and some leather. Also, somehow my alignment has decreased by -10. I'm not sure how that exactly happened. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started with crafting our andesite alloy. Basically, I'm just gonna craft some zinc nuggets and andesite and combine them into our andesite alloy. Should be able to accept the quest for that, and that does give us 8 andesite alloy as well, which is very useful. So the Create mod is all about rotational energy and sort of transferring that into machines that can actually use the rotational energy in order to make our sort of crafting recipe. That probably wasn't the best explanation for it. As we sort of get into the mod, we can definitely figure things out a little bit better. If we combine 2 andesite alloys, we can get a shaft. So we'll go ahead and do that and get 8 shafts, as well as an additional 8 from the quest. Next up is cogwheels, which actually allow you to transfer your rotational energy, and all we need for that is to combine shafts with 1 oak plank for a regular cogwheel, and 2 for the large cogwheel. And from that, we get a few extra shafts and cogwheels, and same goes for that. Now, if you want to, you can actually craft a hand crank, which allows you to sort of just hold down right click and spin the machine yourself. Now, obviously, we don't want to do that, but we'll craft the hand crank anyway. Just like that. That way we can actually just complete the quest real quick. And there is actually a few ways of generating power. Like I mentioned before, we have the hand crank, which is manual power. We have water wheels, which allow you to convert the sort of pressure from the water into energy. We have windmills, which basically do the same thing as the water wheels, but just with wind. And of course, we have the steam engines, which combine water and fire in order to generate steam, which can then be converted into rotational power. Steam engines are by far the best of the three. However, they take a few more components. The best power source to start off with is probably going to be the water wheels. We could do the windmills, but it's a little bit more complicated. We'll need to gather wool for that. And water wheels are basically just andesite and some planks, so I think we're going to go with that route. Alright, so we can go ahead and craft up a water wheel, if it'll let me. There we go, something like that. I'm not sure why, but I just can't seem to find the recipes from JEI, so that's kind of weird. Anyway, we have our water wheel now, and I'm just going to go ahead and place it down. I need to find a good place for this. Maybe, I think just down by the water here will probably work the best. So we are going to need to bring some water up to it. If you have 3 water sources touching the water wheel, it actually won't move. What we're going to need to do is try to get it so that the water is flowing. We can do that pretty easily just by breaking out a couple blocks here. Here we go, and there we go. It started to spin already. Now, if you've played the older versions of Create, it is important to note that you don't actually need all sides touching water anymore. You just need 3. Another thing that we can do is actually convert this into a large water wheel. There is a little bit of a difference between the large ones and the small ones. I think the large ones just have a little bit higher capacity, meaning that they generate just a little bit more stress units than the smaller one. And I think they just look a little bit better overall. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. And if you have different wood types, you can right-click it onto there, and it'll actually change the color of the water wheel. I believe it works the same for the small ones, but I don't quite remember. Now that we have a little bit of stress units actually generating, I think it's about time that we started working on getting some new machines. By the way, I'm just gonna quickly claim the rewards from this, and we do actually get a small water wheel and large water wheel as a quest reward for that, so that's pretty good. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and head down to the machines section in the quest book. In order to craft most machines in the Create mod, we're gonna need an andesite casing. Crafting andesite casings is pretty easy. All we need to do is place a log down on the ground, right-click it with an axe, and then right-click it with an andesite alloy. This process can be completely automated later on, however we're not quite to that stage yet. And we can go ahead and claim our rewards from that, and that's 4 more andesite casings. Not too bad of a deal. So there's a few machines here that we're absolutely going to need if we want to get into the Create mod. The first of which is the mechanical press, which basically allows us to flatten out certain items. Mostly ingots. It'll convert iron ingots and gold ingots into the plate versions. And all we're going to need for the mechanical press is a shaft, andesite casing, and a block of iron. Alright, just going to craft a block of iron real quick, and that should be everything that we need to make this press. If I get the ingredients in there, here we go. There is our first Create machine. We can claim our rewards from that, and we get 9 iron and 1 gold ingot. And one more thing that we are going to need as well is a depot. It's not fully necessary, but it does allow us to place items on top of it, which can then be pressed down by the press. So I'm down by my water wheel now, and what I want to do is actually create a little bit more room for these extra water wheels that we recently obtained. And I'm basically just going to do the same thing here, where I just fill in the water and then carve it back out. A little something like this. Now I believe that these water wheels can have 5 water sources touching at the bottom, but I think that 3 does the exact same, so just in case you're curious about that. Alright, that should be 2 more slots there. And we should just be able to place them both on like that. They are different colored though, and so yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and right-click those, convert those into the oak log versions. But for now, I just want to sort of test how this works. So what I'm going to do is place my mechanical press on the side here. You can see that there's a sort of square thing that resembles the shaft in the middle of the water wheels, so we can just place our mechanical press on there, and the rotational power continues to go through it. Now, this mechanical press is fully operational. We need to place either a regular block or a depot with a 1 block space in between. And I'm going to throw an iron ingot on there. Now, initially this is going to be extremely slow because we're using the basic 3 block rotation from the water wheels. And one thing to note, if you're just playing with the create mod, this will create a different looking iron plate. Don't be too worried about this. Because we're on the All the Mods 10 mod pack, it has an ore dictionary version of the iron plates. If we want to actually speed this up, we're going to need to use some cogwheels. There's another method that we can use later on as well. It's a little bit more complicated, and it's going to require brass in order to actually do that. So we're still in the beginning stages, so we're just going to have to figure things out on our own here. So we have a few of these larger cogwheels and a few of the smaller ones. Now I'm going to go ahead and place I always mix this up. I believe it's going to be a large cogwheel followed by a small cogwheel. Now that should be spinning twice as fast as this one. Now we can go ahead and, oops, get bumped by the llamas there. And another trick that we can use in order to make this a little bit more compact. So we're going to place the large cogwheel there. And if you right-click a cogwheel with a casing, it'll actually block the power from transferring out on this side. So we can actually hook this up here. Now, as you can see, as we kind of go down in the chain, the cogwheels start spinning a little bit faster. We're going to need a pretty long chain of these actually going out. But yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult. And you'll know that you're at basically the top speed when this one's spinning really fast. And if you try to place any more on top of it, even if we go like that, I guess we're not quite at the max, but this one will pop off if it goes past the maximum speed for this. So I think this is more than plenty for what we need. I might even back it off. And the math for this is a little bit complicated. I don't remember it off the top of my head. But essentially, the more machines that we have, the more stress that's actually going to put on our system here. And speeding up these gears actually does add stress to it. Basically, it multiplies the amount of stress that each machine takes in order to run, and just makes it a little bit more complicated. So now we can go ahead and test out our press here again. Make sure it's working, and that was so much faster than it was before. And one last thing that I want to do real quick before I end this episode is I want to craft a pair of engineer's goggles. So basically we just need string, glass, and a gold plate, which is made in the mechanical press. And what these allow you to do is to view the stress units and the capacity of your machines from Create. So as you can see, we're generating 512 from 2 of these. Looks like one of them actually didn't fully function. Let's see if I can change that. And that one should be... Yeah, I'm not too sure why. I guess all the water is gone from here. Hold on. I think I can fix this. Like that. There we go. So yeah, that one is now generating 512 as well. And our mechanical press is using 1024 at its current speed. If we were to move it to a different location in our system here, a little bit lower down, let's put it here. Hopefully that won't mess things up too bad. Here we go. You can see because of the lower speed, it's actually only using 256. So it's not even using half of one of these water wheels. As we add more machines to this system, obviously we're going to need to generate more power. But for now, this will do for us. In the previous episode, we got started in a brand new world. We explored around a little bit, found a village, got attacked by a very powerful enemy that killed us right away, and we found a supply cart in one of the chests in the village. And yeah, as you can see behind me, that's pretty much what this area is. We placed it down on the ground, and a bunch of items appeared, I guess, a bunch of structures. We also got started with mining, and eventually we started the create mod. And that's kind of what I want to continue working on today. I want to make sure that we have pretty much anything that we might need for the create mod all set up. So if you're as excited as I am to get started with that, go ahead and hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content so far. And before we get started with that, there is a wandering trader here. Let's see if it has anything good. An overworld city map. That's pretty interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have any emeralds, so we're gonna have to pass on all of these. But fortunately, he did give us some leather and some leads. By the way, I just opened up the logbook and I clicked the collect all items thingy up in the corner, and I got a free stressometer and speedometer. Looks like I got some more there. Alright, so what I was going to do is open up the create tab here once more. And I want to get started with creating all of the machines that are surrounding this central sort of machines node. These are the bread and butter of the create mod and allow you to do pretty much everything in the mod. Obviously there's a few more things down in this direction and up here, but pretty much everything is going to require these machines here. So I'm going to get started with the mechanical mixer. What we're going to need for this is a whisk, which is just made with iron plates and andesite alloy. And I'm just going to go ahead and convert pretty much all of my zinc and andesite into these andesite alloys. These are used for pretty much everything in Create, so we're gonna need a ton of those. So the first thing I'm going to start building is actually a basin. This is pretty simple. It's just 5 andesite alloys, but it's going to be required for the mixer. Next up, I am just going to go ahead and move my depot over here. Actually, I should probably move the mechanical press back over here, just so that we can use it at full speed. And I needed the mechanical press to get some more of those iron plates, so should be getting those pressed up now. And I just realized I messed this up pretty bad, but we'll worry about that later. We'll probably be reconfiguring this entire system here in a little bit, so I'm not too worried about that. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and craft up our first whisk. And we can immediately convert that into a mechanical mixer. Nice. And we get some pretty decent rewards from this quest. We get some glowstone, redstone, and nether wart. Yeah, not too bad. For now, I'm just gonna place it right next to there. And I will put the basin right beneath that. So the mechanical mixer allows you to combine different materials together, such as combining nuggets, sorry. Here we go. Iron or zinc and andesite. And right, I forgot. This one is a little bit different. So you can kind of see there's a cog inside of the mechanical mixer. Basically, what we're going to need to do is apply the sort of the cog part of the cog wheel onto that. So I'll probably pull off some power from here. Let me figure that out real quick. So this is another thing that we're going to need in the create mod a ton of, and those are gearboxes. These basically allow you to change the direction that a power source is going into. So as you can see, we have a regular horizontal gearbox, and that will bring power both this direction, that direction, and also going back far that way. What we need to do, though, is get a vertical gearbox, which you can either get by crafting or hitting it with a wrench. We have not made a wrench quite yet. We should probably get on that pretty soon. Here we go. And then we will need one more vertical gearbox. Oh, sorry. We actually need a cog wheel from here. That's right. And yeah, there we go. Now it will start mixing up our andesite alloy and iron nuggets. By the way, I do realize that I probably should have waited just a little bit to craft those andesite alloys earlier. I completely forgot about this recipe until I started explaining it here, so... Alright, so next up I want to craft the millstone. This will allow us to grind up certain materials, such as wheat into flour. And it's pretty useful early game, but it does actually get outperformed by the crushing wheel. Crushing wheels are a lot more complicated to make, and this crafting recipe is pretty simple as well. We just need a cogwheel, andesite casing, and any sort of stone. So regular stone will work here, andesite, and I believe granite as well. Probably diorite as well. So here we go. There is our millstone. And I am just going to place it right next to there. The millstone is pretty similar to how the mixer works in that it needs a rotational, it needs a gear, I should say, next to it. So because the mechanical mixer has a gear, a cog inside of it, it'll spin that. Awesome. Okay, there's some sort of necromancer here. Oh, jeez. Oh no, I am not prepared for this at all. He just sort of appeared next to my base. Yep. Shoot. I don't know how I'm supposed to fight this off. Might take me a few tries here. Oh. Alright, I'm probably just gonna run away for a little bit. Try to get as far as I can, and then I'll come back. That's a little annoying. Alright, it looks like it's gone now, hopefully. Yeah, I completely forgot what I was doing before that. Nice. Right, I was gonna craft a couple of hoppers. We're gonna need hoppers for the millstone. Because it's a little bit finicky how it works. We need to put items inside via a hopper or chute. And that'll actually get things grinding up inside. And then after everything has grinded up, it'll actually automatically eject through the hopper. So I'm going to place this down below, and I'll just place that one up top. So the quest reward gave us poppies, dandelions, and cornflowers. If you use these inside of the millstone, you get some extra dyes, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Might as well. And as you can see, it's working pretty quickly. And we get a decent amount of dyes. So before I get too far into the create mod, I need a place to actually build my machines and configure my factory. But before I can do that, I don't have a lot of materials right now. So what I want to do is actually get started with farming trees specifically in the create mod. And one thing that we're going to need in order to farm trees are the deployers. Now, these are actually a little bit more complicated than you might think. What we're going to need for this are brass hands and electron tubes. Brass hands, we're going to need brass for. There's a few ways that we can get brass, but basically we're going to need zinc and copper, and that will make brass. But the most complicated part of this is we're going to need a blaze burner, which means that we're going to have to go to the Nether. And seeing as I only have one diamond, I think I gotta do a little bit more grinding and actually find a few more diamonds so I can farm obsidian, and then we can get started with all the things that we need in order to start farming trees. Wow, that was a lot of diamonds in one single vein. So, I was gonna keep going down to bedrock, but honestly, at this point, I don't really need to. I've dug a tunnel pretty much all the way down. Let's see how far it actually goes. I'm just using... Oh, there's more diamonds here, too. I'm just using FTB Ultimine. I might come back for these when I have fortune. But yeah, I'm just using FTB Ultimine to... sort of dig a very quick tunnel down. We're almost down to the bottom. Might as well keep going. There we go. Now we're at bedrock. Alright, I'm gonna head back up now, and yeah, I'll see you guys up there. By the way, a trick that you can use when you want to light up an area is if you hit F7, it'll actually add this light overlay to your world, and it'll show you where monsters can spawn. Red means that they can spawn anytime. Yellow means they can spawn at night. And if you don't see anything there, that means it's good enough. So I'm just going to light this cave up because it's very dangerous around here. Alright, and now that I am back at my base a little bit safe, I can go ahead and craft my first diamond pickaxe. Nice. I don't think these are from building the diamond pickaxe. I probably just picked up a few random things. Here we go. And yeah, my inventory is completely full. By the way, these crates are both decorative and also useful. If you find yourself with a lot of crops, what you can do is actually convert 9 of them down into one of these crates. It's pretty useful. For now, I think I'm just going to place these here because I don't really want them in my inventory. Plus, they look pretty cool, so might as well have them there. Nice. Now that I've got my diamond pickaxe and a bucket of water, it's time to try to find some lava. Ideally, we find it in the overworld here, and I don't have to go deep underground. I see one a little bit to the east here. Is that the closest one? It looks like it might be. Yeah. Oh, is that a woodland mansion? I didn't even notice that was there. What the heck? Alright, we'll have to go explore that. Wait, why is it... I'm pretty sure that's a spruce forest over there. Huh. Well, we'll have to explore that sometime soon, I guess. Alright, I found the pool of lava here. And time to get my water bucket down. And the miserable and long part of Minecraft of mining obsidian. Fortunately, we do have the FTB Ultimine, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, okay, it almost burned up. Nice, we got 39 obsidian from that. Alright, I'm just crafting up a flint and steel. And I'm gonna build my nether portal. I think just over here is fine, honestly. I want to make sure that it's away from my base. As far as I can go away. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I think that's good. Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird looking portal, but it'll do for now. So yeah, I guess I'm just gonna head inside and see what awaits us. And it looks like we spawned in some sort of bastion, looks like. There's literally ancient debris right in front of me. That's insane. I might leave that for now. We don't really need netherite right away. Okay, this is a pretty interesting area, actually. Just gonna take a look around. It looks like some sort of a forge or something. Anyway, what I'm here for right now is literally just a single piece of netherrack. Alright, that's the nether completed. And now I can go ahead and press a few more iron plates for us. And I can go ahead and combine that with the piece of netherrack that we just picked up. And that will give us an empty blaze burner. What we need to do with this is we're gonna have to go and find a blaze and capture it. Now, I just killed a skeleton with a refined glowstone chestplate on it, so that's pretty cool. That's plus 8 armor instead of the plus 5 from the copper one, not too bad. And now that I'm a little bit more prepared, I'm gonna go ahead and head back into the nether, and hopefully we can find a blaze in there. Right, and looking out over the rest of the area here, wow, this is a very large and potentially dangerous area. I'm trying to remember how to zoom in here. Anyway, I'll figure that out later. So we need to find a blaze, so I might just try to head out in that direction. That looks like a biome that blazes might be able to spawn in. I'm not too sure. This place is very, very dangerous looking. Alright, I'm not seeing any blazes spawning in this biome. But that doesn't mean that they can't. I almost just died there. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna keep exploring, and hopefully I can find maybe another fortress. And I've come across some sort of structure here that looks a little bit dangerous. Oh, that's a respawn anchor. Okay. I don't have any glowstone on me right now, but that could be pretty neat. And I've stumbled into another very dangerous looking biome here. I thought I saw a wither skeleton nearby, so I gotta be careful about that. Looking at the map, there are quite a few structures around, but I'm not seeing another fortress. So I might just have to keep exploring for a bit. I found a spawner over here, and it looks like piglin brutes. I was hoping for a blaze spawner. I can go check over there. Hopefully that's another fortress. Oh, I hear a blaze. I think it's inside this tower. Maybe there's a spawner up there. I know that there's a bunch of piglins in here. Let's see if I can get up there. Yeah, that's a lot of piglin brutes. And I'm not seeing where the blaze is, unfortunately. Oh, hello there. Uh-oh. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oh. Ah, shoot. I was running away from one piglin brute and ran into another one, unfortunately. Alright, I guess I'm gonna go back to the nether and find where my body is. Shoot. My grave is unfortunately surrounded by piglin brutes right now. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to it. Huh. I might just have to grab it and run immediately. Hopefully at least get it away from where the brutes are. Here we go. Ooh, alright. I think I escaped them. Oh, I just found a blaze. Here we go. Nice. I'm basically to the fortress now, so I might as well just get to it and get the achievement if I don't die to a wither skeleton first. Ooh, that was close. And there we go. We got the achievement. Not too bad. So I guess I can explore around. It's very dark in this biome. I might come back with some torches. But yeah, we've achieved our goal here in the nether of getting a blaze for our blaze burner. So I guess it's time to head back to the overworld and yeah, get started with the crate stuff. Oh, and I'm getting attacked by a ghast, of course. Come on. Return to sender. Almost. I'm out of food, unfortunately. I think I'm just gonna tactically retreat here. Oh, I do have some steak left. I might be able to get this. Hopefully it leaves me alone, though. Yeah, the Nether is a dangerous place. I really don't like being here for too long. Alright, I've had more than enough of the Nether for today, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started by placing my blaze burner down below the basin here. Whoops, that's the wrong spot. It's got to be right below it, just like that. And that will allow the mixer and the basin to heat up and allow us to mix metals. Now, looking at my stores, I realize I actually don't have any zinc remaining. I believe I used it all creating the andesite alloy, so I'm gonna have to go down to the almost said to the Nether again, down to the mines and find some more. I might try to find some more diamonds as well. I definitely need better armor. So if we want to get a little bit more out of our ores, what we can do is actually use an ore hammer. These are made with blocks of the various materials, as well as 3 sticks. And I think I'm just going to use copper for this right now, just because we have an absolute ton of it. I mean, we've got 55 blocks. That's more than enough. Alright, so we can make the copper ore hammer, and then all we do is put our ore inside of the crafting table, and look at that, we get twice as many. Nice. Alright, I think we have enough zinc ingots right now, and copper ingots as well, to actually get started with making some brass. So all we gotta do is throw our copper and zinc into the into the basin here. Sometimes it is a little bit finicky. And then what we need to do now is give the blaze burner a little bit of fuel. So that'll get started, and you can see at the top there, we've already got 4 ingots of brass. Nice. And it's just about done, and we got a total of 52 brass ingots from that. Not too bad, and I think that's way more than we're actually going to need. So right here we have the brass hand. We are going to need to press these brass ingots down into brass plates. We're going to need 4 for each of these, and I think I'm going to do 5 brass hands. I think that should work. So we're going to need 20 of these crushed down, or pressed down, I should say. And now we should be able to combine all of our ingredients. We have brass plates and andesite alloys into some brass hands. The next part of making deployers is we are going to need to go back into the Nether because we're going to need polished rose quartz, which is made from rose quartz, which is made from regular Nether quartz and redstone. And we do have some quartz pretty close to where our portal is, fortunately. So if I go ahead and mine that all up and actually get it, there we go. We should have enough to make the rose quartz, which we can eventually make into our electron tubes. So we have rose quartz now like that. This is sort of the raw rose quartz. What we need to do with this is sand it down using sand and paper, which I don't have a lot of sugarcane right now. I should probably get planting that, but that should be enough for our purposes for now. So we just combine sand and paper, and obviously that makes sandpaper. And what we can do is just hold the sandpaper in our offhand, hold down right click, and it will start to polish the rose quartz. For the electron tubes, we are going to need some more iron plates, so we're going to get those crafted up really quick. And we should just be able to combine these two. I believe it's the polished rose quartz goes on top, and that creates our electron tubes. Nice. Alright, and we should now have everything that we need to make our deployers. It should be in that order: electron tubes on top, andesite casing in the middle, and brass hands down on the bottom. And there we go, we have 5 deployers now. Nice. And we can go ahead and claim our rewards from that. We get a few ingots from making the deployers. And looks like, oh, we actually get 3 empty blaze burners for collecting a regular blaze burner. That's pretty nice. Next up, we're going to need a few saws to cut down the trees. So let's see here. That's 3 iron plates per, 1 iron ingot, and 5 andesite casings. So we're going to need 15 iron plates for this. And now we should have everything that we need to make 5 saws. Nice, there we go. So I now need to figure out a place that I want this. It'll probably be in this area. This might be temporary. For this area, I'm not sure how exactly I'm going to be building or anything. I might move up there eventually. I was also thinking of making a pretty big base here. I haven't fully decided on anything yet, though. But yeah, for now, I'm just going to start building in this flat area out here. And probably just going to put my tree farm semi-randomly. So the way that we're going to do this is the pretty standard create automatic tree farm. And we're just going to dig down a little hole like that. We're going to place a small water wheel there. And we're going to just block off one sort of area of this. Now, I believe we only need 3 for this as well, but I'm a little old school with this, so I'm just going to put a water bucket down like that. And you'll note that it's rotating in a sort of, I think that's, yeah, counterclockwise manner if we go like that, or clockwise if we go right there. So, yeah, I think I'm going to keep it with being clockwise. That way it's a little bit easier to keep track of. And I'm just going to bury this back up. We're also going to need a mechanical bearing for this as well. This will allow the machine to actually spin, and I'll show you that in a minute. It is important to note not to use the windmill bearing or the clockwork bearing. I'm not actually sure if that one works or not, but we want the mechanical bearing. So we go ahead and craft that, and we can place it on top of our water wheel. Now, when we right-click this, there we go. I guess it does need a block on top of it now. You notice that the block on top is spinning. So anything that is attached to the mechanical bearing will be moved with the rotation of the water wheel. You might also notice, though, that if you have more blocks placed next to it, it won't move those. So what we need in order to solve that issue is a little bit of super glue. Super glue is made with slime. Unfortunately, we have not found any slime yet. But there is, thankfully, an alternative to using slime. Well, I guess we're still using slime, but we're actually making it ourselves. So what we're going to do is just hoe some ground and get some wheat crops planted. By the way, I didn't know that that would automatically plant. That's pretty cool. And we're going to get a little bit of wheat. And what we can do with the wheat is put it through our millstone. That creates wheat flour. And wheat flour can actually be combined inside of a basin, if I can get everything in there. Oh, come on. Almost there. Almost there. There we go. If you combine it with water, it'll actually turn into dough. It is 1 bucket of water per dough, though, so it is a little bit expensive. Eventually, we can automatically fill this basin with water, and now we have a little bit of dough. What we can do with dough is either cook it or combine it with some lime dye, and that will create slime. And there is a few ways to get lime dye. We can combine, or we can grind up some like tulips or any sort of flower, really. And most of them have a small chance of actually producing lime dye. Fortunately, we did get a little bit of dyes from one of our quests, so we can actually just straight up craft some dye ourselves. Nice. And all we need to do is combine those, and that creates slime balls. Nice. And now we can go ahead and craft that with some iron plates. Sorry, 1 iron plate per super glue and 1 iron nugget. And we can create 2 of them right now. Yeah, I am going to craft both just because the super glue goes by pretty quickly. So I've just built this as a little bit of a demonstration. This is probably not what it's going to look in the final sort of iteration of it, but I kind of just wanted to go over how the super glue works. So all we need to do is right click and right click once again. That'll stick every single block that is within the border to each other. If you have any extra bits like this, you do need to make sure that they connect into a part that's already connected. So now, if we update the mechanical bearing, you can see the whole thing is moving now. Nice. So what we need now is a way to basically place our saplings, which is where the deployers will come in. And we're also going to need to figure out how to get items in and out of the machine. We're also going to need some storage on top. That way we can keep our saplings and any any wood that is harvested from this, and apples and anything that comes from trees, really. So in order to actually remove and put items into a contraption, we're going to need portable storage interfaces. One goes on the contraption and one goes on the outside, disconnected from it, and that will be where the items get stored. So these are pretty easy to make. We just need a chute and andesite casing. We haven't made any chutes yet. These are pretty simple, just iron plates and an iron ingot. These work like hoppers, except they're much faster, but they can only have, I believe it's 1 type of item inside at a time. So that makes 4. And we do only get 1 from this crafting recipe. I always forget that, but fortunately we had enough andesite casings. So like I said, 1 goes on the machine, on the contraption, and 1 goes outside. This can be 1 block space or 2. I think I'm just going to try 1 for now. And for our storage on the outside, I'm just going to go very temporary with a double chest. Now, in order to remove items from the portable storage interface, we can place a chute at the bottom, and that'll automatically pull items out. These things can be a little bit finicky at sometimes. Depending on the version that you're playing, it might not even work with a chute. We'll just have to see. If this doesn't work, we'll just have to use a funnel. Now what's left to do is to basically filter the deployers to only use saplings. That way they're not placing the blocks that are eventually cut down and stored inside of here. If anything gets in here, if these are not filtered, it will just place it on the ground. So definitely be careful of that. And I believe once I get this thing glued back together, that should be everything. I'm probably missing something, but that's how it goes sometimes with this. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and let her start, and yep, you can see it automatically placed our 4 saplings. So I'm probably gonna run around and find some more spruce saplings. That way we can speed this thing up a little bit. And before I get too far with sort of journeying around, I do want to make sure that this area is chunk loaded. So if you press M instead of J, you see this sort of different looking map. From here, we can click Claim Chunks, and if we just left-click, that will claim it, but it won't load it. So what we need to do is shift left-click after it's been claimed, and that will actually make sure that it is force-loaded at all times. I'll probably just do the same with my entire area here. And yeah, there we go. I probably should have placed this in a single chunk. Yeah, you can see it's a little bit on the border of these two, but it's loaded anyway, so it should be fine. Alright, so I've wandered over to the west here, and it does look like this is a woodland mansion. Not bad. If this were hardcore, I'd be even more thankful because I could get a Totem of Undying in here. But I'm not quite equipped enough or brave enough to wander in there quite yet. I'll probably wait until I have diamond gear. Oh, and I just realized there are sharks in the water near my base. Hopefully they don't try to attack me. Oh, he's coming towards me. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, he's coming. Uh-oh. Alright, I made it. Made it safe. He almost got me. Oh, jeez, okay. That's pretty funny. Alright, so there weren't many spruce saplings over in the redwood forest over there, so let's see how things have been going over here. Looks like it's cut down one tree so far. That's not too bad considering we only have a few saplings here, so it'll take a while to actually get like sort of jump started, but once it's, yep, here we go. Once it gets a few more saplings in, it'll start going a little bit quicker. Also, I did pick up this reflecting necklace. I'm not sure exactly what it does. It looks like it's another one of the ones that needs to be researched. So it looks like it has an ability called Infernal Hatred, and it sort of builds up a charge over time as I take more damage, and eventually it will explode into obsidian shards that deal a little bit of damage and actually stun enemies. That could be pretty good. And it sounds like I have some pillagers nearby as well. Hello. Please don't kill me. Alright. So I kind of want him to damage me so I can see the effect of the obsidian shard thingy. Hopefully I don't die before that. Yikes, it might be my whole health bar. I don't have any food on me. Uh-oh. Hold on. I have some in here. Yeah. Oh! Oh, there it goes. Oh, nice. I think I was probably too far away from him. In the previous episode, we got started with the create mod and went through the process of creating brass. For that, we needed to go to the Nether and collect a variety of different ingredients. Eventually, we were able to make a tree farm from the brass that we collected, and as you can see, it has been running in the background here for a while. I recently removed all of the spruce logs from the chest and put them in my new sort of temporary storage base here that I made in between episodes. This is definitely supposed to be a temporary solution to our storage problem, as previously I just had a few chests laying around and there was no organization at all. Now we're at least a little bit organized here. And we are using the barrels from Sophisticated Storage. These are pretty cool. They can be upgraded to be different sizes. There are also slots here for additional modifiers to the storage. For example, if we wanted to use a stack upgrade, which allows us to fit more items in a single stack, or use a magnet upgrade to automatically pull items into the chest. These barrels are going to be used quite a lot throughout this series. but they're definitely not a long-term solution to our storage. So what I want to do today is actually get started building on a workshop. I need a sort of temporary house where we can start building things and actually get started with the mod pack. Right now I'm basically just living outside. So yeah, once we get that, we'll actually be able to get everything set up for the create mod, and I think I've decided where I want to put it. And I think the best place to actually build this is going to be right above where we're already doing our create stuff. So I think if I clear out this area right here and sort of get it flattened and everything, we can start building something here that will look pretty nice and will actually be functional. But before I get started on that, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying this series so far. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. And with all of that out of the way, I think it's about time to get started on this build. I'm going to be trying to use a lot of variations for blocks, so what I'm going to do is actually use the chisel and saw from the chipped mod. In order to get these, we are going to need to craft a carpenter's table or a mason table for the chisel. Fortunately though, from a quest we did actually get these early, so we shouldn't have to craft either of those. And if we grab some cobblestone, for example, if I just right click with the chisel, I can put the cobblestone in there, and you see we get a list of a ton of options here. So I'll probably select a few different patterns here for both cobblestone and for spruce wood. Alright, so I think I've figured out my palette, at least for the floor and the walls. But one way that we can actually make this a little bit easier for ourselves is crafting the trowel. The trowel will allow us to randomly pull items from our hotbar, basically making randomization a little more automatic. For example here, if I just press right click on the ground, you can see that it starts to randomly pull items from my hotbar. So now I should finally be ready to get started on the build. Alright, and that is the basic structure for my workshop, pretty much all framed out. Obviously, I do want to go through and add more details, such as actually putting some glass in the windows, adding maybe some fencing every once in a while, and of course the doors, which I'll get to soon. Maybe not in this episode, I'll have to figure that out. Basically, I want to use the create mod in order to actually have these doors basically open up a up and down, or maybe even swing out. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that quite yet. So the inside of this building has plenty of room for whatever we need to do next. And again, I do plan on having this as a sort of workshop, basically a base before my base. This is where I want to have everything from the create mod setup, and then whenever we start getting into other mods, then we can start working on them in here. And eventually I do want to have, I'm not sure if I want to go for one large base. I was thinking maybe having one over there or up there, or however I want to do that. I'm still deciding on how I want to do that. But yeah, it's only episode 3. We have plenty of time to figure that out. So down below we have a little, almost a shed here. This is the water wheel housing, I guess is what you would call this. I plan on having some water wheels out on this side. I did go through and remove all of the create machinery that was down here, and that's just because I want to, again, move it up in there. And I do actually want to do something special with this area. The regular large water wheels, I guess I placed it a little bit low there, are a little bit small for what I want to do. It doesn't look too bad, but I think I want to design my own water wheels, and technically I'm gonna make a windmill instead of a water mill, but it'll still look like a water wheel, which is also why I'm not too worried about getting flowing water right here, because the windmills will just use the wind instead of having to rely on water flow. So yeah, that's this area pretty much figured out. I do want to go through and figure out what I want to do for a path here. I'll probably do that later on, though. I couldn't really figure out what I wanted to do. I might just different sort of cobblestone from chipped, and just use the framed stairs here. I'm not 100% certain. This is still a work in progress, but I figured I'd give an update and yeah, continue working on what we need to achieve today. And that's going to involve basically moving everything inside of this iron barrel into the workshop in an area that is pretty nice looking and will suit these very well. By the way, I did get a shark trophy. The sharks were attacking me a lot while working on the little shed down by the water. A little bit annoying, but yeah, they kind of left me alone after a while. I do still see one circling around down there. They're pretty dangerous. Definitely got to keep an eye out for them. So the way I want to do things this time around is I kind of want to have my machines in the middle of the room. Usually I would line them up against the wall, run the power through the walls or underneath. I kind of want it to be a bit more of like an exposed look. I want to be able to see everything that's kind of going on. I don't want to hide any machines or any of the shafts or anything. I kind of want it, like, obviously I'll run a shaft underneath here, but anything that comes up will just be in line here. And this is sort of what I mean by I want things, like, out in the open. I basically, like, for the mechanical mixer, for example, I just have a cogwheel here, and that's just going to be up, and hopefully it looks good. What I can do, though, if you didn't know this, is if you have an andesite casing, you can actually right-click it onto certain create objects, such as the shafts. It even works on the cogwheels, so that'll just make it a little bit cleaner looking as the shafts come up through the ground. I could do it all the way up, including that, but I feel like that looks a little bit bulky. It doesn't look too bad. I do think I like the exposed shaft look, though, a little bit better. Might even keep that, though. We'll see. I'm just gonna keep on assembling my machines here, figuring out things as I go, and yeah, we'll come back when everything's back in place. Alright, I've just gone ahead and set up a small little system here. I realize I only have 3 machines, Right now it's going to be running a little bit slow, and that's just because I have these three large water wheels down here, and I've run a little bit of power underneath the floorboards. I didn't gear it up, and I did that for a reason. And that's because we can actually craft an item called the Rotation Speed Controller. This is a block that allows you to manually adjust the speeds at which a system is running. All we're going to need for this is a precision mechanism and a brass casing. Fortunately, we recently got into brass and we have a ton left over. The hard part, though, is precision mechanisms have a little bit of a process to actually make them. First off, we're going to need at least one deployer. This can be changed out manually. But basically what we need to do is run a gold plate through a deployer with a small cogwheel, a large cogwheel, and then an iron nugget. And that needs to be done 5 times. And there's only an 80% chance that it actually creates something. So this is a little bit of a process, but we do have all of the machines that we need in order to make it, albeit they are a little bit slow right now. So I set up this millstone with a spruce barrel on top and one on bottom. These are actually from Sophisticated Storage, and what I've done is put a hopper upgrade in each of them, and that'll actually allow the millstone to automatically pull items in from the top and push them out to the bottom. A downside of this is that it is stealing our ingots from the depot whenever we put them in there. So I think what we can do... Unfortunately, we can't configure the sides of the hopper upgrade. You might be able to do it with the advanced one, but for now I'm just going to turn it off and yeah, try this again. And while I'm waiting on that, I might as well set up our stressometer and our speedometer. These allow you to sort of gauge the statistics of your system. So when we place down the stressometer and the speedometer next to it, the stressometer will show you how much of your network that you're using, the remaining capacity, and the speedometer will show you the actual rotation speed. Currently we're going at 4 RPM, and we're using 4% of our total capacity, so there's definitely a lot more room that we can grow for this, for our little system here. Alright, and I finally have another deployer that can be added into our system. Alright, and now that I have my gold plate, we can go ahead and get started deploying some of these items that are required for this. So I'm just going to be doing this manually. It's going to take a while, but as soon as I put that small gear in, it should slowly convert, there we go, into an incomplete precision mechanism. And that actually has a sort of a progress bar on it. So as we add items to it, it will continue to progress and become more complete. And it does take a while. I have my inventory sorted out a little bit here to help things run a little bit smoother. And this should be the last item that we need in order to complete it. Hopefully it doesn't break here. And there we go. We got our precision mechanism. And in order to make our brass casing, we do pretty much exactly what we do for the andesite casing, except with a brass ingot instead of the andesite alloy. Nice. So if we immediately combine these two, we get our rotation speed controller. And I'm going to go ahead and place it down here. I'll have to figure out exactly the orientation that we need for this. I'm going to rip that out and place it down next to our shaft here. And in fact, I'm going to place it just like that. So the rotation speed controller actually needs a large cogwheel in order to actually get it started rotating. So it's technically a 2-block high block. Either side can be the input or the output, but for now we just have our large cogwheel set to our input, and then we'll use the side here as our output. And we should just be able to connect it pretty easily up to the side, just like that. And so, if you look at the front of the rotation speed controller, you'll notice that it has a targeted speed in RPM. This is a little indicator. All you need to do is right-click it and hold right-click, and it'll allow you to choose both the rotation direction as well as the speed. We should be able to use 256 on this right now. Unfortunately, we can't. So if I pull it back down to, let's say, 64, let's see if that'll work. And then 128. So it stops there. Let's try 96. 96 also is stopped. 82. 64. Okay. So I think probably 64 is our highest number we can go to. And looking at our stressometer as well as our speedometer. Oh! Well, that wall is gone. Nice. Oh. Oh, I think it destroyed our... Oh, man. Creepers always know the exact wrong time to enter. What I was gonna explain is that we are pretty much at capacity, because we are, sped up here a little bit. I think it was at 86, so we could probably go like 76 or something like that. I don't know the exact math off the top of my head. Let's try maybe 72. Yeah, 72 still works. 76? That works. 80. Yep. Yep, so 76, I believe, is the max that we can do right now with the amount of machines that we have in our system. By the way, a neat trick to prevent creepers from destroying your builds, which I should have done earlier, is to actually claim the chunks. That'll prevent Endermen from picking up blocks and creepers from breaking them as well. Should be a little more safe now. So what I want to do now is actually get started building the water wheel / windmill. And for that, we are going to need a ton of wool. So I've just been clearing out a little area here, and I'm going to get started placing down some fences. And I'm going to run around and find as many sheep as I can. While I'm out there, I might find some cows and pigs as well. I know that there's a few pigs nearby, but... yeah, I gotta get a little pen here for breeding. I've already run around and found a few sheep, but it definitely was not enough. We're gonna need probably at least a stack of wool, maybe more. So, yep, I guess it's about time to get started finding some more sheep. So windmills require the windmill sail to actually move. You can also just use solid white wool blocks or any kind of wool, I guess. I believe carpet works as well. But what we want are the windmill sail frames. These look a little bit like paddles on a water wheel, so that's why we're going to go with those. In order to craft these, though, we do need to make the regular windmill sails, which is going to require 1 wool, 2 sticks, and 1 andesite alloy. And that'll make 2, so we're gonna need probably half a stack of wool and andesite alloy and a stack of sticks. Not too bad, but yeah, it's gonna take a while to build up a little bit of wool. And then in order to craft the windmill sail frames, we just craft the windmill sail into it. So that part's not gonna be too bad. Alright, and a few minutes later, we got all of the wool that we need for this, hopefully. It might end up taking a bit more, I'm not too sure. So I'll go ahead and craft this down. There we go, and we'll just craft those immediately into the frames. And now I need a bunch of spruce wood, but unfortunately it really wasn't working here in the farm. I had to swap this out for oak saplings, and it's actually working again. I need to already clear this out. Yeah, it just wouldn't work with spruce saplings, so I've just been planting them around, so I'll have to just manually chop these down for now. There is a way to automatically get the 2x2 trees later on with Create as well, so we'll probably have to do that. Alright, so I've figured out my block palette. Now what I want to do is just kind of cut a hole in the side of this, and we'll run a log through here if I can get it rotated the correct way. And this will be pretty wide, so the first sort of wheel of the water wheel will be aligned right there. Then there's a space, then the second wheel is there, and then out from there probably 2 blocks like that. And that should be enough room for the water wheel. And I think I want to go about 3, maybe 4, yeah, I think 3 blocks out with just the logs. And the actual wheel part of the water wheel will be made out of these enclosed spruce planks. And we'll be using these framed stairs in order to actually help get a little bit more of a shape going. And I'm not sure exactly, I think this needs to be one further out. Like that, and one upside down like that. I think that's okay. And those do actually connect through the frame stairs. That's good to know. And I think this pattern looks a little more circular, so that's what I'm going to go for. We're basically just coming out one from the center and then just using the rest as stairs. And now we've got a pretty decent shape going on for it. And to make it look a little more reinforced, we're going to use these reinforced spruce logs. They add a little bit of a binding look on it, so I think that'll make it look a little more sturdy. Next up, I'm going to place some more of these stairs in the center, just to give it a little bit more of a circular appearance in the middle of it. And I'm going to use some of these framed sails as sort of supports, almost like spokes coming out from the larger spokes here. And that's pretty much done for the first wheel. All we need to do now is add some more sails that kind of look like paddles. So we'll go something like that. I'll fix this one up real quick. And that is our first side of the water wheel completed. All that's left to do now is to do that once again. Alright, and that is the water wheel complete as I'm getting attacked by a shark. All that's left to do now is to craft the windmill bearing and glue it all together, and it should be ready to use. Windmill bearings are pretty easy to craft. We just need a slab, any kind of stone, and a shaft. Nice, there we go. And gluing this thing together is going to be a little bit tricky, as you can't actually glue the windmill sails together when they're separated like that, but you can glue them together when there's blocks connecting them. So it's going to take a little bit here to get things glued together, but yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, I think I have everything glued together, and I have my windmill bearing in place here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it on, and it looks like it's all working as intended. I don't see any missing blocks, and it's running through the water pretty well as well. It is kind of dark though, so let me sleep out and not get attacked by a shark. And take a look at this in the daylight, just so I can double check. And what we can do is actually hold right click on this little spinning arrow here, and we can actually change the direction that the windmill is moving in. I think I like it going in this direction. There's no real flow to how this river is kind of going. It's almost really a lake anyway. But yeah, if the water is coming from this direction, stop chasing me. If it's coming from that direction, then the water wheels would indeed spin that way. So I think I like it that way. I don't see any blocks floating as far as I can tell. So I'm going to go ahead and clean this area up a little bit. And I'm going to build a little support now for this. I'm going to build up some cobblestone going from the bottom of the lake slash river and hold up that end. All right, so I've filled in the area around the water wheel here with some stone, added a little bit of a support structure there, keeping the left side here of the water wheel stable. I keep dying to sharks though, so I'm probably not going to be able to explore this other side. Yeah, this side is also done. And I guess it's not done. There's a little bit of a hole there. I'll fix that up later. But yeah, as you can see, the water wheel slash windmill is working here. Now all we need to do is hook it back up into our system. And that shouldn't be too hard. I just need to move things around here a little bit. Get our gearbox back there. And I think, yeah, we're just going to need a few shafts to connect the windmill bearing up to our speed controller. And with a few shafts in place, it is now fully connected up. Let's go take a look at the stressometer and see our capacity. Not bad. We are using 7% and we have 4,096 stress units. Not too bad. So the Create Wiki has a pretty useful page here regarding the windmill bearings and the amount of blocks that they need in order to actually produce certain levels of power. So right now we're in the 64 to 71 block range, which will produce 4,096, which is, yep, what we're producing at 8 RPM. So overall, this water wheel isn't the greatest, but it's also not too bad considering how early game we actually are. And we probably won't need too many more than that. Obviously, we can go ahead and speed this up as well, which we should definitely do. We'll figure out how much. We could probably go 256. No. Let's try one. I don't know the math on this. 164 maybe. 164 works. Will 180 work? 180 works. 216 maybe? 216 breaks. 200, 190, 199. 201 works, so it's going to be probably 212. Yeah, 212 is our max. Oh, 210 maybe. 208. 204 is our current max. Alright. Which would mean that we wouldn't really be able to add any more machines into our system. But yeah, for what we have here, that's more than fast enough. And I think the last thing that I want to do in today's episode is move my storage system into our new build. But it's going to be a little bit annoying trying to move everything over manually, you know, filling up my inventory continuously and moving it over. So what I want to do is actually use the Create mod to move this over. And in order to do that, what we're going to do is turn it into a cart contraption using the cart assembler. So we just need a few andesite alloys and some logs, and we get our cart assembler. We'll also need some rails for this, which the crafting recipe I guess has been changed in this mod pack. So we'll either need osmium or go through the railcraft route. And the railcraft route requires creosote, so yeah, I'm gonna go and try to find some osmium. I think I know where it is. When I was digging my tunnel down, I did see some. Hopefully I can get enough to do this. Yep, and here's some right away, basically. Try to go shapeless, and there we go. 35 should be more than enough for what we need. Especially since we can actually double that and get a little more than a stack. And we can get that inside of our furnace system here. By the way, I did set up this iron furnace. It has auto input and auto output, so I've just placed some barrels next to it. So we have a semi-automatic smelting system. Do need to put fuel in every once in a while. And there we go, we have 24 rails now. We don't actually need that many though. We can just place one down, and we need it to place our cart assembler on. Now we can craft a minecart and place that inside as well. Now we can just glue all of our chests together, and one last thing that we're going to need for this is a wrench. Here we go. And now, once we give this a little bit of power, you can see the entire thing lifts up, and we can hit it with our wrench. If we can get it there. Might not let us. Hold on. I'm assuming that it's configured in a way that you can't pick up minecart contraptions, unfortunately. That's a little bit annoying, but I guess that we are going to need our rails now. And I should hopefully be able to just give this thing a little bit of a push up the wall there. And I forgot to give the cart assembler a signal. Let's try to fix that real quick. Okay, it did lift everything up. And hopefully, let's see. This should be able to push me down. There we go. And now I should just be able to push forward, hopefully. I'm not sure what's giving me damage there. Alright, I gave it a little push here. And it should be good to move now. I had to readjust where the cart was. And yeah, we got it moving now. A little slowly, but it's going. And there we go. It's all in place now. I don't know if that's exactly where I wanted it, but that's probably the only place that I could get this thing in. In the previous episode, we got started on building our Create workshop, as you can see behind me, as well as this big water wheel as well, which is actually a windmill. But it's producing enough power for us to actually get started with Create and have all of our basic machines set up here. In between episodes, I've been pretty busy working on getting the decorations around the workshop kind of sorted out. So we've built a sort of tiered deck system here that leads down into the water wheel housing unit, I guess is what this would be called. I'm not actually sure what this would be. But yeah, it's on both sides. And it links up and leads to pretty much anywhere that we would need to get to in the base. If you're keen-eyed, you might have also noticed that this sort of little campfire thing has been moved from the other side of the base. And that's because I've actually built a little wheat farm. So this uses the same principles as the tree farm, except we're using mechanical harvesters instead of using deployers and the saws. For plants, you only need harvesters, you don't need deployers. So yeah, that's pretty good. So we have it just hooked up to a couple of storage drawers, and that's actually just depositing directly into a storage controller. Now the storage controllers are pretty simple to make. Let's see if I can find it here. We just need a redstone comparator, a couple of blocks of quartz, and any kind of stone, and you can make those. These allow you to actually connect directly to the drawers without any sort of like trimming or connection between them. So yeah, that's been running for a little while now. And I just did the same thing with the tree farm as well, though it's completely filled up. I probably shouldn't have done the 2x2 drawers for this one. I probably should have stuck with just the big ones, but the tree farms and trees in this mod pack will actually generate a lot of kind of random things from them. Like we get these currants, or I don't even know how to pronounce them. You get like elderberries and stuff, so yeah. I've also decided to turn it off for a little while just because it is completely full. And I did add void storages, or void upgrades to these storage drawers. So if they do go over capacity, they will just void any excess items. And I also made this nice looking dirt path that leads pretty much all throughout my base here. It's just made with coarse dirt, trodden dirt, sanded dirt, and rounded dirt bricks. Most of those are from the chipped mod, except for the coarse dirt. I did have regular dirt here at the beginning, but pretty much my entire path got converted into grass, and you can kind of see the results of that as well. A few pieces are missing here and there, but yeah. I also ran around for a little while and found some cows, and I've just been breeding up the cows and the sheep and maxing out on as many cows as we can get, and that's kind of why I set up the farm here. Oh, I just realized that produces extra items, so I'll have to add that to the drawer as well. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, the reason why I need cows right now is actually because I want to get started on improving our storage situation. And the first thing that I want to do is actually craft a backpack. And there are a few options for backpacks. We have the Infinity backpacks from Industrial Foregoing. We haven't quite gotten into that mod yet. But the one that we're going to go for is the backpack from Sophisticated Backpacks. These backpacks are incredibly powerful. As you can see, there's a ton of upgrades that we can actually use for these. And similar to the chests from the Sophisticated Storage mod, we can have stack upgrades, magnet upgrades, and we can even have upgrades that automatically feed us food. We can also upgrade these and craft them into different tiers, such as the iron, gold, diamond, and eventually netherite, which just basically increases the capacity of the backpack and lets you add more modifiers or upgrades into the backpack. So the crafting recipe for this is really not too bad. We just need 4 leather, 4 string, and any kind of chest. Now, I've already collected 4 leather, but we still need some string. Now, there should be a few additional ways of actually getting string. We could plant flax and grind that up in a millstone, or alternatively, what we can do is do the same, but with wool. I have plenty of wool, so what I'm going to do is just use that instead. I don't have any flax seeds planted yet, so that should automatically go through. And I think there's already some gravel in there. Here we go. And where did it go? Okay, it deposited it into the deployer. So I really don't think that this upgrade is going to work at all for us. So the bad part about this recipe is that it is only 1 string per wool, but I mean, we have enough of that, so we should now be able to craft our chest, and I think that's everything we need for our first backpack. Nice. So if you go ahead and right click it, you'll notice that it has a few slots here. But I think I'm just going to immediately upgrade it into an iron backpack. Like so, and I'm going to make sure it actually enters my inventory. I had a problem with all the mods 9 where it didn't actually register that I had made that. And then we'll go immediately back into gold. I don't quite have enough diamonds for a diamond backpack yet. But as you can see, the capacity of this backpack has increased by so much. That's so many more items that we can just kind of carry around with us, and we don't have to worry about it too much. Now, this should also have its own dedicated slot in the trinkets, so yeah, it should go right there on the back slot, and you notice that it is on my back now. Nice. I should be able to hit, I believe, it's set to B by default, but that's creating a waypoint in, I think, Journey Map, so I'll probably have to rebind this. And I think what I'm going to do is actually just unbind create waypoint. I never remember which hotkey it is anyway to open that up. So yeah, we should be good to open it with B now. Awesome. So yeah, that'll just stay on our back and we have access to that anywhere. And the first upgrade that I want to make for this is the pickup upgrade, which basically allows you to pick up items automatically into the backpack. So instead of going into your regular inventory, it'll actually appear in the backpack. All right, and I think that I've crafted everything that I need for the pickup upgrade. So if we just hit B and place it into the slots on the left hand side of the gold backpack, you'll notice that if we throw down a few items down on the ground, if you go to pick them up, they'll actually be inside of the gold backpack now instead of the regular inventory. And the next upgrade that I'm going to craft is the stack upgrade starter tier. We just need an upgrade base and a few blocks of copper. Easy as that. And what this allows you to do is actually have multiple, basically, stacks inside of a single stack. A good way to demonstrate this is with all of the aluminum that we have. So as you can see, the count will now go up to 96 instead of 64. And now that I have a decent amount of storage, I think what I want to do now is go for a little mining trip, as we're running pretty low on resources. The upgrades as well for the backpack are going to require diamonds, so I think I need to go down to diamond tier, and I'll probably also go caving as well. And yeah, so I'll probably do a little montage here, and then we'll come back. So I've been mining for quite a while now, and I think I've been using too much iron and even copper in order to actually mine. So what I want to do right now is actually make probably one of the best contraptions with the crate mod, and that'll involve a few mechanical drill. For this we are going to need quite a bit of iron, so I have a little bit smelting here. And I think I'm just going to build it out in this area next to my wheat field here. So I'm going to get a few rails down and place my cart assembler down. I'm going to use a minecart with a furnace, and that's because we can actually fuel a contraption with coal, charcoal, anything that can be burnt, and it'll actually move the contraption. We're also going to need a few mechanical plows, and we can craft a few mechanical drills. This can be expanded later on, but for now, we're just going to craft up 9 of these. I'm also going to craft a seat so that we can actually sit on the contraption. And we're also going to need a ton of storage. We're also going to need 4 deployers. So we're going to need 4 brass hands for that, and 4 electron tubes. And that'll give us our 4 deployers. And I believe that's everything that we're going to need for this. I'm sure I'm forgetting something though, so we'll probably have to come back to that. So I'm going to begin by actually placing down our mechanical drills. We want these a few blocks in front of the cart assembler there. We'll go probably here. That should be good enough. And we can actually place these on the side of the other mechanical drills, and it'll place in the right orientation. That's pretty nice. And now we want to place one deployer there. Let's see, actually that's wrong. We want the first one on this one. So we want this first one to actually not be in that direction. We want it, let's see if I can get there. That'll be on the middle, and that one is actually going to be assigned to placing blocks down in front of the drill here. Then we want one right behind that. This one is going to place the tracks down. And now on either side, it doesn't matter too much, we're going to place another deployer in the same spot there. Make sure that that doesn't get selected. There we go. Just like that, that'll place a block on this spot here. And then we just want to do the exact same thing with that. That will actually place down a redstone torch. This is a slightly modified design of what I usually use. I usually just use the minecart with furnace and feed it coal as it sort of goes. This one is a little more sustainable. It'll actually use the powered rails that we'll craft in a little bit here, and we'll actually be able to continue moving basically as long as possible. The reason why I have the minecart with furnace with this as well is just in case it does get stuck somewhere, we can actually feed it some fuel and it'll keep going on its merry way. Now I'm gonna start placing down some barrels for storage. And these need to be accessible, but they also probably should not block any of the deployers, as these also need to be accessible. So I'll probably just place them on the backs of the drills here, going about there, and definitely not on the ground there because that'll block the tracks. So we'll just start placing them along the ground, something like that. Next up we have our mechanical plows, which can't be placed on the ground normally. We actually need to place down some blocks first, and we want this also to be, well, let me make sure that this is not going to go anywhere. It's also probably a good idea to place the minecart last with this. But for the mechanical plows, we want it a few spaces behind. We'll place some, oops, should be on that side. So these will be lined up with the rail here and with the torches that are going to be placed down on this side. The plows are actually used to automatically pick up any rails or torches that are going to be placed on the ground. And if you want to, you can actually remove these blocks and they'll stay there. I have no idea why they actually need blocks to be placed down behind them, but yeah, I guess they do. Now all that's left to do is to sort of get everything connected together and decorated. So I think I'm going to make a few connections here. I'm going to make sure to remove this one here. That way we can still access that deployer. And I want my seat in a situation where I can still see where the minecart is going to go. So I'll place that down there. That way I can just be sitting in the cart contraption and feed it fuel as we need it. Alright, and after spending a little bit of time decorating it, I think we have our tunnel bore pretty much completed. All that's left to do now is to glue it all together. And now we need to actually assign which item will be deployed in each of the deployers. For the most part, this machine's going to be used down in the deep slate levels, so we're actually going to use deep slate here in this first deployer. That'll place a block on that level there. That's just in case anything like if we run over lava or air, that'll fill in this block here. Next up, this one right here is going to be our redstone torches. These will be placed on top of the deep slate that we deploy. And that'll just make sure that the rails that'll go in the middle are actually powered, and then they'll get picked up by the plow on the back. Now here on the other side, we're just going to do the same with the deployer in the middle. That'll deploy deep slate on this sort of middle path in the middle there, and that way we can place our rails on top of that. Now we just need to place our items inside of a barrel. I have a few bits of extra deep slate here. And now we should place our cart in the middle, and we are going to need a power source. This is going to be a little bit tricky here. I might need to figure out a different way to power the cart assembler in the middle. I think for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to place the redstone torch there, and you'll notice that the whole thing lifted up. Nice. Now, normally we would be able to just pick this thing up, but our configs are set up in a way that won't actually allow us to pick it up. And because it's not changed by default, I don't really want to mess with it too much. So I think I'm just going to probably destroy everything in my path, getting it down to the deep slate levels. But yeah, we should have enough room to bring it through here. This is going to be very tight, and we're definitely going to break a few things as we come in, but it shouldn't be too bad. Let's see if we can actually get this thing moving. And to start it off, I'm just going to give it a piece of coal, if it'll let me here. There we go, I got it to, go, and it's gonna, shoot. That's definitely not, where's it going? That's not good. Uh-oh. Yeah, that didn't work out too great. So my problem there was that I completely forgot to swap the card assembler over to lock rotation before doing that. So I'm gonna have to go through, pick up all my rails, see what the damage is, and hopefully get everything fixed. Oh, and this time it actually let me pick up the minecart contraption. Not entirely sure why it let me do that. But it should have given me a second to actually figure out and fix this thing. Alright, so I've cleared out a little area down in the deep slate levels down here, and I'm just going to place a few of these powered rails down. I don't know, yeah, that won't actually activate those. This is just to help jumpstart the contraption, so I'm going to place this, we'll say right about there. It's going to be a little bit in the wall, but I can still access the seat. And if I want to go ahead and give it a go, you can see all of the stuff that it destroyed in my base. That's pretty fun. Let's see. Right, I think I have basically everything in my inventory, and that's just because it all placed down manually. But if I give it a little bit of coal, it should start. There we go. And it is actually going in this one direction. Now, I haven't put it inside of the card assembler yet. So if we have any sort of turns or anything, it will do what it did before. But yeah, as you can see, it is digging a little 3x3 hole now. It's not going to be as fast as we can do it with FTB Ultimine. But the trade-off is that we don't have to waste a bunch of diamonds or iron or copper or anything like that actually mining. It'll just go forever, basically. And we can just follow it and pick up anything that it sort of exposes. Any materials that it picks up is going to end up in its own inventory. And I left just enough space in order to, basically, if I'm standing on the back, I can right-click on the seat. And yeah, we can basically just sit here forever and just watch it go. And as we go, we can put down some torches so that it lights everything up. And we can watch out the back, and yep, just like that, we've already found some diamonds. Nice. I did accidentally break my diamond pick mining some redstone. But yeah, that should be enough to actually replenish what we've missed. Nice. By the way, a nice trick for this, if you have any sort of mini-map mod, is to sort of look at it and figure out a nice path that doesn't have any lava pockets ahead of you. I found these chunks right here that go pretty far out without any sort of lava. There is a little cave there. There might be lava in there. I'm not too sure. But yeah, this thing won't burn if you take it through lava. But if you're sitting on top of it, you will burn. So yeah, definitely a nice idea to watch out for lava as you go. And we've already found a few more diamonds. So I'm probably going to let this thing run for quite a while and accumulate enough diamonds to actually get ourselves fully kitted out. And soon, I already see another pocket of diamonds down there. And as soon as I can, I do want to get started with enchanting my gear. And I basically want to get started with actually upgrading my own armor and getting myself sort of well protected. Right, and I am starting to get pretty close to this pocket of lava that's ahead of us. So I think I'm going to call it quits there before we get too close and end up flooding the tunnel here. And when you're ready to go, all you need to do is pick it up with a wrench and pick up any sort of torches or powered rails that are left behind. And yeah, I can definitely hear the lava right back there. Let me see how close we actually are. Never mind, that pickaxe broke pretty quickly. Should be able to see... I guess we weren't too far. Oh, we probably could have just kept... Nope, there we go. Yep. Not too much would have come into here, but... yeah, I think I collected enough diamonds. Let's actually see. We're at 31. That's really not too bad. I've probably run it for 10, 15 minutes, and already got 30 diamonds. Not too bad overall. Not to mention, there should be a few diamonds inside of the contraption as well. There we go, another 17 diamonds from that. Nice. So overall, we got 48 diamonds. That should be more than enough for actually upgrading our armor. We should be able to craft a whole new set of tools as well. And we've already got diamond boots, so I'm not going to craft those, but there we go, a full suit of diamond armor finally. After 4 episodes. Probably should have done this a lot sooner, but yeah, it's definitely nice having that mining machine now. And I'll craft a new pickaxe to replace the one that I just broke. And now I'm going to get started building an enchanting table. Let's see. Just need a book. And there we have it, our first enchant. I think I'll place this over by my AFK spot over here. And now we just need to outline this with some bookshelves. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of sugarcane, and after I sort of tore down the stuff that I had planted, I actually kind of forgot to plant it again, so what I might do now is find a nice place to build an automatic sugarcane farm. And I think there's a ghost in my house because it's telling me that my bed is occupied. That's kind of terrifying. Hopefully if I break it and place it again, there we go. That was kind of scary. Now, we'll probably not need too much sugarcane in this world, as we're not going to need to rely on rockets in the endgame. We should just have creative flight eventually. So I'm going to probably settle with making this a little bit smaller. For now, I'm just going to figure out sort of the layout of how I want this to go. And I know that there's a very specific optimal layout for placing sugarcane. I can never remember exactly how it goes, but I can kind of figure it out as I go here. Alright, I think that's the optimal pattern. I had to sort of tear it up and redo it. But yeah, now I should be able to place my sugarcane down. And while I'm waiting for the sugarcane to grow, I'm just going to go ahead and get started on making the mechanisms to make this automatic. So I'm going to make 5 mechanical harvesters. Mechanical harvesters are used to actually cut down sugarcane. And I do want this to go clockwise, so I'll place them in this direction. And these do need to be one above where the actual sugarcane level is. Otherwise, it'll just take all of the sugarcane with it. And I'll get a water wheel down, as well as my mechanical bearing on top of that. And of course, we're going to need a couple of portable storage interfaces. And some barrels for the contraption itself. And then we'll use some of these oak drawers that I already have for the output. And I think I want the storage down here, so I'll place that there. And the chute on top. And we'll place the portable storage interface 1 block above that, just like that. So it will be a little bit taller than normal, but that should, in theory, be placed right there, and that should line up. And we really only need 1 barrel of storage for this. And then for decoration, I will just add some fences, not down there, but to right here, connecting all the way over to the barrel. Now I should just have to glue everything together. I rearranged the blocks here a little bit, just to make them look a little bit cleaner. And now in theory we should be able to right click that and it'll start automatically harvesting our sugarcane. Nice. And I'm just going to fill in the water with some slabs. That way it looks a little bit better and we'll be able to walk around. The only one that we're not going to be able to do that for is this one here. Because the water is flowing right underneath of it. Oh, I'm going to get stuck in this harvester. Oh, I can't move. Come on. There we go. So yeah, I'll just place one down at the bottom there. And that should waterlog it, and it shouldn't stop it. There we go, nice. Alright, and the sugarcane farm has been running for a little while now, probably about 20-30 minutes. And already we've gotten about 100 sugarcane, not too bad overall. And we should now have enough to make all of the books that we're going to need for this. Although it looks like we're still a bit short. It looks like we're only going to be able to craft 7 books right now. But I'm gonna at least place these down for now, just so that we get a little bit of a basis for our previous episode. We built the mining drill, also known as a tunnel bore, and probably some other names as well. And we used it to dig down in the deep slate levels and find a ton of diamonds. We also made an automatic sugarcane farm, and that has been running a lot in the background here. I've also gone ahead and built all of the remaining bookshelves that we need, and actually got a few things enchanted. I basically just did the first enchantments for pretty much everything. We did get Silk Touch on the diamond pickaxe, we got Sharpness 3 on the diamond sword, Unbreaking on most things except for the leggings, and mostly just whatever we could scrounge up. What I want to do today is actually get started with villagers. In this mod pack, there's an extremely easy way to actually deal with and breed villagers, so we're gonna go and kind of explore that mod, and hopefully get ourselves some decent enchantments from it, and get basically anything that we might need. I definitely want a way to trade wheat for some emeralds. And the goal is gonna be to try to basically have infinite emeralds. So if you're as excited as I am to get started with this process, why not hit the like button and subscribe? It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content so far. And if you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. And so with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and jump into the Easy Villagers mod. The Easy Villagers mod is basically as the title describes it. It makes dealing with villagers so much easier. So we can basically put villagers inside of traders that'll allow us to just interact with a block instead of having to find a villager out in the wild. We can auto trade. We have the converter, which allows us to basically get better trades from our villagers. We can even do iron farms, which is definitely something that I want to do today. And we also have incubators, which just basically allows us to grow our villagers that we get from the breeder up. Before I can actually deal with villagers, I'm going to need to actually find some. The village that we started out in, I think it was in this area right here, it was kind of small, and I don't know if there's going to be any villagers left over there. Now I do see this absolutely massive village down here to the west, so I think I'm going to head out to that direction. There's some, I think there might be a village here as well. So what I might do is head to the west inside of this spruce forest up here. If this isn't really a village, then we'll head down to the south here. I haven't spent too much time exploring this world yet. I've basically just stayed at base, so soon I do want to get some gear, and I want to get into the Ars Nouveau mod eventually as well, which will actually help us out a ton with exploration. Alright, and I've arrived at our first village here, and looking at the minimap, I do see some villagers over there, so fortunately this should be all that we need. I might explore around a little bit as well. I do see some coal ore here. That's kind of rare nowadays, so I might as well take that with me. So the way to actually get villagers in the Easy Villagers mod is pretty simple. All we need to do, I believe, is shift and right click, and just like that, we picked up a forager. So I'm probably gonna run around and just pick up everybody here. We need at least 2 in order to start our breeder, but If we can find more, that's definitely good. It'll allow us to jumpstart our villager production. By the way, if you see any of these green shirt guys, definitely don't pick them up. You can use them in the breeder. These guys are nitwits. They won't ever pick up a job. But yeah, like I said, you could use them in the breeder, but I prefer useful people. There is also still some loot here in these chests, so might as well grab and go and pick up that grindstone. And speaking of Ars Nouveau, we do have a sourceberry here. I'm actually going to grab that because these can be pretty useful pretty soon here. Like I said, I do want to get into Ars Nouveau as soon as I can. Oh, a spectral wolf just appeared. Interesting. It doesn't seem to be aggressive towards me, so that's kind of cool. I wonder if we can capture it with a bone. Unfortunately, I don't have any on me, though. But what I was going to say is I found this sort of temple here, so I might as well explore it. I'm assuming... I just heard a witch. Uh-oh, there it is. I'm assuming this is going to be very similar to the ones in the desert. Here we go. Oh, and a creeper. So yeah, we definitely want to be careful when we go down below here. I see a bunch of buttons down there. Interesting. You know what? Let's figure this out. I've actually never been inside of one of these ones. And I think I know how this trap works. So those buttons are on the underside of the glass. So if we break the glass, it's gonna fall down and hit the pressure plate. So we definitely got to be careful here. I'm probably just gonna sneak around, do the old classic sneaky here. Uh-oh. I think I activated it. Dang it. I just hit stop recording too, so I don't know. Oh man, I think it blew up all of them. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think what happened there was there was a pressure plate behind one of these, and a block actually fell down. Well, I tried to see what was here. And I found an umbrella from the artifacts mod. Let's see if I can figure out what this does. Softens the fall, providing safe landing from any height. When skillfully used, it can serve as a reliable shield. Oh, okay. Keeping enemies at bay. To use, you need to conduct the research. Now, I'm still not too sure about what I need to do for this. Okay. So I just clicked on that. There we go. Nice. Okay, when held in hand, reduces the player's vertical speed, negating fall damage. Pressing left mouse button propels the player backwards and triggers a cooldown of 1.6 seconds. The push can be used up to 3 times in succession before the player touches the ground. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, now that we have a little bit of XP, we can actually kind of figure out what some of these artifacts do. Oh, interesting. Okay, so to test this out, I'm going to jump up here. Now, if it's in my offhand, I can't do the special ability, but if it is in my main hand, I can. So if you just left click, you can actually propel yourself backwards. That's very interesting. And you can only use it 3 times before it runs out. Yeah, this is actually a pretty nice way to explore things and get around. It also said that it could be used as a shield, but I can't right-click it, so I'm assuming it just sort of acts as a passive shield. And I've just found a tower from Apotheosis, so I am gonna go ahead and climb up this. These actually contain these gems, and when we get more into the Apotheosis mod, we'll actually be using these gems a little bit more. And a lot of the times these towers are trapped, but looks like this one probably isn't. We did find another relic, though. Interesting. A simple burlap sack filled to the brim with deadly miasma. Interesting. Spore mist. Okay. When the player's health drops below 50%, releases up to 7 homing spores around them. These spores deal damage equal to 22% of the player's missing health and block healing for affected targets for 5 seconds. Okay. So I think it's similar to the Obsidian Shards ability that we already have, but I'll take that anyway. We do have a few enchanted books in here as well, and I think that's our first apotheosis weapon. I did have a gray item, I think it was a chest plate before. So this is a caustic stone sword of the Maelstrom. On hit, inflict bleeding for 5 seconds. It also has plus 1.5 luck and 20% armor shred. Not too bad. Probably our diamond sword is still better than that, but it's definitely nice to get different weapons and stuff from Apotheosis, as they can actually be broken down and used to create or enhance other Apotheosis items. And here we are at the other village now. I believe that this is actually a mine colonies village. It looks like one anyway. So yeah, I'm just gonna go through and loot. I don't know if there's gonna be anything too interesting here. Just standard village loot. But this villager hat that I just found is actually going to be very useful while we're doing villager stuff. Reduces trading prices with villagers, making deals more profitable. Nice. And it does have 2 abilities that we can unlock here. I'm not too sure what they're going to be, but I'm going to go ahead and just get started on it. Innocent appearance prevents iron golems from attacking the player. That's actually very useful, especially if you're in hardcore, as iron golems can be pretty challenging to deal with. So let's check out this other ability as well. Let's see. Oh, I might not be... Yeah, unfortunately, we only have 47 experience points, and we need 50 to unlock even a single hint. So we won't be able to do this one quite yet, but it's definitely nice to have this villager hat. And I've also found a power glove. Okay. Let's go ahead and research that. Allows the relic bearer to perform empowered attacks. Ooh, okay. Again, we're not going to be able to... Why did you just sound like a spider? Oh, because there's one outside. I think that just basically gives us better melee attacks. By the way, most of these can be actually equipped here. Now, I don't know if the umbrella can be equipped anywhere. Should be able to equip that in the... Oh, I guess we could put it pretty much anywhere, actually. And with this Spore Blossom, we could put it... I think it said the charm slot. I'm not sure which one that is. I think it's that one. Oh, and it looks like we do have to be specific with the villager trading hat. That's a little bit unfortunate, but also kind of understandable. We do have our engineer's goggles equipped already. But when we're doing villager trading, we can swap them out. And there we go. I finally found one. A Waystone. Waystones are incredibly powerful, as they allow you to basically teleport across the entire map. Now, this is my first one, so we're not going to be able to travel anywhere else right now, but it's definitely nice to have that actually discovered. And it looks like it'll actually appear on the map as well. Oh, and there is actually another Waystone in this village, which means that we can actually pick it up and take it with us. So whenever we head back home, we can actually... Is that a bumblebee? Cute. We can take this Waystone home and actually use it to transport back here to, I think this village is called Quarked. Interesting name. But I think I've pretty much explored as much as I can here. Obviously, there's still a few chests here and there that are unopened, and that's mostly because I'm just completely out of storage space. So I might head back home and, yeah, actually get started with our Easy Villagers mod. And this is completely random. There was just a stack of blackstone here with some gilded stone as well, but inside of it there was an ancient debris. That's kind of cool. I'll probably not remember that this is here, so I'll just take it with me. So the first thing from the Easy Villagers mod that I actually want to craft is the iron farm. A lot of the recipes in Easy Villagers do require iron, so I might as well get started with that as soon as possible. And surprisingly, I actually had everything that I needed on in my inventory, so yeah, we can now place the iron farm down. And you'll notice that there is a zombie already inside of it, so there's no need to actually go and try to find a zombie. So all we should need to do now is put, I think it's just going to be one, yeah, just one villager inside. And over time, this is going to just start generating iron. If you right click it, you will see that this is the output. So what you can do is place a hopper, for example, beneath it and actually pull some items out. So I've let the iron farm run for just a little while working on some other stuff. And you'll see that we've already got a stack and a half of iron ingots. It's important to note that this also does produce poppies. So what I want to do now is actually get a system set up where we're basically automatically producing iron with these iron farms. I'll probably set up maybe 4 or 5, maybe a little bit more than that, we'll see. But I want to build a new building for this so that it's not just in my workshop here. So I'm going to find a place nearby that's appropriate for this kind of build. And I think I'm going to use tuff for this build. So I think I'm going to go with these rounded tuff bricks, sanded tuff, eroded tuff, which kind of looks like stone. And then we'll just use good old-fashioned Minecraft tuff for the last block, I think. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with that. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys after I've built it. Alright, and here is the build pretty much completed now. Since my previous recordings, I have gone through and sort of added some more detail. You'll see that I've added these oak trapdoors all over the place. These are supposed to be sort of windows that have overgrown with some leaves and stuff. I kind of really like the addition of detail that it added. Kind of did the same with the oak door, though. This is more vine-y rather than leaves, but I think it gets the point across. So yeah, this is where I want to build my iron farm, and I think this is also just going to be where I have all of my villager trades as well. So this will be the trade house slash iron farm. And while building that, we have gotten about a stack more of iron, which is really not too bad. And I'm just going to take this over to the new area. But first, I do actually want to craft a few more of them. We are going to need a little bit more lava, though, so I'm going to craft a few more buckets here. And then I'll probably go to the Nether. And I think if we do 9 more, that'll put us at 10. And that should be more than enough iron. So there we go. There's 9 more buckets of lava. And now we can craft the remaining iron farms. The one bad part about this, though, is that It's going to take a little bit of time to craft all of these. And I think I'm actually going to make this iron farm in the attic. So I've just built a few ladders here in the sort of first pillar. So we have pretty easy access to it. I will have to go through and finish the walls, I guess, in here. And I think something like this will work out, where we have enough room to still walk through, but these should be now very easily accessible. So what I'm going to do is actually use a mod that we have not touched so far, and that is the pipes mod. And it'll actually allow you to move around items, fluids, energy, to and from any sort of block that might deal with any of these types of things that can be moved around. And we can craft the item pipes fairly easily with just a couple of droppers, some iron, and redstone. And I want the items to be fairly easily accessible, so we'll put those right there. Now, we get both poppies and iron from this, so we do need 2 storage drawers. But now we can go ahead and actually connect those with item pipes. I'm just going to run these all the way up to the ceiling, I think. Something like that. I am regretting a little bit building this building at an angle, but yeah, I think that's everything all connected now. And we will also need the pipe wrench from this mod as well, which is just crafted with 2 flint and 2 sticks, not too bad of a recipe. And now next to each of the iron farms, we just want to, I think it's shift right click, yep, each of these, and that'll sort of bump that end out, and that'll mean that it's actually pulling from that inventory. So let's get these all pulling out. And you can see already that we are getting iron and poppies inside of this container. Now, right now, we only have one of these working. We only have 1 villager inside of these, so it's not going to be producing much. So I'm going to go ahead and find various villagers from around and get these bad boys inside of here and get our iron farm producing. Now, in order to actually fill out our iron farms, we are going to need to make a few more villagers, so I'm just quickly crafting the breeder. And we're also going to need the incubator, which is just glass, wool, and iron. And the way that we're going to set this up is going to be fairly simple. It's going to be a little bit complicated. I think I want it over here, though. So I'll set the breeder up right there. And I'm just going to place 2 villagers inside. And I'm going to quickly craft an oak drawer. And I want the drawer to be, I think, up above it. Now, unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to move that. And then what I want to do is place some pipes here. Oops, don't open that. And let's see if we can get it there. Here we go. And I'm actually going to have the pipe coming out of the drawer, and that's because this drawer is going to be filled with food. Now, I don't remember exactly if raw wheat will work for this or not. Unfortunately, it looks like it won't. Let's see if some steak will go in there. Yeah, that won't work either. But I do think carrots will work. Carrots work, potatoes work, and then I've crafted bread as well. That will also work. Okay, good to know. So for now, I'm just going to fill that with potatoes, and that'll start automatically filling the breeder with potatoes. Next up, I'm going to place another item pipe down here, and I'm going to grab our incubator, and I think I just want this to go... Let's put it there, and then we'll place the incubator there. That way it's kind of symmetrical. And what this pipe will do is actually pull the babies out of the breeder. As you can see, there is already a baby villager in here. Now, I'm hoping that the item pipe will only pull out the babies from there. It looks like it is. And yeah, it's not even touching the potatoes there, so we won't actually have to filter the item pipes. So once the baby villagers are done growing, which is what the incubator does, it allows baby villagers to grow, we just want to pull them out from there and place them inside of a chest, probably. I don't think that they'll stack inside of a drawer. And this one's actually going to have to be a barrel just because there's a block above it. So that chest wouldn't actually open up. But yeah, we can upgrade this and increase our capacity eventually. By the way, these iron farms can get a little bit noisy. So if you want to actually turn down the sounds without actually modifying it through the menu, what we can actually do is hit E and click this sort of mute button here. And this will actually show you a list of basically every single sound in the game. If we search for Iron Golem, for example, we can actually see that there's a list of Iron Golem death sounds and hurt sounds. And if we just hover over the speaker on the right there, we can see that we can actually completely disable those sounds. So now I can actually hear myself think. And after a few minutes, we finally have our first villager. Next up, I want to talk about the trader. For the trader, you will need both a villager as well as a villager workstation. So for this, I'm going to use the lectern, and that will actually convert the villager inside into a librarian. Now, if we just right-click it, you'll see that we can now trade with them in a similar way that you can trade with just a regular villager that's out in the overworld. We also have the cycle trades mod in this as well, which I believe is, assigned to C by default. So we can very easily go through and find any of the trades that we might need. There is also the auto trader, which allows you to basically do the same, just automatically, basically by using either pipes that we've used before, or hoppers or anything similar. You can basically automatically put items into it and it will automatically complete the trade. It's very handy, but you will need a netherite ingot for each of those, so it can get kind of pricey. Alright, and a quick update, I have found the mending enchantment, which is not too bad. I only had to cycle for probably about 10 minutes before I found it. Alright, and it has been a little while, and I have been just continuing on working on the iron farm and getting villagers inside of here. As you can see, we have 1,000 iron now, and I've actually added a few upgrades in here. Just 2 copper upgrades, which will allow us to store 131,000 iron. And I've just gone ahead and added a void upgrade to the poppies. We don't need 2,000, let alone 300. So after it hits 2,000, those items will start to get voided. Now, I'm not too sure where the progress was at before, but I have gone ahead and added just a few farmers over here on this side. These guys are all going to be set up with probably wheat trades, probably potatoes and carrots as well. I still need to make farms for those though, so I'll probably be doing that in between episodes. But yeah, it's been producing quite a few villagers. And in order to get all of those villagers, we needed a ton of bread. So what I did was I crafted some fluid pipes and a sink. Now the sink is pretty easy. It's just made with terracotta, water bucket, and iron. And this acts basically the same as an infinite water source. So we can just pull water directly out of that and into the basin for create. And we can convert our wheat flour into dough. As you can see, that is full now, and I've just been manually placing it in here and pulling it out whenever I get extra. And while I was waiting for villagers to breed up, I did actually overhaul the looks of the tunnel bore. So I converted all of the wood into copper, so it looks a little bit nicer now. And I made this part as well. This is just a furnace and a curly deep slate pillar. It kind of looks like an engine a little bit. Kind of, if you use your imagination for this. Then there's just a couple of ornate glowstone lanterns on the side. And then I also went ahead and expanded the number of drills. Previously we only had these 9 in the center. So I added 4... about 11 more drills on there. And I also found out that you can actually use the barrels from sophisticated storage. I tried this out in a different mod pack and it just didn't work too well. It kept deleting items and the contraption wouldn't actually register that we had additional slots in the barrel. It just counted as a regular old barrel. Fortunately though, in this mod pack it does work, and even the stack upgrades work. I went through and was mining down in the deep slate levels and I got a ton of deep slate. And of course I also went through and upgraded my backpack to a diamond backpack, so we have just a few more slots here. And I also found a few relics while I was exploring in the Nether. I found these vampiric gloves and the magma walkers. I don't think I had anything else, although I thought I had something here in this curio slot. Oh, it looks like it actually moved over to the charm slot somehow. I'm not too sure how that actually happened. Yeah, that was our spore sack. I think I already had that. I also found a space dissector, and I think it said right click with it, I believe. It might have to be in your actual hand though. Yeah, there we go. So we can hit right click with that. I think that created 2 portals. So there's one there. And then we can create another one there. I'm not too sure how this thing works, actually. It's supposed to create a portal that links up to another portal and stays open for like 9 seconds or something like that. So the idea is you're able to go through it and it links up to a different area. I don't quite know how it's supposed to work. It doesn't seem to be working too well right now. Let's see if I can research it. Okay, let's try this. I think you just hold down right click and then aha. Then release over there, and that actually links the 2 together. There we go. That's pretty cool. I don't know how useful this is going to be, but I might just keep it in my backpack for now, and if the time comes to use it, then I'll be sure to use it. In the previous episode, we got started with the Easy Villagers mod, and now we have an array of villagers at our disposal. The most important of which now has the Mending enchantment, and in between episodes I did actually manage to get a Fortune 1 book on one of these librarians. And so now I do have a Fortune 3 Unbreaking 3 Mending Diamond Pickaxe, which is definitely going to be very useful. The iron farm has also been running in the background, and we already have 3,000 iron. Not too bad. In between episodes, I did also take the tunnel bore for a little bit of a spin underground, and now we are completely chock full of resources. So we have 217 diamonds, we have plenty of gold, which I still need to go through and smelt most of it. And of course I didn't get too much iron, but again, we have an iron farm now. We don't really need too much iron. And we do have some extra resources here that are still being smelted down. So what I want to do in today's episode is actually get started with our first magic mod. And that mod is gonna be Iron Spells. This is a mod that I've actually never touched before, so this is definitely gonna be a new experience for me. But if you're as excited as I am to get started on a new mod, why not hit the like button and subscribe? It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are interested in the content as well. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. With all that out of the way, let's get started on Iron's spells. Fortunately for us, All the Mods 10 does have a mod page, or a quest book I should say, for Iron spells, so we can go ahead and sort of look through what we need to actually find here. Now I believe to start off we are going to need the inscription table as well as the scroll forge. And we might as well get the Alchemist Cauldron as well. But I think before we actually get into the mod and building all of the items that we're going to need for it, I think we need a new place to actually work on spells. So I'm thinking that I actually want to build some sort of wizard's tower out in this sort of magic I guess, forest that we have here. The enchanted tangle, according to the biome. So yeah, I think I'm going to look around a little bit. I do want to keep it close to the rest of my builds, but I also kind of want it a little bit isolated away from everything else. And I honestly, I might do it right here on the edge of the water. Alright, and after a few hours of grinding, I would say the Wizard's Tower is done. Admittedly, I did go a little bit hard on the design here. I think I spent a little bit too much time actually designing it. I used tuff for the majority of the more stony bits, and then I used ironwood for this sort of section here, as well as the floors that are inside. And then I just used the local, I think they're called blue enchanted logs and planks for the roof parts. There are two different sort of roof sections on this build. I was originally just going to build it at about that height, and then just do one single roof, but it felt a little bit short. You could barely see it over the trees, so I added a section on top and then just expanded the roof from there. And I think it turned out really good. From the inside of the build, it does look a little bit smaller. This sort of basic interior section still needs some work as well. But as we go on, we'll keep on decorating and expanding it. I want to add a railing here. And I also want to use the elevator block from the elevator mod in order to actually get to each of the different levels. But we are going to need ender pearls for that. And I haven't actually even fought an enderman, let alone got an ender pearl. So it might be a while before we get to that. And a creeper blew up here and I ran out of ironwood. So these parts are going to be see-through for just a little while I go and find some more ironwood trees. But yeah, if I look up into the roof, you can tell that this area is definitely the vast majority of the build. So my sort of design and inspiration for this build is that it's an ancient wizard's tower that I just so happened to come across, and I've just been sort of restoring it and digging into and researching all of the different spell tomes and spell books that have been sort of left behind. But I do think that I'm finally ready to get started with Iron Spells mod. So to get started, we are going to need to craft the inscription table. We'll just need a few plank slabs, some fences, and a book. And I think I've gathered everything for the inscription table. And because I haven't actually used this mod before, I'm going to be going through the quest. So the inscription table is used for adding spells to a spellbook. In the world, you'll find different sort of spell scrolls, and these can be added into a spellbook. And I'm just going to place this inscription table somewhere inside of my wizard's tower. Later on, I will decorate this area and make it a little bit more immersive, but for now, we're just at a table reading some books. So if we go ahead and right click that, you'll see that it has its own interface. Now, in order to actually add spells to a spellbook, we are going to need to craft a spellbook. We can go for the Ironbound Tome or the Flimsy Journal for now. So I think I'm going to be starting out with the Ironbound Tome, which can just be crafted with 3 chains, 4 leather, and 2 pieces of paper. Now you can go ahead and equip your spellbook, and I'm just going to go ahead and collect some rewards from this. The problem is we just have not added any spells to our book yet. So we can go ahead and interact with the inscription table and place our book inside of there. I've found a few spell scrolls across my adventures. We have the Firefly Swarm Scroll, which is a level 6 rare spell. And then we also have the Oak Skin Scroll, which is a level 2 common spell. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can add the Oak Skin Scroll. So in order to do that, we do need to just click this little inscription button here. The spell has been added to our spellbook, so we can just go ahead and pull that back out and right click again to equip it. Now whenever we press V, I believe it is, spell's still on cooldown because I just accidentally used it. Sorry about that. But because I did use it, we did have a little debuff there. Let me try to press V again. It's still on cooldown. So when we actually read the description for the spell, you'll notice that it does have a 1.5 minute cooldown for this spell. It does give us plus 20% damage reduction, but it does decrease our speed. And the spell will last for 23 seconds. So I've gone ahead and added the Firefly Swarm spell to our spellbook. So if we now hold down R, as long as you have the shaders reload hotkey unbound, you actually get this sort of spell wheel. This will allow you to select your different spells. So now I can go ahead and select the Firefly Swarm, and you do that just by holding left click while hovering over it. And now if we press V, the spell does require a target. Let me go find something. I think I saw a skeleton out in this direction. I'm not seeing quite where it is. Alright, I found a skeleton here. So now if I press V, you'll notice that it has been targeted with Firefly Swarm. So what the Firefly Swarm spell does is emanates a swarm of violent fireflies following a targeted creature and dealing AoE damage. That's area of effect for those that don't know. If the initial target dies, the last harmed creature will be targeted. So basically this spell is going to be more useful when you're fighting multiple enemies at a time. So now that I have the inscription table, what I want to do is actually go out and explore some more. I want to try to find a lot more spells and fill out as many spellbooks as I can and just sort of get a general grasp of the different spells in this mod. So I haven't explored too much to the east. Right here is where we sort of spawn from in this little village up here. I'll probably go and double check some of these chests for anything that I might have missed there. And I might also run back to Corked, I think that's the name of this village here, and just double check the chests over here as well. I didn't have much inventory last time I came through here, so yeah, I think I'll go and do that. Alright, and after exploring for quite a while, my inventory is absolutely chock full of mostly random items. We got a ton of artifacts, some new spells, and one of the villages that I actually visited had a ton of cookies in it, so I think we're set on cookies for quite a while. So I'm gonna spend a little bit of time actually cleaning up my inventory here, and yeah, then we'll come back and get started with adding some more spells to our spellbook. So, from my little adventure, this is all of the items that we found that are related to iron spells. And we have found a good amount of ink, which will actually allow us to craft new spells. By the way, we did also find the Poison Arrow Scroll, which is a level 1 common spell, as well as Poison Spray, which is also a level 1 spell, and then we also found the Guiding Bolt Scroll, which is a level 2 spell. So we can go ahead and put our spell tome back in the inscription table, and I'm gonna add the Poison Arrow spell first here. So the description of Poison Arrow says, charge a powerful arrow imbued with poison magic that will release a poisonous cloud upon impact. It costs 40 mana, has a 1-second cast time, a 15-second cooldown, and it deals 5 damage and 0.9 AoE damage. Next up, I'll add the Poison Spray spell. Here we go. Poison spray, spew forth a cone of poison, damaging and poisoning creatures in its reach. And it costs 5 mana, has a 5-second cast, that's pretty long. Duration is 12 seconds. Oh, sorry, it has no duration, but it has a 12-second cooldown and deals something 0.5 damage, 0.75 damage. I kind of wish this little AZ tab thing here wasn't there. Next up, I'll add the Guiding Bolt spell to our book. Guiding Bolt fires a slow bolt of holy energy. Creatures hit will gain the guided effect, homing nearby projectiles in towards them. It costs 25 mana. It has an instant cast, but an 8-second cooldown. Deals 3.5 damage, something 5-second effect, and length. I don't know what length is. Effect length maybe is what that means. Now I am curious to see if we can actually add multiple of the same spell to a book. It looks like we can't. Okay, that's good to know. So now I'm gonna equip my tome once again and hold down R. And you'll notice that the spell wheel here has increased with the number of spells that we have. And it is getting close to dark, I think. It is definitely raining. So I'm gonna go and find some monsters to hopefully test these out on. I think I hear a spider nearby. Let's see if I can find him. Might be... oh, there it is. Not the best place to test this out. Let's get out into the light back here. Alright, so I'm gonna press V. And, okay, I did miss. But it created this sort of cloud, which, if that spider actually crawls through it, it does take additional damage. It's good to know. Alright, I'm going to swap to Poison Spray now, and press V once again. And this is a long cast time. Nice. Alright, so that one is a continuous cast. Alright, and last up is the Guiding Bolt spell. So if I just press V, you'll notice that it has a outline around it now. I should probably eat. So any sort of projectile that I send towards it should now, in theory, sort of be guided towards it. Now that didn't... I don't think it went quite straight towards it. But that poison cloud did deal enough damage to kill that zombie. Nice. Alright, I'm gonna keep fighting off some of these guys. Oh, I'm sorry, dog. Oh. Alright, I had a little bit of a crash, and I think I'm at the spawn now, unfortunately. I'm not sure exactly what caused the crash. I'm assuming something to do with the creeper. I was looking at the crash log, and I think the target creeper was doing something weird, I don't know. And then when I logged back in, I was dead, so yeah, that's fun. Hopefully it didn't blow up my base. Well, the wizard's tower seems fine, so yeah, I'm assuming it was just the zombie that killed me, not the creeper. So what I want to do now is craft the Scroll Forge. The Scroll Forge will allow us to actually create spells rather than having to rely on finding them in the world. Unfortunately, it requires crying obsidian, and I have not found any yet. So I'll probably have to go on another adventure and try to find a ruined portal. If I can't do that, I might have better luck in the Nether. I was kind of hoping that this respawn anchor building thing here would actually have some crying obsidian. Unfortunately, it looks like it doesn't, though. Yeah, here we go. Right, basically at the beginning where my portal is, there's a little bit of crying obsidian in this. I guess these are supposed to be ruined portals as well. Alright, and that is everything that we need for the Scroll Forge. Again, I'm just going to place this temporarily down in the Wizard's Tower here. And now we can go ahead and right click it. So if we go ahead and take a look at the Iron Spells and Spellbooks wiki, you can see that there are 9 schools of magic. We have Fire, which requires Blaze Rods, Ice, which require Frozen Bones, Lightning, which require Bottles of Lightning, Holy, which require Divine Pearls, Blood, which require Blood Vials, Ender, which requires Ender Pearls, Evocation, which requires Emeralds, Void, which requires Echo Shards, and Poison, which requires Poisonous Potatoes. So I've just gathered up our ink, some paper, as well as crafted some Divine Pearls. The Divine Pearls are just crafted with gold and amethyst, not too bad. So I'm going to go ahead and place our common ink in here. We'll also put our paper and a Divine Pearl. When all of our ingredients are inside of the Scroll Forge, we can actually select a variety of different spells. And we can see the description of each of the different spells. That way we know sort of what each spell is. Now, if you want to unlock the lower tier spells, or the higher tiers, I should say, we just use our different kinds of ink. So you'll see that we have the exact same spells, but we also have the addition of Heal and Sunbeam for uncommon, Greater Heal for rare, and Epic will unlock Angel Wings, Haste, and Cleanse. I think the first spell that I actually want to get is the Angel Wings spell. When we cast this spell, we gain wings made of holy energy, acting as an elytra for a brief period of time. So basically we get temporary flight for this. So I'll go ahead and grab the Angel Wings scroll out of the Scroll Forge, and I can add it in our inscription table. Nice. And just so that I'm making sure that everything is correct here, it will last for 30 seconds, and it has a 2-minute cooldown. And I'm at the top of the tower now, and I'm going to go ahead and craft the spell. And you'll see in the top right corner we have an effect. Now if I just go out, you can see we have a pair of Divine Elytra selected, or equipped. So now we can basically fly wherever we need to. Obviously though, it's only going to last for 30 seconds and has a 2-minute cooldown, so we just need to be aware of if it's going to run out or not. By the way, there is actually a way to upgrade our spells. If we use the Arcane Anvil, we can actually combine a scroll with some more ink, and that will actually upgrade it to the next level. Upgrading it will usually increase the effect length and reduce the cooldown, at the cost of ink, obviously, as well as more mana. By the way, I haven't really spoken about mana too much. As you can see above the hunger bar on the right, as we use a spell, we consume mana. So we are sort of limited on how much mana we're using, but honestly, so far I haven't run into any issues with it, though I'm sure as we continue our spells and making better spells, we are going to run into mana issues. All right, and as a quick little update here, I have been working on the library inside of the Wizard's Tower. This is the second floor of the building and is going to be primarily used for our inscription tables. Now, I did actually find an extra one while I was out exploring, so I just placed it in here as well. So we've got a few spots here where we can actually add spells to our spell book. So yeah, basically I've just filled this area with random bookshelves from the chipped mod. And then scattered throughout as well, we have these oak drawers for our ink. So we have our normal ink there. Let's see, I might have buried it. This one is the rare ink. This one is uncommon. And then we have epic over here. And then I think I'm just going to do the legendary one over on this side. By the way, these book stacks are also from the Iron Spells mod. They're just decorative though, but yeah, I think they look really nice and really add a nice atmosphere here. Very, very much lived in, as though some of the books have been pulled off of the shelf. And then I'm just using these paper lanterns from the chipped mod as well as our lighting in here. I'm not 100% sold on them. I was using these warped torches from chipped. I didn't really like those either, but yeah, maybe one of these times I'll figure out a nice lighting situation for this, but these ones look pretty good for now, especially here in the middle. Basically, I'm using them as sort of these hanging lights. And the sort of lore here is that you can actually like pull them off of the wall and take them around, take them to a desk if you need to, just for additional light while you're reading and putting spells in your books. On the first floor, I'm still working on this, but yeah, I've moved my enchanting table over here, and I just have a bunch of bookshelves surrounding it as well. But trading with the villagers is taking quite a while for actually getting books, so this might be a few episode long project. So the area where I'm gonna place my scroll forge as well as my arcane anvil is up here in this level. Now, eventually I do want to put a roof on here, but for now I'm going to build sort of a stage looking area. This will be above the actual floor itself. Something like that, maybe. All right, and this is sort of how it turned out. I used polished deep slate as a sort of border here just because the scroll forge is also kind of made with it, so I thought it matched pretty good. We do have a respawn anchor here. By the way, if you do click this in the overworld, if you right click it, it will explode, so just be careful of that. So yeah, I have more of these blue enchanted fences as sort of a decoration in the back. Same with the paper lanterns. And I went through and finished the ceiling and patched the hole in the side there. I'm not too sure what else I want in this room. I'm actually thinking of doing a different section, a different stage almost for the arcane anvil, but I'll probably make it with amethyst and maybe diamond and polished deep slate as well. And then just have it probably opposite there, and then I don't know what else I'm gonna put here on this level. Probably some more bookshelves. And then I think I want this area to be where we do our other magic mods as well. We are going to have a few more magic mods. I definitely want to do Ars Nouveau, so we'll probably put that in this section episode here. We got started with Iron Spells and Spell Tomes mod, and built this absolutely massive Wizard's Tower. In between episodes, I've just been working on sort of getting everything decorated in here, and actually finished the first floor here. I added the same sort of details with the blue enchanted fences and planks down here on the first floor, added some carpets here, and you'll notice that I've also got some elevators now. I went into the Nether and killed a few of the warped Endermen. You can see on the wall here I do have a statue from killing some of them, and managed to get at least a few Ender Pearls. So we now have elevators that can bring us up to the different floors of the Wizard's Tower. I've also continued working on getting bookshelves in here as well. It is still a bit of a slow process. I don't know if I want to fully complete this side, but I definitely want to get some more bookshelves in here as well. And the floor above that is pretty much completely empty. I don't know what I really want to do in this space yet, but I have gone through and added the fences and the paper lanterns. If we go up one floor further, I did the same here on this level, and this is where we have our scroll forge. By the way, I did add clear glass here as well on some of these floors. And that's just to sort of make it look like this area is in the air, but still walkable, like we're walking on air to get into the center. If we go one floor higher, you'll notice that I have actually started working on getting the floor in this area as well, sort of figured out. Again, I still don't know what I'm going to do with all of these spaces, and I'm also pretty low on ironwood. But my storage situation has been really bad recently. I've tried to keep everything sort of sorted out, but yeah, there's so many items in this mod pack that it's kind of hard to keep everything in sort of a few chests. So what I want to do today is actually get started on a new inventory system. And to do that, we're going to get into the Applied Energistics mod. But before we do that, hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are interested in the videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all the videos in this series early. Without any further ado, let's get started with Applied Energistics. Now, there are a few storage mods in this mod pack, namely Applied Energistics 2, as well as Refined Storage. Of the two, I do really like Refined Storage. It's a little bit simpler, and you don't have to deal with the channels, which we'll get to later with Applied Energistics. But I feel like the auto crafting is just not nearly as comprehensive or as useful. And I think overall Applied Energistics 2 is way more customizable. And personally, I think it's actually a little bit easier to deal with in the end game. And Refined Storage, of course, is a little bit simpler for the early game, but I don't really want to transfer storage systems halfway through this series. I just want to stick with Applied Energistics for now. So the first thing that we're going to need for Applied Energistics is a charger as well as an inscriber. The charger will turn Certus quartz crystals into charged Certus crystals, which are useful for pretty much every single block in this mod. The inscriber can be used to turn quartz crystals into dust, but it's also used to turn different sort of ingots and silicon into printed circuits and processors. So the charger and the inscriber both have pretty simple crafting recipes. So here's our charger and the inscriber. So we can go ahead and claim our quest rewards from that. Next up, we're gonna need to find some meteorite. They contain skystone as well as the different inscriber patterns that we're gonna need for the inscriber. So in order to actually track down some meteorites, we're gonna need to place down our charger and place a compass inside. Now the charger is going to need power, which we'll talk about later in this episode. For now, we can use a wooden crank from the Applied Energistics mod as well, and just shift right click that on and hold down right click, and that will begin charging the charger. And eventually that'll turn into the meteorite compass. So the meteorite compass will actually point towards the nearest meteorite. Now I do already know where one is. It's just over here to the west. Directly west of our base. And because I want to get over there quickly, I'm going to use our Angel Wing spell, as well as some firework rockets to get over there as fast as we can. So I'll just hold the meteorite compass in my offhand. And so now we've actually found the meteorite. And you'll know it's one from Applied Energistics when it's surrounded by skystone. So I'll just go ahead and break all the skystone here. And we see a mysterious cube in the middle here. We can just go ahead and break that. And that'll drop all of the different inscriber presses that we need. Now we're also going to need some Certus quartz. Fortunately, these meteorites do have a little bit of Certus quartz inside of them. So you can just go ahead and break these buds. If you break the budding Certus quartz blocks that are here right now, these will just break, and I can demonstrate that. Oh, it looks like they actually stay now, but they do downgrade to a worse version of itself. I think you used to need Silk Touch to grab those, but we might as well grab them all now. These ones will only grow a little bit, and then they'll basically never grow any more crystals again. But we can put these closer to our base, and that way we just have them handy and growing some quartz for us. So this meteorite actually has a few flawless budding Certus quartz blocks in it. I think there's 2 or 3. These ones will never break. So there's an experiment that I kind of want to try. I don't know if this will work, but it's worth a shot. Basically, I just want to pick these up as a contraption and bring them home to my base. So I'll go ahead and place down a rail, cart assembler, get some more skystone there just for a building block, and we'll just go ahead and try to get these all together. We can even try to take these budding quartz blocks there. And now I'll get a minecart down there and a redstone torch. That does lift it up, nice, and then we can just go ahead and pick it up just like that, nice. So yeah, that completely worked. And I am gonna build a new storage room facility over here. I'm thinking it's gonna be designed sort of as a warehouse. But anyway, so I'm just gonna place my cart assembler down here again. And nice, now these are gonna be inside of loaded chunks at all times. And they'll be close to me. I don't know if they actually do need to be close or not. But if they're close, we can harvest them a little bit quicker. So I think what I want to do, I'll probably honestly just get rid of any of the less than flawless ones here. And maybe separate them out and make sure they're kind of nice looking and each side is exposed. So I've now got an array of these Certus quartz budding and producing more crystals. They're not all flawless. I think only these bottom 5 here are flawless. The rest are various states. Those ones will eventually just turn into the blocks. But they can be at least growing us some crystals while we wait for them to deteriorate. And they can be growing crystals while we work on our new build that I'm going to be placing in the background there. So let's get started on building the warehouse. And this is sort of what I came up with for the warehouse. I went pretty basic with the design, just using some bricks of various different types. The main sort of storage part of the warehouse is made out of oak. And then these parts on the side, these gray bits here, sort of are supposed to look like a garage door. These are just using framed panels, so they're only half of a block vertically. And the roof is just made out of deep slate. I did actually go for more of a randomized texture for this, as opposed to the other building over there, which I just used the cobbled deep slate for. So here's what it looks like from the inside. This part is still pretty bland here. This is supposed to be sort of more of the office side of the building. This is where I'm actually going to have my terminal for the storage system. And over here in the warehouse is where I'll have all of the storage. We've got plenty of room for as many storage containers as we can possibly get. And to actually store all of our items, we're going to be using item vaults from the Create mod. But before we can even get started on our applied energistic system, we gotta talk about our power situation. In this mod pack, there are a ton of different ways to actually generate power. We could use generators from the Generator Galore mod. We could dive into Mechanism and get into that sort of branch of technology where we could do solar panels and turbine. And we could even get even more complicated by using actual like biogenerators or even gas burning generators. Even the RF Tools mod has power generator. However, for this, I'm thinking we should just stick with what we already have. We're already generating power with our water wheel. This water wheel is already powering this side of the base, so why not just make it power the storage system as well? Now, the Create mod by default does not have any way of actually generating power for different systems because it only generates rotational energy, which is basically only used by the Create mod. Pretty much every other mod that requires power in this mod pack is going to require FE, which I believe stands for flux energy, but I'm not 100% certain. Fortunately for us though, we do have a add-on in this mod pack called the Create Crafts and Additions mod, and this adds a ton of different sort of blocks that we can actually use to convert power into rotational energy and vice versa, using the electric motors and alternators. So the materials for the alternator is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to need a ton of iron plates, some copper spools, capacitors, and iron rods. Copper spools are just made with 4 copper wires and an empty spool, and you can get copper wires from a variety of different methods. This one, for example, turns copper plates into copper wire using the rolling machine. But we could also just use the engineer's wire cutters, which is probably a lot more simple than building the rolling machine. One problem we are going to face as well is that we actually need a mechanical crafter. Mechanical crafters are a multi-block that allow you to basically make larger recipes than the default 3x3 crafting grid. So as you can see with this one, we have the 3x3 plus 1, 2, 3 on the side. So I'm going to get started crafting our mechanical crafters. For these, we're going to need electron tubes, brass casings, and crafting tables. Overall, really not too bad of a recipe, but we are going to need to make, I think, 4 of these crafts. So because this is a Create machine, I am going to put it inside of the Create workshop here. So I'll just fill out the 3x3 grid first. Then we needed 1 on the side there, 1 on top, and 1 to the left. There are other configurations for the mechanical crafter as well. I believe most recipes can get up to a 5x5 of this. So eventually we will probably completely fill this out, but this is all we need for now. So now we just need to hook up some power to this. So I'm just going to place a couple of cogs below. It does need a cog connection at any part basically of the mechanical crafter. So we can now pull the power from this cog wheel and pull it back this way, and it'll connect up to our power that already exists over here. And hopefully this won't actually stop our system. It probably will though. Yep, just as I expected. So we've got a few options here. We could slow down the entire system, and let's see how slow we would actually need to go. 32 works, 64 works, okay. 86, 96, okay. 112 breaks, 108. 108 is broken. 102 works, 106, okay. So it looks like 102 is the fastest we can go. I think I'm okay with that speed for now. What I was gonna do, and probably will still have to do, is just re-add these large water wheels. These would be purely for performance, and yeah, I really wouldn't use them as decoration for this, so we'd probably just put them in here somewhere. Probably before the rotation speed controller. Maybe in here. This could be a good place for it. But we don't really need to worry about that right now. What we do need to worry about is getting all of the mechanical crafters facing in the same direction. So the way these work is if you place an item in here and it starts to craft, the item will follow these sort of belts that are in between each of the mechanical crafters. So we just need to make sure that they all eventually end up in the same location. Something like that. So here, those will go there. So if we put these, yep, in the middle there, I think that's all lined up now. So for the alternator, we are going to need some iron plates. First though, I want to craft the iron rod, which is pretty simple. It's just going to be 2 iron ingots. Here we go. And we do get 4 out of that. So now to make the capacitor, we're going to need a zinc plate, a copper plate, and a redstone torch. Just like that, and I believe that's everything that we need for the alternator. Alright, so we can place the zinc at the top, the iron plates all around the sides, copper spools in an upside down V, I believe the iron rod in the middle, and the capacitor at the bottom. So that'll start crafting up. I did mess that up a little bit. Let's see. If it goes down like that, there we go. Sweet, we have our alternator now. So to power our various machines, we are going to need a connector. This will allow us to basically add a wire between our power source and the machines on the other end. So we can craft that with just an andesite alloy, copper rod, and any sort of slime. So we can go ahead and test this out, and I'm just going to temporarily add it to my system, and it immediately overstressed. So for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to disconnect the entire system, place our alternator down, which is overstressing it still, which is kind of interesting. Let's see how slow it has to go. Let's try 32. 32 is about half, so probably 64 is the max that an alternator can do. So you'll see on the Wayla at the top, it is full of power. So we can use the connector and just place that down there. And I just have the charger from AE here, so I'll place that down as well. Place this connector on this side, and then with a copper spool, we'll connect it to there. So the charger has immediately started storing power, and we don't need to manually charge it anymore. Alright, so I've spent a little bit of time rearranging things down here in our power generation room. I've added a ton of water wheels. I hate this solution, but for now that's what we're gonna have to go with. I created another rotation speed controller, and that's just spinning at 64 RPM, going directly into the alternator. So to get power over to our storage room, I'm gonna just be using energy pipes from the pipes mod. So I'm gonna have to run these all the way over to where our storage room is. So I think I'll eventually have some sort of maintenance room here inside of the storage house, where we can sort of keep track of our power and everything in the storage. For now though, I'm just going to bring the power all the way up to here. Now there is already a little bit of an area down below here. So I've just dug this path all the way from our workshop, and now it's time to get the pipe all the way over here. And I think that's a pretty good position for where we can actually start building our applied energistics system. Speaking of which, I think it's probably about time that we start working on crafting some of our components. So starting off, we're gonna need to start building towards the ME controller. To actually build the controller, we're gonna need skystone blocks, Fluix crystals, and an engineering processor. So to get the engineering processor, we're going to need to use the inscriber to craft 3 different components. Or 2, I should say. We're going to need the printed engineering circuit as well as printed silicon. To get the printed engineering circuit, we basically just need to inscribe a diamond inside of the inscriber using the inscriber engineering press. Fortunately, we did find one of those while exploring and gathering our materials from the meteorites. And I think I'm just going to place all of our applied energistics machines down here in the basement, since we already have power coming through here. So these machines will automatically connect to the pipes mod. So like I said, we're just going to need the engineering press as well as a diamond inside of the inscriber, and that should begin to actually start going, although I seem to be having some troubles with this. And I think my issue was probably that I forgot to actually set the energy pipe to actually output the power. So hopefully that fixed it. And by the way, the create wrench does also work on that, which is pretty handy to know. And yep, looks like we have power now. So we can go ahead and place our diamond inside, as well as find our engineering press again. And this is going to take a little while. It actually is faster than I thought it would be. But there we go. We have our first printed engineering circuit. Now we're also going to need the, let's see if I can remember what it's called, the printed silicon. And to get printed silicon, we actually need the silicon press, which we have right here in our inventory, and we can just place our silicon inside. By the way, to get silicon, all you need to do is smelt quartz. Nether quartz specifically. And you can also do Certus quartz dust. Now that we have these 2 components, we can actually place them inside the inscriber as well with a piece of redstone, and that'll actually start to make the actual processor itself. We're also going to need to make the other 2 processors in this mod, the calculation processor and the logic processor. They're made in a similar manner to the engineering processor, though the logic processor requires gold, and I believe the calculation processor requires Certus quartz. So we made our printed calculation circuit with an inscriber calculation press with a piece of Certus quartz crystal. And here's our printed logic circuit, both of which can be combined into our calculation process and logic processor respectively. And there is our processor's quest completed. So in order to actually interact with our storage in a single interface, we're going to need to craft a ME terminal and the ME crafting terminal. The regular terminal is just used to actually access the inventories. The ME crafting terminal allows you to craft with the items within the inventory. So in order to craft the ME terminal, we're going to need an annihilation core, a formation core, another logic processor, and any of the bright, dark, or illuminated panels, which are just crafted like this. We just need iron, glowstone, redstone, and quartz glass. Quartz glass is just Certus quartz mixed with regular glass. By the way, while I'm sort of working on getting some of these other components crafted, I'm actually going to get our, let's see here, there it is, our silicon actually inscribed. We're going to need a lot of this during this mod, so might as well get as many as we can. So one of the major resources in the Applied Energistics 2 mod is Fluix crystals. These are similar to Certus quartz crystals, and in fact they are actually made with them by combining charged Certus quartz crystals, redstone dust, and nether quartz. And you essentially just throw them into water, and that will make Fluix crystals. And to get charged Certus quartz crystals, all you need to do is place Certus quartz crystals inside of a charger. It'll take a little while to actually convert. Looks like that one did it pretty quickly. But yeah, you can only do it one at a time. It's definitely slow to start off with. So I'll just throw in some nether quartz, redstone dust, and charged Certus quartz. Let me get that nether quartz back in there. And that will actually produce flux crystals. That's way faster than it used to be. I'm not sure if that's all the mod 10 that changed that, or if it's just the new changes to applied energistics. Either way, it is a very much appreciated change. So we're also going to need Fluix dust. We can just throw our Fluix crystals into an inscriber and get out Fluix dust. We could also just throw it in the crushing wheels or in the millstone from create. So now that we have that, we can turn in our quest. Nice. So now we can craft our annihilation cores and our formation cores. We can craft our illuminated panels as well. And with all of that gathered, we can craft our ME terminal. And I'll just immediately upgrade that into a crafting terminal and claim our rewards from that quest. And the quest book wants us to now craft the cables from this mod. So we're going to need to craft some quartz fiber, which we can then turn into our Fluix ME glass cables. And it looks like these other two are optional, but I'm going to go ahead and do them anyway because I do like the looks of the covered cables and the dense covered cables, which we will need some wool for. So we can now craft the Fluix ME covered cables, craft 4 of those, make sure they enter the inventory, and just combine 4 of those, and that will create the dense covered version. And there we go. Now this quest is fully finished. So the next quest in this quest book just sort of goes over how channels work in this mod. So the amount of channels that are actually available to you are determined by the type of cable that you're actually using. The standard cables can only carry 8 channels, but the dense version can carry 32 channels. There is also the smart cables, which basically just display the number of channels that are in use. But we really won't have to worry about channels until later in our playthrough, so I'm not even going to cover them right now. But we should now have everything that we need to craft the ME controller. And we can go ahead and place that right on top of our energy pipe. And you'll notice that you do have power when it lights up like that. If you don't have power, it will just be gray. Let's see if I can... No, I think it's going to drain too slowly to show that off, but that's fine. Yeah, it'll go completely gray if you don't have the proper sort of power requirement. Now I'm just going to place one of our covered cables on top of the controller and place our crafting terminal on the side just like that. The crafting terminal does have to be attached to a cable. It cannot be directly on the ME controller. So now we can go ahead and open up our crafting terminal. And this interface has changed a little bit since last I've actually played with this mod. But this sort of box up here is where all of your items will appear when you have items in your inventory. So if you try to put something inside right now, nothing's going to happen. And that's because we actually need somewhere to store the items. The controller really only handles the power, and the crafting terminal is only an interface to show what's inside of the inventory. So there are a couple of different directions that we could go for this. We could create storage disks, which act just like a hard drive in that they'll just keep items inside of them. It's all kept within a single block, and you can contain thousands and thousands of items with them, but they can get pretty expensive. But the direction that I want to go is actually with a storage bus. The storage bus will act as a sort of interface between an inventory and your applied energistics system. So rather than storing your items on disks, you can actually keep them inside of chests. So to craft a storage bus, we are going to need an ME interface, which is just crafted with a formation core, annihilation core, iron ingot, and a couple of glass. Here we go. And we'll also need a couple of pistons. There we go. Here is our first storage bus. So now I just want to create some vaults from the create mod. And the idea is going to be to fill this area back here with item vaults and drawers and basically anything that we need for storage. So just to sort of demonstrate how this works, I'm going to hook this up via our cables and place our storage bus on the end here. It needs to be facing into the item vault. It should connect on the flat side there. And now when I get my crafting terminal back in place, I can open it up and you'll notice that we can actually store items inside now. These items are actually inside of the item vault, as you can see at the top there, but we can access them from over here. So my idea for this is to use item vaults as sort of our bulk storage. Sort of for the items that we don't necessarily get a lot of, but kind of take up a lot of inventory spaces. And in order to store the items that we're going to have a ton of stacks of, we're actually going to use the functional storage mod, namely the storage controller. And we can actually hook up the storage bus to the storage controller here with a few drawers hooked up next to it. And the nice thing about the storage controller is that it'll automatically sort items into the drawers. So I'll place, let's say, some redstone dust inside. Unfortunately, it looks like it's not letting me. Let me see. Oh, interesting. Uh-oh. So hopefully this still works. Let me try to actually link our drawers up, and now let's see if that'll work. Okay, there we go. Yep, that worked. Oh, that kind of scared me for a bit, because that's sort of the entire point of this design. But yeah, as you can see, as we put items inside the storage, they appear here in the drawers. So I think I'm gonna spend a little bit of time fleshing out our storage system here. I'll probably build a few storage buses, and I'll get everything that we need moved over here from the episode. We got started with our new Applied Energistics 2 system, which is basically a massive storage system that we can use for basically the rest of our time here in our playthrough. I'm just using an item vault from the create mod to store a lot of our bulk items that we don't have a ton of stacks of, but we have sort of a lot of miscellaneous items, and all of our storage can be accessed from here at the crafting terminal. I also spent a little bit of time in between episodes actually going to the Nether, fighting off some Endermen there, and dying probably about 4 or 5 times, but I did manage to upgrade our pickup upgrade for our backpack into the magnet upgrade and then into the advanced magnet upgrade. And this will basically just allow us to pull items in from a distance. So if I try to throw this trowel down, it immediately gets sucked into the backpack. I also managed to find a Blaze instruction manual, which is basically just another spellbook for the Iron Spells and Spellbooks mod. And it has a whopping 10 spell slots in it. Our old one only had 6. And as you can see in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, we have a few new spells. So I'm just gonna list these off real quick. I'm not really gonna show them off. We have the Ice Spikes spell, Guiding Bolt we already had, Poison Arrow we already had, Ray of Frost, Oak Skin, which we already had. We now have the Haste spell. We also have Heal and Sunbeam. And of course we have Angel Wings as well, which is basically just our Elytra. So the plan for today is going to be pretty simple. I'm getting tired of killing all of these mobs manually. So what I want to do today is build a mob farm. And if you're as excited as I am to get started with our mob farm, why not hit the like button and subscribe? It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are still interested in these videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to every single one of the videos in this series early. But yeah, with all of that out of the way, let's get started with our mob farm. So the main mod that we're going to be using to actually build our mob farm is the mob grinding utils mod. This mod adds fans, crushers, which will actually kill the mobs, ways to actually collect experience, and it even adds an item that will pick up items remotely, similar to how our magnet works. So the way to actually get started with this mod is building the XP Drain Singularity tank. This will allow us to pull experience directly from our player character, and we'll be able to pull fluid XP buckets out of the tank, which is going to be very important for actually get starting with this mod. Now, unfortunately, I have used all of my ender pearls. I don't think we have any other of the types of pearls. Yeah, unfortunately we don't. So we are gonna have to go into the Nether one last time to kill some Endermen. Alright, so I kind of died while fighting some Endermen. I don't even know how I died. I was fighting an Enderman and it decided to just blow up. But I'm building my way slowly back to my body, and I'm very much contemplating getting some flight going, so like some actual flight, because this is this is kind of ridiculous. I'm dead here, I think. Oh, half a heart. Jeez. Yeah, just kill me. Alright, and just taking a look at the jetpacks that we do have access to, I think we should be able to swing getting one of these, actually. So I think we need to start with the... So we need to make thrusters, which require energy cells, which require advanced coils. Okay, overall this shouldn't be too bad. Let's see. If we wanted to make the Invar version, we would also just need advanced coils. Okay. And do they always require the previous upgrade? It looks like they do. Let's see. So we've got our 2 wood thrusters. Now we need a capacitor. There we go. And a leather strap. And here is our wood jetpack. Here's our iron jetpack. And now we've got gold. I think I'm going to stop at gold. Yeah, that should be good enough for now. And I'm curious to see if the charger from AE will actually work for this. Just equipped. It might not work, unfortunately. But hopefully the copper generator will actually have a slot for charging our items. The copper version doesn't. Let's see if the iron one does. I know that eventually it will, hopefully. There we go, the diamond generator does. Okay. So we'll just stick some coal in for now, and that will begin to charge our gold jetpack. And I might also want a battery of some kind to actually store some more power. So I think I'm going to go with the Power Mod ones. These can each store 1,000,000 FE, so that should be more than what we need. There we go, and I think that's everything for the starter battery. Not too bad. Let's see if we can actually upgrade this. Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. There we go, and the basic battery can actually store 4,000,000 FE. So hopefully we'll pretty much never actually run out of power. So in order to actually control the jetpacks, we're going to need to enter a few new keybinds. So I've just assigned toggle engine to the plus key on my numpad. So when we hit that, we can actually begin flying around. And it's very, very fast going horizontally, not super fast going up and down. But you'll notice that we are burning through a lot of power, which is definitely why we're going to need the battery. So if I press H now, that entered some sort of dialogue there. We sort of stay in the air for just a little bit longer now. We are still draining a ton of power though. I'm hoping that jumping from gold to diamond, which increases our capacity from 400,000 to 5 million, Hopefully that's enough, but there we go. And yeah, this is so much faster than it was before. Unfortunately, though, we are using a ton of power to get over there. Hopefully we don't burn it all, but we should be alright. We did get pretty close previously. I think this is where I just died to this piglin right here. Let me see if I can get this back. And get to the other one. There we go, all cut up now. Alright, so all of that was for 3 warped pearls. And we can convert those into regular ender pearl. And we'll need all 3 of those to be Eyes of Ender. And we'll use 2 of them to make the XP drain. Which I think for now I'll probably just put right in front of our crafting terminal. That way, anytime that we're here, all of our XP will drain into there. So you'll see that it is filling up with fluid XP. We're going to need 4 buckets of it to actually progress, which we've already done, which is pretty nice. I was kind of worried if we were going to have enough or not. So to get the fluid XP out, we just simply right-click. And whoops, there we go. And now we need to make our GM chicken feed. So what we do with this is a little dark. So we're going to need to find a chicken somewhere. And all we do with the feed is right-click the chicken, and it explodes. So what we get from that is a rotten egg, which creates a 5x5 area of dreadful dirt, used on grass, dirt, mycelium, or farmland. So this rotten egg is going to be the basis for our mob farm. So now we just need to make our mob masher. The mob masher will actually kill the mobs in the farm. And we're also going to need a few mob fans. I think I'm going to make 3 of these. And really the last step for this that we need to make from the mob grinding utils mod is the absorption hopper. This will be what we basically collect all of the items and experience in. And I do want this pretty close to my base and where I'm going to be spending a lot of time. So I think I'm just going to put it on the back of our storage facility here. I want it in a similar sort of design to this. This is supposed to be like a little, almost a fishing city. So we're going to have probably a little alley here. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe starting there, and then it'll face that way. And I think a 13 by 13 is going to be probably the most optimal size for this. And I say that because I want the 5 by 5, which will be, I guess, from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then here in the corner. So that'll be like that. What we want is 1 on the outside, just like that. So I want a 1x1 passage all the way around it just for a sort of a maintenance access. We're going to have levers on the fans to turn them on and off, so I figured we might as well make enough room for that. Also, the inside of this is 7x7, and that's because with the cursed earth, basically mobs can spawn right on the outside of this, so they'll actually be spawning on the outside of the 5x5 on which they can spawn, and if they spawn here and there's, say, glass here, they can actually get through the glass. Which means that they could escape the mob farm, which would completely defeat the entire point. And so I think I'm going to place the mob masher here. And let's see, our absorption hopper. I don't want to place this down quite yet, just because it will pick up items as we build. But yeah, it'll go on the in-between here as well. And this is actually able to pick up items through the walls, so we don't have to worry about that too much. And then we'll place our fans on the walls on the outside here, just inside the wall, and over here. Oops, definitely not facing up. We don't want our mobs flying upwards. There we go, just like that. So the fans on the side should, in theory, blow mobs towards the center, and this fan here should blow them this way. Now, whenever they hit the mob masher, they will start taking damage and eventually die. and the absorption hopper will pick up their items. We will also need upgrades for these mob fans. Let's see if I can find those really quick. We'll need the mob fan width upgrades. For a mob farm of this size, we'll need 1, 2, 3, I think 4. 1, 2, 3. Maybe just 3. We'll figure that out as we get to it. But for now, I do want to just sort of get the mob farm sort of enclosed right now and get it sort of functional. And then while it's working in the background, we can actually make the building around it and make this area look pretty. So I'm going to be using tinted glass for the walls here. And that's just because tinted glass allows you to see through it, but won't actually let light through it. It works very similar to how the vanilla glass does, but it just requires, I believe it was charcoal or coal instead of amethyst. So it's just a little bit cheaper and looks a little bit nicer as well. It has the sort of connected glass texture on it, so yeah. And by the way, these mob fan upgrades do require feathers, which we're a little bit short on, so we'll only be able to craft one of these for now. But I can at least sort of demonstrate what they do. So if we show the area of these fans right now, you'll notice that it has this sort of blue outline, and it reaches, I guess we're just going to be barely short of the mob masher. But we can go ahead and throw a width upgrade in there, and that extends it by 1 on the outsides. So we will need 2 more for this. Alright, so I think that's enough chickens. So we're going to need 2 width modifiers, 1 distance modifier, and I hope that's going to be enough. I guess I didn't check how far we're going to need for the side fans. So for the side fans, I think I'm actually going to move them over here. That way we don't need to add any sort of upgrades to them. Let's see here, where did that go? I'm going to turn my magnet off for now. So yeah, if I throw the fan down there, show the area. So if a mob ends up here, it should go into the line of sight of this fan and eventually make it into the mob masher. So yeah, I think that'll work a little bit better than having them in the middle. Obviously it doesn't look as good, but that's alright. This is definitely a function over form sort of thing here. So yeah, that should be good enough to get any mobs that are off to the sides into the middle. Now I just need to add our upgrades here, and you'll notice that these do stack up inside of the fans. So if I show the area, let's see here, I think that's good enough. So I think it's going right to here. That'll push them there, and then I think they'll get caught by this mob fan there. So yeah, that should be all that we need. In fact, we can even give this a little test. So I'm going to place our levers down on the fans and turn them on. Just one more here. And so now if I go into the top, the mob masher is off, by the way. If I land there, it'll just push me right over. Okay, and from here, let's say. Yep, that sucks me right into the mob masher. Nice. So I'm just going to use the redstone pen in order to actually hook up a little bit of redstone. Now it is a little bit hard to see, but basically the redstone pen can be used to sort of build redstone in ways that it typically wouldn't be able to be used, such as how I'm using it right here, where we're going to be building up on the side of a wall here. And that's just going to be connected to a few redstone lamps. And this is how we're actually going to be able to turn off the entire system. So now if I just toggle this lever, it will turn the lights on inside or off. And the last lever that we do need for this system is one for the mob masher to turn it on and off. So pretty much, I think that's everything other than the absorption hopper, as well as the rotten egg. So when we get this down, let's make sure that we're clicking in the middle. Our redstone lights are on, so no mobs theoretically should spawn in here. But yeah, it'll turn into dreadful dirt. And when we exit here and definitely get a block back on there so this entire thing is sealed. Turn our mob grinder on. Turn all of our fans back on because I turned those off as well. One more. And as soon as we flick this lever here, actually, before we do that, I will get the absorption hopper down. Now, I'm not 100% certain where I want the collection system to be, but for now, I think I'm just going to place it right there. And let's see how this looks. So as soon as we turn it off, we should start seeing mobs appear. Might take a little bit, but yeah, there we go. We have our first monsters appearing in the system, and it is already starting to work extremely well. You'll also notice that the items are getting pulled into the absorption hopper through the walls, which is working perfectly. We're also getting a little bit of fluid XP as well. But we are actually going to need to change the sort of area at which the absorption hopper can actually pick items up. So right now we have this yellow grid that sort of shows us the area that it can pick items up in. We're going to need to basically just move it, I believe that's to the west. So if we go offset west, let's see if that moved it. That was the opposite direction. Right, so west is on the left side there. Let's bring it back. There, that should be good. Now we need to go, I believe that's going to be south. Something like that. One more maybe. And I think that's good enough. We shouldn't be getting any drops on this side, so we shouldn't have to worry about that too much. But we might get drops on this side if a mob dies in sort of a weird position. So yeah, I think that's basically perfect for collecting items now. And I just also wanted to quickly replace the grass that was in here with our sort of smooth inlaid deep slate that we're using as the floor in this area. So yeah, that'll just look a little bit more neat, and yeah. So now I sort of want to talk about how we're going to actually store and filter our items. We don't want to just automatically input everything into our storage system because we're going to be getting things like these tarnished crowns and like leggings, and we really don't want anything like that jamming up our system and taking up all of our storage space. So I think I want to use the void upgrades from Sophisticated Storage, as well as some barrels that we've already sort of gathered here. And we can actually use these. Unfortunately, we are going to need ender pearls, so I might have the mob farm run for a little while. But we can basically use the void upgrades to filter out items that we don't want in our system. So here's our void upgrade, and we can turn that immediately into the advanced void upgrade. I believe that this will actually allow us to filter a few more options. And for actually storing our experience, I think I'm going to go with the singularity tanks. These are also from Mob Grinding Utils. They can all hold 32 buckets, and I believe they can multi-block together as well. So I'll probably make about 4 of those. So I think I want the storage to go just immediately below the absorption hopper. And we'll put our advanced void upgrade inside. And I had to turn the mob sounds down. I know that we can use the muffler as well, but I just want to get this done really quick. So with the advanced void filter, what we can do is actually place an item inside. These are going to be items that we don't want actually in our system. And we can have it either just work whenever items are put into the barrel, or if we want it inside the GUI as well. If we have it set up in the GUI, if we put the tarnished crown inside, it'll just immediately get voided. So to get items into the barrel, we need to click on our absorption hopper and select a direction. Let's say, where's down? There we go. Down will be set to item, and you'll notice that items are rapidly entering the system now. And I think I'm just gonna put our tanks on the left side here, so that side is east. So east will be fluids. And that will start draining. Unfortunately, it looks like they don't multi-block. I thought they did, but yeah, I guess I was wrong. So I'll have to set up some pipes in between here. And so now with our system here, we can sort of figure out what items that we do want to actually filter. I'll probably add things like leather helmets, although can these be salvaged, I wonder? We could turn them into leather. I don't know if this can be done automatically. Salvaging. Oh, interesting. Hold on, how do we make this? Crimson iron. I don't think that's too bad. I don't know if it's worth it to keep leather, though. So we'll do that. Get rid of shields, too. Boots. There we go. We may need a few of these filters. But I think I'm going to get started building the rest of the build now. And while I do that, I'll sort of figure out our filters and everything and make sure that everything is working properly. Alright, and this is sort of what I've come up with for the sort of outside design for the mob farm. I just used the, I believe this is Darkstone from Forbidden Arcanus, and I just used all of the different varieties. Initially, I just had the bricks, but it looked very repetitive, kind of like how this pillar is. I should probably go through and randomize that one as well. I added these wrought iron lanterns to the outside. These are just being held up by framed stairs with the smooth inlaid deep slate block inside of them. I thought they looked pretty nice, and in fact I even added them to the storage room as well. Especially on this side where, by the way, I did clear out the Nether portal. That way we actually have a pretty nice little path going to the mob farm. I just moved the Nether portal over here into this sort of dark alley that we have going on right now. On the inside of the farm, not much has actually changed, but what has changed is that this storage system is completely full. I've been clearing items out as fast as I can, but they are just really piling up. So I think I'm going to deactivate the farm for a little while, and I'm going to see if I can mess with the filter. I was hoping that I could actually just invert the filter, so I could put maybe like gunpowder, ender pearls, basically anything that we want to keep inside of the filter, then everything else just got voided. I don't know if that's possible though. But a sort of solution that's not really a solution to this is to actually just get it imported into our AE system. So to get items from a storage, what we need is the ME import bus. To craft this, we are just going to need an annihilation core, piston, and iron. That shouldn't be too bad of a recipe for us. We need to make a piston, and here we go. And so now I should just need to dig a tunnel all the way over to our mob farm. And now we'll just place our import bus on the bottom of the barrel here. And now we can just lead our cable all the way back to our AE system. And by the way, this will consume a channel because we have a machine at the end. So if you're a little bit low on channels, you may want to pull from a new side. But here we go. We have this fully hooked up now, and we should now see items leaving the inventory. It's going to be pretty slow to start off with. We're probably going to be generating more items than we actually take out from this storage. We can craft the acceleration cards to speed up this process a little bit. And to actually use the acceleration cards, we just right-click the import bus and insert them inside. It looks like there is actually a max of 4 that we can insert into this, but that I think that instantly cleared this chest out. Let's see how fast this actually is when we turn the machine back on. It does take a little bit of time to sort of get going again. Let's see. Yeah. Items sit inside the storage for a second or two and they're just gone. That is definitely what we want to see. So the only issue with this is that we are going to be seeing a ton of random bits of armor appearing inside of our system and definitely clogging it up. Let's see if there's trash cans. Yeah, so we could use a item trash can, and so with our export bus here, what we can do is just apply the items in here. It's basically just a filter, and we can place our trash can here as well. And now any item that matches that description should immediately be pulled out from the system. It is going to be a little bit slow, but yeah, it will actually start filtering some of these items out. But yeah, save for a few tweaks here and there, that is pretty much the mob farm completed. In the previous episode, we set up our first mob farm, which has been producing an absolute ton of items for us. And I've just had it running in the background for a while. By the way, I did change this system here. Where did my door go? There was a door here, I just realized it was gone. Anyway though, I did change how our experience is sort of set up. So I've just built out these jumbo tanks, which are just crafted with 4 singularity tanks. These are the tanks that we were already using. So we just converted a few of those and then built some new ones. These are fairly cheap. It just requires quite a lot of glass. But yeah, each of these can store about 1,000 buckets of experience. And we have 6 here as sort of our backup, and then we have 1 here. This is where we can actually pull XP out of the tank. And this will be useful when we actually get into our sort of late game enchanting. We're going to need a ton of experience for that. Also, in between episodes, I have done a little bit of changes here. So you might notice that the tree farm is gone. We'll be building a different kind of tree farm in the future, one that's going to be a little bit more sustainable. And I've also modified the terrain here and cleaned up our sort of mine colonies build thing that was right here. And then I just built out these sort of platforms. This is mostly for decoration, but I do want to eventually build something right here. I've also moved the mining bore over here. This is mostly retired at this point, but I did actually add a setup here that is just sort of in our applied energistic system. It's sort of linked up with that, where it basically just pulls all of the items except for redstone torches and powered rails out of here. Also, speaking of mine colonies, I did have I think it's called a supply ship. So I just put it over here. It does allow you to choose the design, and I liked this one the best, so I just put it out here in the water. I'm not going to use it for anything, I don't think, but it does look nice. I probably should have gone for more of a riverboat style, but you know, I just thought about that, so that should be fine though. I think this might connect to the ocean eventually. Probably not though. So from where we are currently in our playthrough, there are an absolute ton of routes that we can go down. We can go into sort of more machines, we could get into more magic, we could even start resource generation. And even with resource generation, there are a couple of paths that we can go down. Now, I've used mystical agriculture in the past. It's an extremely powerful mod that allows you to generate pretty much any resource. But I think I want to try something different. I want to go with the productive bees mod this time around. I actually have not touched this mod since before bees were added to Minecraft. So there's going to be a ton of different changes. I'm sure this entire mod has been changed since I last played it. So I think it's a good time to actually figure out how that mod works, gather a ton of resources in the process. So, if you're as excited as I am to get started with bees, hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are interested in bees. And if you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. With all of that out of the way, let's get started with productive bees. Fortunately, this mod pack does have a quest line that we can sort of follow and actually, figure out what all can be produced. As you can see down here at the bottom, this is pretty much every single material that can be actually produced from the bees. You'll notice that we can get a ton of variety of items, from ingots to quartz, and looks like even sugarcane, and I'm pretty sure we can even get every single type of log. It looks like to get started, we are going to need to craft 4 bee cages. These will actually allow us to pick up bees. This style of bee cage is one use only, so they can't be used again after you place the bee outside of them. By the way, in the world, you can find these sturdy bee cages, which are reusable, but as far as I can tell, they're actually not craftable as of right now. But we can go ahead and craft some bee cages. These are just going to require bottles of honey, which I guess I've already gotten before. I'm not sure from where, but here we go. We get the quest from that. We do get a sturdy bee cage from that. So in order to actually find the different types of bees that are going to be throughout the world, we're going to need to craft the nest locator. This is just going to be using a few gold nuggets, note block, and some iron bars. Here we go. There's our note block. And just need to craft a few gold nuggets. And here we are. By the way, I do think that we're going to need shears for this. I'm not 100% certain, but I am going to take some with me. So, I'm just going to right-click with the nest locator. And it looks like it can't find any bee nests near me. Of the type bee nest. Maybe we need to shift right-click this? I see. Shift right-click on a block of the same type as the nest you are looking for. So I'm looking for the regular oak ones. Here we go. A nest was located 79.64 meters that way. Which way is that way? Interesting. So it looks like it's going to be in this direction. And it should be right around here. So we should see an oak nest somewhere in here. Ah, there it is, right there. Nice. Okay, so I might be jumping the gun just a little bit. So I actually want to go down this path real quick here. So we're going to need to craft a regular beehive, which will require honeycomb. Fortunately, we have already found some honeycomb before, so that should be all that we need for that quest. There we go. Next up is the advanced beehive. It looks like this one can be crafted into basically any sort of wood type. So let's go advanced beehive. And I'm looking for the oak one. Here we go. Advanced oak beehive. We are going to need a campfire and some more logs for this, or planks. Campfires are pretty easy to craft, so we should now be able to craft our oak. Advanced. Here we go. Just like that. Nice. And we can go ahead and claim our rewards from that. And now we need to craft the honey treats. These are made with honeycomb and honey blocks. Alternatively, you can use pollen puffs and honeycomb. These pollen puffs are from the Bumblezone mod, and you'll basically be able to find pollen in the world. The Bumblezone is a new dimension that's focused all around bees. And so now we should be able to craft a few honey treats and claim our reward from that, which gives us a few more honey treats. So to actually attract bees to these nests, we need to use the honey treat on the nest. You just right click and you'll notice that it's going to take 1200 seconds to actually repopulate. There is definitely a reason that I'm starting this mod so early, and that's just because it takes a ton of time. You can also just get lucky and find a bee of a certain type in the overworld. That's what I'm kind of doing right now, just sort of flying around hoping to find a bee. And it looks like I found some vanilla bees. These can also, I believe, be captured in the bee cages. Oh, that one went inside there. And I might as well just take these bees with me. I want an area for pretty much every single bee anyway, so we can go ahead and shear that. And there is one bee inside. We might be able to wait for him to come out. If not, I think... Does this work? I think we can do this if you just... shift right click maybe? Hold on. I think because we have this mod that places sticks, we can't do this. Maybe we left click. No. I don't know. I'm just gonna silk touch it and take it back home with me. By the way, we can actually craft the different types of nests with just a log of that type. Plus, it looks like a sword. I'm not sure what the sword is for, but there we go. And I actually have not found most of the wood types, surprisingly. That's definitely something that I want to go out and do. So we might as well do that while we're looking for bees. And to make finding these different biomes just a little bit easier, we are going to use a nature's compass, which is just crafted with 4 saplings, 4 logs, and a compass. Not too bad. So what we do with this is we just right click it, and we can search here at the top for what biome that we want to find. I want to find a spruce biome. That one should work. Start a search. And it looks like there's one about 3,000 blocks in that direction. I'm also going to bring a sleeping bag with me just because I feel like I'm going to be on quite a long journey here. And I think this is the furthest from my base that I've been. I just turned invisible. I think I'm going too fast. Oh, this is kind of a nice little biome. It's an allium shrubland. So these are just giant alliums. That's kind of cool. And I completely forgot to bring Waystones with me. Hopefully we can find some while we're out exploring. I crafted about 10 of them and just left them at home. Now, we've actually already found spruce before, but what we can do is just... Here we go. Shift right click on a spruce log. And there should be a nest somewhere here. And if there are no nests here, by the way, we can just place down a nest that we've already made. We made this one just a little bit ago. And if we give it a honey treat, that will actually start the cooldown again. So bees actually require the biome that they sort of grow up in order to actually appear here. So in order to get the yellow carpenter bee and green carpenter bees, we need to be in an oak biome. Although for this nest specifically, for the oak one, it works in any overworld biome. I'm curious if the spruce one does. Oh, okay. The spruce one actually does work in any biome as well. Oh, dark oak. We are still going to need to find dark oak and birch. Oh. Is it the same for all of them? I think it might be. The cherry one doesn't have any information on it. That's interesting. Same with mangrove. Bamboo, nothing. Stone, here we go. Stone will also work in any overworld biome. I'm assuming dirt. The sand one, though, does need to be in a desert. I'm assuming snow. Snow must be in a cold biome. Gravel must be placed in a river or beach biome. And I think the reed just needs to be in a river biome. Oh, reed doesn't need to be in... Okay, interesting. What about the slime? Must be placed in a swamp. Okay. So essentially we're looking for a desert, snowy, and swampy biomes. So I am kind of curious on whether I can just pick this up if it'll keep the cooldown, or if I just sort of wasted our honey treat with that. Looks like there was a village just here to my north. Hopefully there's a waystone here. They just have a pile of resources. Huh. Interesting. Do you guys have a waystone by chance? I'm not seeing one. It's getting a little laggy over here. Ah, here we go. Azok Cloder. Interesting name. Yeah, we can just quickly return, and I basically know where a desert is. We just have one right over these sort of spikes. This is a rugged badlands. Here we go, this part's a desert. Let's see, where was that? This was a Mojave desert. I don't know where that went. I flew right over it. Here we go. Right here is a desert. Nope, not right there. Uh-oh. I lost it again. Right here? Right here is a desert. So with a wooden sword and a piece of sand, we can make a new nest here and just place it down. And when we come back later, this should hopefully have a bee inside. So while I'm waiting right now, and I'm back at my base, I'm just going to grab some poppies, and I'm going to get our advanced oak beehive kind of set up, not in a permanent solution, but just sort of here. Now, I don't think that we need campfires for this version. I could be wrong though, so I am going to place a campfire down anyway. Our advanced beehive on top, and here we go. So this is the basic interface for the beehives in the Productive Bees mod. Bees will go on the left-hand side here, and all of the items that they produce will appear in this box on the right. Now, this version does not allow for upgrades. I'm not sure which one will, but basically we can make it so that our bees will basically never actually have to leave the nest. It'll basically just simulate that they are still producing and everything. And I just double checked and verified, and I'm pretty sure that we don't need campfires for this one. I just took a look at the quest log, so here we go. We can build a little sort of nest for them here. So they will need an area for a flower to go, and in fact we actually need the feeding slab. I don't think that we need it for the flowers, but we will need it for some of the other things here. And I just want to sort of test this out and see if we need the feeding slab or if this will work. So I'm going to go ahead and just shift our regular bee into here. Oh, right, we can't do that because we don't have the other version. So we need to just place it inside our area here. It went right in, perfect. And let's see if I can get, let's see here, that one's high productivity. We'll talk about the productivity of the bees later. Here we go. And there we go, nice. So we should see all three bees inside of here. And in fact, all three of them have high productivity. That's pretty nice. So as time goes on and as the daylight cycles, these guys will not work unless they have the nocturnal feat, or gene, I suppose it's called in this. So you'll notice that it is pollinating the flower here. This is just a normal thing that normal Minecraft bees do. But the thing that is special about the advanced oak beehive is that any sort of item that they produce will appear here. So for these regular bees, I'm pretty sure all we're going to get is regular honeycomb. But we don't need to shear the actual beehive. We just let it gather here, and in fact we can even pipe it out into a chest and have it automatically go into our storage system. So yeah, in the time that it took me to turn off my air conditioner, we have produced 6 honeycombs. Nice. I also want to get some glass bottles inside of here because this will actually fill up with honey as well. So we can collect both honeycomb and honey, which are both going to be very crucial in this mod. Okay, I've found some jungle wood. I think we've already had jungle, but I'm going to grab that anyway. And here is finally some dark oak. I want to make sure to grab some saplings from these as well. Because I really do like dark oak. It's probably one of the best, if not the best, vanilla wood. There we go. And here's some birch as well. And I immediately ran into a bee nest. That's kind of funny. I'll let that one just here. Gosh, that was a sound. So here's our dark oak nest, our birch nest, spruce nest, jungle nest, acacia tree, and our acacia nest. So I'm just going to place these all down here since they don't actually require a specific biome. And I just want to make sure, because I am a little bit limited on these honey treats, I think for now we need the spruce nest because that will produce resin bees. And we'll need, I think, let's see here, birch will produce both green and yellow carpenter bees. So I think I want to do birch as well. So we have spruce and birch. Dark oak can produce green carpenter bees, yellow carpenter bees, and also blue banded bees. And it looks like jungle only produces green carpenter bees, so this one's probably not super necessary. And it looks like acacia also only produces blue banded bees, so again, probably not necessary if you already have dark oak. But yeah, I'm just going to be having pretty much most of these on cooldown, just producing bees. And speaking of bees, let's see if I can find this bee that's over here. It looks like we have an inhabitant, a green carpenter bee. So I think now we might be able to hit it with a stick. Yep. Oh, it got angry though. Oh crap. Uh-oh. I don't want it to sting me because I don't want it to die. I forgot my bee cages. Nope. No, I didn't. They're right on my hotbar. Dang it. Okay, so note to self, that will actually make the bee angry. There we go, we got it, nice. And I don't think it's angry at me now because its eyes turned back to regular. But I think while I'm sort of working on gathering bees, I'm just gonna place a barrel down here, and this is just gonna be full of all of my bees. Oh, and I see another bee over here. This is a nomad bee, interesting. I'll take it. I don't know if we need nomad bees for anything. In fact, we can actually look up nomad. Let's see here, nomad uses for the nomad bee. We can actually use it to make, oh, the silicon bee and a blaze bee. Okay, interesting. I don't think it produces anything on its own. I think it's just like a regular bee. So this mod is definitely a lot of waiting. So a key to being successful in this mod is actually just waiting and working on other things while you're sort of waiting for your bees to breed. If you're a little bit later into the game though, you can actually tick accelerate these blocks and get them moving a little bit faster. However, we're not at a point even close, even remotely close, to tick acceleration. But while we're waiting on our wood bees, we can actually get started with our stone and other material bees. So we have the stone nest, a dirt nest, which somehow I don't have coarse dirt. There we go. Sand nest, which we already have. A snow nest, which I don't think I have any snow. And I don't currently have a way of making it, so I'll have to go out and find it. Let's see here, a gravel nest. A reed nest, which we actually already have one of. And a slimy nest. I think we have enough slime balls. In fact, let's just make a stack of slime blocks. And there we go, a slimy nest. So we can actually place our stone nest and our dirt nest here with the others. These don't require a specific biome to grow. So we'll just have these guys here and feed them a little treat. And the same goes for the reed nest as well. But I'm not too sure because this one looks a little bit different. And in fact, I think that this one needs to be placed on sugarcane. I could be wrong about that. Let's give this a try though. So there we go, some sugarcane. And I'll just place this in the corner there. Oh right, it probably just needs water next to it. So let's give that another try with just water. There we go. So yeah, it doesn't need to be placed on sugarcane, but there we go. And let's give that a treat. And now I'm looking for a beach biome, which is right here. So we can go ahead and place, I believe it was the gravel one. There we go. And last up, we are just gonna need to find a swamp. There we go, swamp. And I think that one should do. And the nearest one is 2,500 blocks away. Oh wow, and I found another one of these, like, resource clusters. Not too bad. This would be definitely something nice to find early game. Oh, and this structure kind of looks like an end city, but in the overworld. Oh, and there's a castle here. Oh, cool. I think I've actually found one of these in one of my hardcore worlds. Nice. Alright, I'm just a little ways away from the swamp now. I should be seeing it any moment now. And this is the weirdest looking swamp I think I've ever found before. It's just kind of on the side of a cliff here. Does it extend all the way down? It's kind of a weird one. Anyway, though, we can still place down our slimy nest here and give it a little honey treat. Here we go. And I'm going to load this chunk. Let's see. Here we go. That way it will actually keep on ticking while I'm away. We can just call this swamp. Oops, swammo. There we go. And yeah, after, I think that's like 10 minutes, something like that, it should actually produce a bee. Oh, and here is our first bee from this area here. I was just placing down a door and it popped out. Nice. So I want to grab a bee cage for it, and this is a yellow carpenter bee. Nice. So that makes 3 bees collected so far. And unfortunately, it looks like we found another yellow carpenter bee. And it looks like it came out of the spruce nest and the birch nest. It looks like we definitely want to get the spruce nest back up because it does have a chance of creating a resin bee. Oh, and it looks like our sand nest made a chocolate mining bee. Interesting. Okay. By the way, the sand nest has a chance of making either an ashy mining bee or the chocolate mining bee. Oh, and it looks like we have a blue banded bee and another yellow carpenter bee, but yeah, we got the blue banded. Nice. Honestly, this kind of feels like hunting for specific Pokemon. I get super excited whenever I find a new one. It's kind of nice and relaxing, actually, just sitting here and vibing and waiting for bees to appear. So I think that was the rare spawn from the dark oak nest, the blue banded bee was. So we shouldn't need to take that one back online. We should just be able to wait for the other ones to go. Let's hear the acacia. I think produced the. Oh, maybe. Oh, I think it was actually the acacia that produced the blue banded bee. Okay, nice. So the jungle nest should guarantee us the green carpenter, which should be the last of the wood type bees that we need. Other than the ones from the reed nest, which can produce either the mason bee or the reed bee. I think we can get mason bees from from the stone nest as well. All right, and I'm hoping that this is considered in a frozen or a cold biome. I think this is an ice spikes. Yep, here we go, ice spikes. It's not very spiky, but I guess this little patch here is. So I'll go ahead and place down my snow nest. And, oh, I think I might have forgot to bring a treat, but that's all right. I should be able to craft one. There we go. Right click that. And we'll just get a waystone down. And returning to the base, it does look like we got our green carpenter bee now. Nice. And we have about 10 seconds before the dirt and stone nests produce, so we might as well wait and see what we get from those. There we go. It looks like we got another chocolate mining bee, and I'm not sure what that other one is. Let's see. Yep, chocolate mining and, oh, a digger bee. Nice. Oh, and here is our first mason bee. Nice. Alright, and we should see a slimy bee appear now. Nice. I believe this nest can only produce the slimy bees. Oh, I think that's a resin bee. Let's see. Nice, there we go. I believe that was the last of the wood type ones, so I've just removed all of the nests here, and we're just waiting for the dirt nest and the stone nest, and I believe the sand one and the one that's on the beach behind me there. Oh, and we just still need the reed bee as well. Oh, I see a bee inside of here. Kind of looks frozen. Here we go. Ashy mining. Do I have this one? I can't remember if I do. Nope, that was definitely a new one. Nice. Which means I can actually take down that gravel nest as well because we've gotten all 3 of these bees. And I completely forgot to actually chunk load this one. So unfortunately it has not been actually working. Alright, this one's going to take a little bit longer. And unfortunately we got another chocolate mining bee here, so we're going to have to redo this sand nest here. Oh, and it does look like we got our reed bee. Nice. I believe that's the last bee that we needed. Let me just double check with that. So we're still waiting on the dirt nest to produce a leaf cutter bee, as well as the snow nest to produce a, let's see, a sweat bee. And I thought we were also waiting on an ashy mining bee from the sand nest, but we already have some, so I guess we're just waiting on the leafcutter bee, which hopefully shouldn't be too long. By the way, while I'm waiting, I can go through and complete our quests here that we've done. So we've gotten all of the nests. Here we go. And there we go, nice. We also have the cherry, mangrove, and bamboo nests. I don't know why they want us to craft these ones, but yeah, we can get a little bit of experience for that, but it's not necessary for the quest. Ah, dang it. It looks like this nest has produced an ashy mining bee. We're gonna have to wait another 20 minutes. Alright, so I made a few additional nests here, and we're about 2 seconds away from this one. Is that the one we were looking for? Oh, it actually is. Nice, we got our last bee from the overworld. Here we go. So yeah, like I said, that's the last bee from the overworld. But we can actually find bees in the other dimensions as well, namely the Nether and the End. And the way that some of these nests work is a little bit different than how it works in the overworld. We're going to actually need to feed the nest a little bit of a certain type of item depending on which nest we're using. So for example, to get a glowing bee inside of the glowstone nest, we need to actually feed it with glowstone dust, I think, as well as the treats as well. Not 100% certain on that. We'll test that out in a little bit. For the soul sand nest, let's see, we need to feed it a gas tier, and from that we'll get a ghostly bee. Quartz one gives us a quartz bee if we give it quartz. The nether gold nest gives us gold bees, and the nether brick nest gives us magmatic bees. So I'll craft the glowstone nest, a soul sand nest. The quartz nest will require nether quartz ore, or alternatively what you can do is combine a little bit of netherrack with some nether quartz, which we're actually out of, so I'll have to go and craft that one inside of the nether. So now we have the nether quartz nest, and fortunately we do have a couple of gas tiers, but not too many. These can be crafted a few different ways. Namely, we can use the catalyzing glands that drop from creepers, and we can craft them into gas tiers. So I'm just going to silk touch some nether quartz here, and hopefully I can find some nether gold ore as well. Here we are. Oh. The flight with this jetpack is a little bit weird, but there we are. And by the way, we do need an iron sword for the quartz nest, and a diamond sword. Make sure that's not using my main sword for the nether gold nest. So I'll go ahead and place down our new nests. We have the soul sand nest, glowstone, let's see, our quartz nest, and the nether gold. I believe that was all of them. Oh, and the nether brick nest. Almost forgot that one. So to get bees started in the Nether, all we're going to need to do is right-click the appropriate block onto the nest, and that will actually just go ahead and get it started. We actually don't need the treats at all, so that's good to note. Let's hear this one needed gold ingots, I believe, and this one needed quartz, this one glowstone, and that one needed a gas tier. Nice. So these will all be cooking for just a little while here, and we can actually speed these up just a little bit. Oh, actually, surprisingly, we cannot speed these up. So these will take a little bit of time to actually process, which is kind of the name of the game with this entire mod. And of course, OBS messed up the recording of the last segment, but we have finally gotten all of the bees that we need. This will help us get started with actually producing materials, or should I say all the bees 10, as we're going to be working on bees in this episode. In the previous episode, we went around and gathered up pretty much every single starter bee that we possibly could. Now, when I released all of them, a few of them did die as they were still angry with me, but I'm not entirely sure which ones died, so I'm gonna have to figure out which ones we need to replace, if we need to replace any of them. We did get a few duplicates for a few of them. By the way, leave a like and subscribe, it helps the channel out a ton, and lets me know that you guys are still interested in this content. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. So in order to actually get resources from the bees, we're going to need a few things. The first thing that we're going to need is a breeding chamber. This will actually allow us to basically breed two different bees together to form a new one. By the way, the only reason I have all of these guys out was so that I could get a thumbnail and an end screen. So I'm going to go ahead and put these all back just because they add a little bit of lag to the world. Hopefully I got enough cages. There's definitely a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna need a few more. So to get the breeding chamber, we're just gonna need a little bit of iron, a rose bush, and an upgrade bay bee. And the upgrade bay bee can be crafted with a little bit of honeycomb. And we're also gonna need an upgrade base, which is basically the item that's gonna be used for all of our upgrades. So we could probably craft a few of them right now. And that will allow us to craft our upgrade baby. So now I just need to find an actual rose bush. Hey, there we go. Finally some rose bushes. That took way longer than it should have. But yeah, here we are. I did find some blue rose bushes while exploring a dark oak forest. Unfortunately, those do not work for this. We do need regular bushes. And I'm going to make sure to plant these down just in case we need them in the future. We really shouldn't. I don't know what else recipes that actually require rose bushes. But it's also just nice to have extra. So now we can go ahead and craft our breeding chamber. So basically what the breeding chamber will allow us to do is combine two different bees together to make a brand new one. This can be used to either reproduce the same bees that you already have, or to create a completely new combination. Now, unfortunately, this machine does require power, but as you can see when we get two different bees inside of it, it'll actually display a new bee on the side. Now, we currently don't have a ton of power, so for right now, I'm just going to borrow our emerald generator and hook up an energy pipe, and that should do for now. So you're going to need 3 different things to actually start breeding a new bee. You're going to need a bee cage for the end product to actually get inside of. You'll need some sort of flower or item, depending on which bee you're actually making. And of course you need energy. Now this process can take an absolute long time. Fortunately though, this mod does have the upgrade speed that we can actually craft, we're just going to need a few clocks and some honeycomb. I'm going to go ahead and make just like a stack of clocks. And then we'll make, let's see here. We have plenty of honeycomb from our bees that are currently producing. So there we go. And if I look this up again, there we go. We should be able to make a few upgrades. Now I can't remember if these will actually stack or not. Looks like they do. And we can have at up to 4 at a time. And it looks like our bee is almost done. We should see it right there. Nice. By the way, we can limit the number that we want by simply limiting the number of flowers in the inventory. If only one inventory has 5, for example, it'll only produce 5. So the bee that I just produced is called the lumber bee, and this is definitely one of the first bees that you should make if you're looking to gather basically any type of resource. The lumber bee will basically allow you to harvest any log type basically in your game. As you can see from the recipes for the advanced beehive, we could produce dark oak, regular oak. We could even do these sort of small oak logs. And basically every single type of log is listed in here. I think some of these are even mushroom stems. Maybe not. So I'm just going to craft a few additional advanced beehives. We're going to go with these oak ones for now, but we will eventually upgrade these into, I think I'm going to use the canvas beehives. They just look a little bit nicer. And we're also going to craft our first expansion boxes. These basically allow us to add more bees inside of a beehive, and I believe it also gives us the ability to put upgrades inside of the beehive as well. So here we go. And actually, I want to put these inside of our little glass jar that we have cooking here. So we only have 3 slots in the advanced oak beehive by default, but if we place the expansion box on top, you'll notice that we now have 5 slots and 4 slots for upgrades. So to actually get started with producing logs, we're gonna need a feeding slab. Now this isn't 100% necessary, as we have a few options on how we want to actually do this. So for example, we could just place an oak log here in front of the beehive, and the bees will actually pollinate off of the oak log. Similar to how in the default game they'll pollinate off of flowers, they'll actually just use the log here, and that will produce logs just inside of the beehive here. If you want to harvest multiple items from a single beehive, you can just place down a feeding slab, and I believe just, right click, and we could place up to 3 items in here, and these will stack, I believe. Let's see if I can do this. Feeding slab down there, and that'll give it 3 more options down below. But I think for this, at least for now, I'm just going to use an oak log or a log for each of the different types. By the way, there is also the baby incubator, which basically allows you to speed up the growth of your baby bees, babies. I don't know if this one requires power. It looks like it does. So yeah, when you breed a bee, it will actually become a child first. And I believe it takes about 20 honey treats for it to actually grow up. Could be wrong on this. It doesn't seem to be... Oh, there we go. Okay. It is very slow, so we'll probably need speed upgrades on this one as well. There we go, and with full speed upgrades, this goes really quickly now. Let's see if it will actually consume those 20 honey treats. And... there we go. Yep, it definitely consumed all 20, which is a little bit unfortunate, as those honey treats are a little bit expensive. But now we have our first adult lumber bee. So I'm just going to go ahead and place this one in our, let's see. I think this one... Yeah, this one has spruce, so let's put it in spruce. We don't have a lot of spruce right now. And let's see. Oh, right. Because we don't have the simulation upgrade, I keep forgetting this. We do actually have to place it down manually first. Here we go. So we'll just right-click it there and quickly... Nope. Aw, dang it. Here we go. I'm in a bit of a predicament here. Let me just cage it back up. And there we go. So we should see it, yep, just like that. It is pollinating off of the log there, which is a little bit weird. But once it's done with that, which should be anytime soon, there we go. It just popped back into the hive, and we should see it inside of the hive now. And eventually this one will begin producing just straight up logs. A lot of the other bees will produce combs, such as these copper combs here, and we'll have to use the centrifuge to actually get the ingredients out. But with the lumber bees, it's a little bit more intricate as there's so many different combinations of logs that, yeah, they just produce the logs into the beehive here directly. Oh, nice. And while working on some other stuff, this one has already produced 3 spruce logs. Nice. And what I'm doing, by the way, is just expanding our... Nope, get back in there. Oh, bees are so annoying. We really need to get simulator upgrades going. Will you go in there? Ah, shoot. I'm just gonna have to cage it again. So yeah, I'm just expanding the beehives here. That way they produce honeycomb and honey just a little bit faster so that we can actually get some of these treats going. By the way, baby bees will actually still pollinate. I'm not entirely sure what the difference is. Maybe they produce a little bit less pollen. I'm not entirely sure, but they'll still work regardless. So if you don't have your incubation chamber set up and you don't have a bunch of treats, you can just place them inside the hive like I've done here, and they'll still at least work for a while, and eventually they will grow up. So I'm just working on a little temporary automation for this. I'm just hooking up some item pipes to the bottoms of the hives, and we will wrench that out just like that. That should work. And then I'm just going to place a drawer on the back side here, and that should automatically fill with the logs. So one of the benefits and kind of a trade-off of the lumber bees is that they'll only ever produce logs. They'll never produce honey or honeycomb as far as I'm aware. And in fact, I might be taking my words back immediately. It looks like this hive is actually full of honey. So yeah, it looks like they do produce regular honeycomb and honey. That's not actually in JEI, so I'm a little bit confused by that, but it's kind of a happy accident, I suppose. So I'm getting a little bit tired of hearing the bees constantly pop in and out of their beehives, so I'm going to make a few of these simulator upgrades, or at least try. And we'll need about 3 of them for now. So we're going to need the upgrade anti-teleportation, which is just going to require ender pearls and honeycomb blocks. That shouldn't be too bad. And to get the actual simulator upgrade, we just need blaze rods as well as another ender pearl. It's really not too bad of an upgrade if you have a mob farm up and running. We're definitely going to be low on blaze rods though, but we at least had enough to make a simulation upgrade for all 3 of these. Nice, so now they shouldn't leave their hive. Hopefully they'll pop back in. Okay, it looks like they will. Good to know. Come on, little guy, you can do it. So yeah, they shouldn't pop out of the hive anymore. And another benefit is that we can actually just pump in a bee cage, and that'll automatically go into the nest rather than waiting. Let's see if we can get this one. We're out of power because I'm charging my battery. Here we go. And I'll put this guy in here so we can just place the bee cage inside, and the bee appears inside. The bee cage will actually disappear. That's just because these ones are the single-use ones. But yeah, that's 2 hives completely filled out. We're just waiting on the oak one, which is kind of not super necessary, as the tree farm was running for quite a while with oak logs inside. By the way, I also added a pollen puff drawer here. I'm not sure if this will produce pollen puffs or not. I'm gonna kind of experiment with this. We've gotten honey and honeycomb, but no pollen puffs yet. So because we are going to need blaze rods for this, and I don't really feel like setting up an entirely new farm for blaze rods, let's figure out how we can actually make blaze rods with this mod. So if we open up the centrifuge on blaze rods, let's see here, we have the blaze bee comb block, blaze bee comb, and inside of the advanced beehive, we have the blaze bee. How do we make this? So we're going to need a magmatic bee and a nomad bee. That's actually really not too bad. We should have both of these. And yeah, that's just inside of the bee breeder with basically any flower. So that's really not too bad actually. So I'll place my magmatic bee and nomad bee inside with a few flowers. I'll probably just do one of the advanced bees for now until we have need for a few more. By the way, the sort of flower that we're going to need for the blaze bee that needs to be in front of the advanced beehive is actually a magma block, which we should have. So this one really shouldn't be too bad to actually get up and running. And I actually didn't have any magma blocks, so fortunately the Nether did. Alright, I'm getting pretty sick of this emerald generator. It's been nice, but it's so slow compared to another generator that we can make here. It will involve us using the little bit of ancient debris that we've actually gathered up so far to get some netherite scraps. And that's going to be the netherite furnace. Unfortunately, we do need 4 netherite ingots for this. I guess the recipe has been changed since last I saw. Yeah, maybe this isn't worth it after all. I can try, but it's not going to be much better. So with the iron furnaces mod, we can actually make the augment generator. This will basically allow the furnace to generate power instead of smelting items. And we use it basically the same as we would before. We just, I believe we right click it onto there, and that can actually produce a little bit of power for us. And the only trade-off really is that we can't actually charge our jetpack with it unless we use an item separately that can charge our items. Alright, so I have our setup here for our blaze bee, and right, we don't have the simulation upgrade, so I'll just go ahead and place that in there. It is raining, and I think it's about nighttime, so hopefully I can skip the day. Can't. So basically now we just need to wait for this bee to produce some combs. It's already going for the magma block there, and basically it's just a little bit of a waiting game now. We're also going to need to wait until we get 4 combs, as if you look at the recipe for blaze powder inside of the centrifuge there, you'll notice that the blaze bee comb, if you just have the regular comb, produces blaze powder, whereas if we need blaze rods, we actually use the comb block, which requires 4 combs. So while we're waiting for the blaze rods, let's try to figure out how to get quartz as well. I'm usually pretty low on quartz, so this is probably a good one to get as well. So in order to get this, it looks like... Oh yeah, I think we already have a crystalline bee, I just realized. This is one of the basic bees, so this shouldn't be too bad. There we go, yeah, crystalline bee right there. Nice. And the sort of pollination material that this is going to need is basically any of the vanilla quartz items. So I'll just place a block of quartz inside of there. Nice. Another one that we also already have is the glowing bee, so we can go ahead and add that in. And its flowering block is just basically any of the vanilla lights. We'll probably just use glowstone for it. We actually don't need a ton of glowstone as our mob farm already produces glowstone from witches, but it'll be nice to have another sort of income for that. So I could keep continuing on and adding more and more resources to this little setup here, but I want room to expand in the future, and this little peninsula here is just not enough room to actually do what I want. And of course I do want to actually basically gather every single resource that I want. And what I want to do is basically gather every single resource that this mod can possibly produce. And this area is just a little bit too small for that. So I think what I want to do is expand further beyond to that little area that's right above my head. I've been eyeing this area for quite a while, and I think it's going to be the perfect place to sort of set up a pretty large base up here. But the planning that it's going to take to actually do this, as well as all of the resource gathering, it's going to be a pretty long and arduous journey. But I do think it's going to be completely worth it. So I think what I want to do now is actually sort of clear this platform off and get it sort of flattened out, and then, well, I guess I'll start building something. So there's going to be basically three major resources that we're going to need for this build. We're going to need sand, gravel, and white dye. And that's because I actually want to go with white concrete for this. Fortunately, there should be a bee that can actually help us out with these. And that's going to be the quarry bee. The quarry bee is essentially the stone materials version of the lumber bee. It can produce anything from dirt to grass to even mud. Let's see, and all of the mud products, it looks like. Ancient dirt, lush dirt. But what we're looking for is actually going to be sand and gravel. So to produce the quarry bee, we're going to need digger bee and chocolate mining bees. That's pretty simple, we have both of those. So while we're waiting for some resources to gather up, we can talk about the centrifuge. This is basically how you produce resources from honeycomb. There is a powered version of this, by the way, but it does require mechanism to get into, so we're just going to stick with this one for now. So I'll grab some of our resources. We really needed Blaze Bee. So here we go. We can go ahead and stick that inside of the centrifuge, and it will slowly produce into our resource. But for this, we actually want the comb block, just because we want blaze rods instead of blaze powder. And it looks like there's only a chance of getting the resource out. This time we only got wax, unfortunately, so we'll have to keep trying to get blaze rods. So I've upgraded all of these beehives now with the simulation upgrades, and I'm going to place some speed upgrades in here as well. These should allow the beehives to speed up and produce resources just a little bit faster. We've already gathered quite a bit of resources here, but these speed upgrades should help the process go a little bit more smoothly. Alright, so while I'm sort of waiting on resources to gather up, I decided to put together a Pinterest board of sort of the aesthetics of how I want to build this facility. It's going to be very solar punk, very modern, and definitely have a little bit of inspiration from bees and gardens. And I've already gone ahead and cleared out a decent area here, and this is sort of where I want the facility to kind of be. This is going to be like several different buildings in a single campus. I want a few things here. I want a sort of a landing pad for like helicopters. Otherwise, I don't know how people would really get up here. Maybe through elevators down below. But yeah, I definitely want an area for our bees. I think that's going to be either back here or over on this side. I want an area for like windmills. And of course, I want to move our storage from over there over here as well and have sort of a central applied energistic system that's going to be fully integrated into this entire base here. So yeah, this is going to be more of a mid-game sort of base here. I don't want it to be fully endgame, as we're still extremely early into our playthrough. I mean, we don't even have power generation really set up. Yeah, this is definitely where I'm going to be sort of gathering and generating resources and actually getting started with basically the rest of the mod pack. But unfortunately, we are out of time for this episode. I have a ton of planning to do, so yeah, I think I'm going to spend probably the next week or so just building, and then in the next episode, we'll have at least the beginnings of the facility set up here, at least where we're going to have the bees set up. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I'll catch you next time. Peace. Hello everybody, and welcome back to All the Mods 10. In the previous episode, we got started with bees, and we've basically gotten everything that we need to actually continue to gather resources in the future. Now, in between episodes, I've kind of been going pretty hard with our designs. So without further ado, here is the building that I designed, aka Hive. And we'll get to that acronym here in a moment. But yeah, this is what I've built in between episodes. It's sort of supposed to be a high-tech facility that's sort of focused around bees and like bee research and stuff like that. So yeah, here we go as we go inside of the interior here. Yeah, I went pretty hard on the design here, I think. I really like how this looks. I did some little custom trees here using spruce fencing, as well as these are sticks actually, and they're just being used as like sort of smaller branches. We have a nice little river running through here as well. This basically supplies water to the entire facility. And yeah, here are the beehives. I've set these up. These ones are, I believe, the canvas, yeah, advanced canvas beehives. These are basically just the regular oak beehives, just surrounded in paper. And yeah, we have the expansion boxes on the bottom. I just like how that looks a little bit better. It looks a little more like a beehive. But yeah, we have all of these up and running now. There is one issue that we need to solve today, and that's actually figuring out a way to get all of these items out of these beehives and into some sort of central storage system. We're not going to be doing AE up here quite yet. I do want to move an AE system. I'm probably going to make an entire building, sort of a central hub up here for applied energistics, because that can get pretty big, especially with auto crafting. Yeah, I think we'll have a few drawers up here. By the way, down here is where we have our breeding chambers, our centrifuge, our incubator, and I even went through and upgraded our, I think we had emerald to obsidian furnace here, and that's just been producing a ton of power. I also figured out that this charging station from Charging Gadgets actually is here in this pack, so I've just been using it to basically store my jetpack and my batteries. You might also notice that we now have coal combs actually here in the centrifuge producing coal. And that's because I've actually added a new set of coal bees. And I just realized I'm missing one, but that's alright. This produces quite a lot of regular coal. And the reason we needed regular coal was actually for the charging station. If we look up the recipe for it, see if we can do this real quick. It required a block of coal, so I just needed that. I was kind of getting a little lazy, didn't want to explore the world and find actual coal, because charcoal doesn't work for it. But yeah, it definitely works in our obsidian furnace here, which has been supplying power to all of our machines here. And then we just have this barrel full of all of our other bees that aren't really doing anything right now. We should probably get most of these guys working. I'm not sure what some of them actually produce, but we'll figure out a place for all of them. We have a ton of hives here. By the way, this goes to about here, so we're probably about 50% of the beehives are filled, I would say. This one here is producing moss blocks, which is pretty nice. These are just quarry bees, surprisingly. Kind of a weird bee to produce moss. But yeah. So like I said, Hive does stand for something. Highly Integrated Vector Ecosystem. It's mostly just techno mumbo jumbo, but the important part is the highly integrated ecosystem. This is an ecosystem that is going to be entirely integrated into the rest of our system. So I thought that was kind of a clever name for it. Yeah, it's not the best name, but it works. So in today's episode, we're actually gonna get started with some actual technology, as well as some machines, which means we need to get started with the Mechanism mod. Mechanism is one of my all-time favorite mods, as it adds a ton of different machines that can all be upgraded into different variations and basically be completely overpowered in the end. But it will take a ton of resources as well as a bunch of planning in order to make Mechanism work. And it's also gonna require a ton of power. And by the way, this is the second floor of our hive here. This will be used in the future if we expand into either more bees or if we do mystical agriculture. This is, oh yeah, I forgot there's no elevator to the third floor. This does, by the way, just lead directly into this tree here. But yeah, there is a third floor as well, all the way up here. And I don't know what I'm gonna do up here, but yeah, this entire building is all about producing resources, essentially. And so on these little sort of, I don't even know what to call these things, I'm gonna have a few different ways of producing power, sort of as we go through like Mechanism and even the Power mod. I want to basically hollow these out and put the generators or the reactors inside, and then have sort of a windmill from the create mod on top. That way it kind of looks like we're producing power in a clean way instead of, you know, using coal or oil or whatever we need. Obviously there are a few clean burning resources in this mod pack that we could do. We could go like nuclear with, I think, bigger reactors is in this, if I'm not mistaken. Let's actually double check that. Oh, it looks like we have extreme reactors in here. And this basically allows you to create a nuclear power plant. So we might get into that eventually, but what we're going to do right now is to actually work towards making solar generators, which will basically produce electricity as long as the sun is out. But in order to craft these, we are actually going to need to get into Mechanism itself first. So I do think I want to start off today by making a little building here on this peninsula, and that is where we'll actually begin with our power generation, as well as place our mechanism machines for now. So it looks like I'm gonna have to get to building once again. Alright, and here is our first power station. This is Twist, which stands for Turbine Wind Integrated Station for Transmission. Yeah, it kind of works. So yeah, we're just using the create mod to sort of move the wind turbine on the top. These are wool blocks, and I believe this is actually a max-powered windmill. I believe it has more than, I think it's 180 something that you need in order to actually build a max speed turbine. But this is not the main source of the power that we're going to be using for this. But I think to get started, we are going to actually use it to produce power for our machines, just to kind of get power up over there. So I'm going to craft probably 9 alternators. I have no idea how many we actually need to get the most out of our power situation, but 9 should do the trick. All right, so we have our 9 alternators now. And yeah, that is kind of a pain in the butt kind of a recipe, but we got it done. So let's go ahead and bring our power down from our windmill. I think that should be okay there. Now we need to spread the power among all of our alternators. So I think 9 of these gearboxes I think will work. Let's see here. Oh no, that's correct there. And there. Now unfortunately these won't go out on the sides. I wonder what the best way to do this would be. So we got one there and there. And one there. We can at least do 3 here. So I think something like this should work. There we go. And we have... Ooh, all of them together overstresses the machine. Interesting. Okay. So the minimum speed that these need to rotate at is 32. So I do have a rotation speed controller here now. I'm not entirely sure. I might try it with just a single alternator at the maximum speed we can possibly go. And just see how much power... Wow, that overstresses this thing. That's very interesting because this is a full windmill, which means that it's extremely powerful. Or should be, at least. Let's try 126. That'll work. 182, wow. So somewhere in between here is where it breaks. I guess 126 is probably our max. 28 maybe. Yeah, 128 with just a single one. And this will produce, it looks like 180. I'm assuming that's FE per tick, which is not great. And with two, each of these are just producing 90. So it doesn't really, it looks like it doesn't matter how many alternators you have. I guess I never knew that. That's something worth it to note. So I guess I'll put it up to 180 now. Or what was it again? Sorry, I completely forgot which number it was. It had to be 180, right? Oh, I was way off. 126. Okay. So that's producing now 177? I'm not sure why that's 128. Right. There we go. That should be the max for our alternator. In any case, though, I think it's about time we actually got started with our goal today, and that's basically getting started with mechanism. So I want to get sort of going towards the basic energy cube. That way we can actually store a little bit of power. So we're going to need a couple of energy tablets, which means we're going to need infused alloy. So really it just comes down to needing a metallurgic infuser. And I basically already have everything that I need for the metallurgic infuser here at home. So we can go ahead and place that down here, and that should begin to charge. We do need to output this though. And popping back and forth between the workshop and up there is getting a little bit annoying. I should probably start to work on getting some wireless access to our applied energistics system hooked up pretty soon. So we can just click that and that will output the energy into our metallurgic infuser. By the way, I do like to actually make a couple of these energetic metallurgic infusers. That's because we have a few different recipes that require them. So to make infused alloy, which is basically the basic material for this mod, we need to put redstone and copper, it used to be iron, but it is copper now, into the metallurgic infuser, and that will produce an infused alloy. And while that's working, we can also make our basic control circuits. These are made in the metallurgic infuser as well, but it's just redstone and osmium. So we can go ahead and get those started. And we have our first infused alloys. By the way, Mechanism does have this really easy way of checking how much energy your machine is actually using. If you just hover over this thing in the bottom left-hand corner, it'll tell you exactly how much the machine is using and how much is needed. So currently we're using 20 FE per tick, and we need 20 FE per tick. Nice, so we're basically keeping up. Yeah, it doesn't look like our alternator is struggling at all. And both of them are staying pretty much full. So here we go. We also have some basic control circuits now. Oh man, and I just clicked accept all on my quest book, and I got 2 Nether stars. What the heck? I wish I would have known which quest that was from. That's kind of crazy. Let's see what quests can actually give that to us. I'm not sure. So what I was just going to quickly mention is that the quest book does have a quest line for, this is power production, but I believe there's also a mechanism section here as well. So we're going to be sort of following along with this quest line as we sort of progress through mechanism. So next, I think we want to work on steel. This isn't a requirement for getting our power, but it is kind of an easy step to do in all the mods 10. If you're just using mechanism though, it can be kind of burdensome. So in this pack, we have a few recipes that we could do to actually produce steel. We could do 2 iron ingots and 2 coal, but I think probably the easiest way is actually just crafting steel dust. And we can do that just with regular iron dust and 4 coal. It's really not too bad of a combination. And I guess it kind of depends on how much iron versus coal that you have. If you have a little more iron, you could actually do this recipe instead. It's less coal overall, but a little bit more iron. And it doesn't actually require you to hammer down some iron, so it's not too bad of a recipe either. Oh, and I completely did not even notice that one of our quests gave us a basic energy cube. So we can put that down. I think it's full as well. That is kind of insane. It can store 1.6 million FE. And what we can do with this is we can put it right next to our alternator and then just have this output like that instead. That way we have a little bit more of a energy buffer. And definitely don't forget to output off of the left side. What you can do is, I'm not sure how to close this. There we go. You click side config and make sure that left is just set to output and right is set to input. All right, and it turned out I actually already had some steel ingots in my AE system, so we can just go ahead and complete that as well as this one apparently, because I guess we've gotten steel casings from one of the quests. So the steel casings will allow us to make the more advanced machines here. So we could, for example, make the energized smelter or the enrichment chamber. The enrichment chamber will basically allow you to double ores, though it is a little bit of a process. So I kind of want to focus on the ore processing and mechanism now. There are a few different tiers that we can do, but what we're going to start off with is the really very simple version, which is just to combine an enricher and a smelter. So we can craft an enrichment chamber as well as an energized smelter. And we should be able to, yeah, we should be able to upgrade these immediately into the basic version. That's just a tier above what they were. So we now have this quest done, and we get a little bit of ore to actually process. And we can also claim these rewards up here. Nice. Next up, I do want to craft an energy tablet real quick here. And in fact, I might as well do 2 of them. That way we can actually craft a basic energy cube. I know that we already have one, but it's just nice to have extras, and it allows us to complete these quests. And there we go. Oh wow, we even got an advanced energy cube from that. That's pretty nutty. The quests from this give you some pretty crazy stuff. So I'll get my advanced energy cube down. This can store 6 million FE. Let's get this just right here, I suppose. And we'll need to make sure that this is outputting. And, whoops. Uh-oh, which way is it facing now? I'm not too sure. But we can check. Looks like the top is that now. But that should work. Yep, that's still transferring, it looks like. By the way, these energy tablets are pretty nice. They will actually just completely keep energy inside of them. And I thought they could be used to charge items in your inventory, but I might be wrong. Let me take my jetpack off. Is that charging it? It doesn't look like it. I'm not too sure how these work. But now I kind of want to get started on the cables from this mod. These are going to be a little bit better than the energy pipes from pipes. And we can also immediately upgrade these into the advanced universal cables. These ones can transfer 51,000 FE per tick, whereas these regular ones are 3,000 FE per tick. And from doing just a little bit of research, I'm not 100% certain if this is true or not, but I think the energy pipes from the pipes mod by default only transfer 256 FE per tick. So they're a little bit slower unless you give them some upgrades. But now we can go ahead and replace our pipes here, and they should work pretty nice. And they look pretty cool as well, as you can kind of see the energy inside of each of the cables. So I think I'm just going to bring these cables kind of around the outside. This is going to be, I think, temporary. I might dig these down below into the ground. But for now, I do want to get my basic smelting factory down as well as my enriching factory. So by default, it is set to off for the auto sort. I just want to turn that on and put all of our items in here. So if we put iron ore inside, This will slowly produce into, let's see here, it's almost there. There we go, into iron dust. And we just want that to output into our basic smelting factory. And we want that to, let's see here, to input. I think we have auto eject off. There we go. So that'll begin to actually start smelting the iron dust down into iron ingots. By the way, these machines are very loud. So the sort of next tier of ore processing is actually going to be involving making a little bit of chemicals. We're going to need to use the electrolytic separator as well as a purifier in order to separate oxygen and hydrogen. And for this process, we are going to need to make advanced control circuits, which are just the basic control circuits mixed with infused alloy. We can make a few of these. There we go. We'll also need to make an enrichment chamber, which can then be upgraded into the purification chamber. The electrolytic core is going to require a couple of osmium dust, iron dust, and gold dust, so we need to make some osmium dust real quick. There we go. And a little bit of iron dust, it looks like, as well. Oops. There we go. There's our electrolytic core. And here's our electrolytic separator. It's also important to note that the smelting factory can basically smelt anything, and it will actually smelt 3 items at a time. And when we fully upgrade this thing, it is pretty insane how fast it can just tear through a stack of items. And it looks like for this quest, we do need to make the electric pump. I was just going to use the sink and some pipes for this, but let's see here. I actually already have it tagged there. Steel casing. And I don't know if we're going to be able to make the reinforced alloy. Let's see here. That is diamond in the metallurgic infuser with infused alloy. That's not too bad, actually. We are pretty low on diamonds, so I think I'll get some of these processed soon. Alright, and I've made a third metallurgic infuser. This one will be for making our advanced alloys, which... Oh, it looks like we might need diamond dust first. Let me look into this real quick. So... how do we get diamond in here? Yeah, we need diamond dust first. Okay. That shouldn't be too big of a problem. How do we solve that through... we can use the enrichment chamber, which I'll just get set up over here. I had to make a new one, but we should be able to now process our diamond into diamond dust. Now, we could just use a hammer and smash it down, but I think this way is just going to be a little bit better. This also makes enriched diamond, which I'm not entirely sure what the difference is. But we should be able to use it in this metallurgic infuser and combine it with our infused alloy. And that makes reinforced alloy. Nice. And there's our electric pump that we'll probably not be using. If it can transfer water faster, we might use it, but we'll see. By the way, we are also going to need a crusher for this entire process here. So now we can return here. And we'll get all of these machines set up over here. So if we go ahead and follow the quest line here, we can actually find out that we need to separate out hydrogen from oxygen. And we do that using the electrolytic separator. So I'm just going to place my sink down here in the ground. And we'll try the electric pump. I've never actually used this one before. Let's see if that can pull... not enough energy. Okay. Are we just not getting energy over here? Or, oh, I think it needs to be maybe on the top? No. I'm not sure where this connects to. That's kind of interesting. Let's... okay. I think I figured it out, actually. So the electric pump needs to be below the electrolytic separator. Okay, so now if we place our sink below... unfortunately... yeah, there's no water getting pumped out of here. So I'm just going to use the kitchen sink and a fluid pipe. This should keep up. If not, Yeah, it looks like it's keeping up. Next up, we need the purification chamber, and that should go right next to the electrolytic separator. So this is sort of where we're going to be inputting our ores. For example, I have some deep slate ore here, and that will begin to use the oxygen to purify the gold, and that will turn into gold clumps. The clumps are then sent into the crusher, which we can have our purification chamber set to auto eject, and that will begin to crush our gold clump into dirty gold dust, which is then fed back into our enriching factory when we auto eject, just like that. I don't know why sometimes these machines won't actually auto sort. They'll put all of them into here. It shouldn't matter too much. I think it's still going to process 3 at a time. But that will then automatically eject the dirty gold dust into the basic smelting factory, and that will produce gold ingots. Nice. By the way, you do want to set your electrolytic separator from idle to dumping excess here on the left side. You don't necessarily want to do that on the right side. The reason that we do this is because it produces both oxygen and hydrogen, but we're not actually using any hydrogen. We're only using the oxygen. So if it fills up with hydrogen, it will stop working completely. So as a test, I'm going to put 10 iron ore through the system, and hopefully that'll go in. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure why that barrel isn't working, but yeah, we can actually give this a test. So we're going to turn 10 iron ore, and that turned into 45 iron ingots, which is absolutely crazy. We basically 4 times the output of our iron ore. So I think I now want to take a step back and work on some things in Applied Energistics, mainly getting our wireless crafting terminal up. So in order to craft this, we are going to need quite a bit of Fluix crystal. Now, a way that we can actually do this rather than doing the in-world transformation is actually by building the reaction chamber. And to make this, we are going to need Fluix dust, so I'm just crushing some Fluix crystals in the brand new crusher that we just made. And by the way, we're just getting nether quartz from our centrifuge here. We have a crystalline B, and we can actually make the powered centrifuge now that we've gotten into mechanism. Just like that. And I'll get this down here again, and that is so much faster than before. And we can even add some upgrades in here to make it even faster. I'll probably just take the ones from one of our breeders. There we go. Nice. So that should be producing a good amount of nether quartz for us. And I think that's everything that we needed for the reaction chamber. Nice. So now instead of throwing our items in the world, we can just place them in here. And we do need water for this, I do believe. So I'll just get a sink down right behind it. There we go. And that should now start the reaction chamber. The reaction chamber can be used to create a lot of different items. What we're going to be using it for right now is the Fluix crystals, wherever they just went. Here we go. And you might also notice that it does create a ton more of these Fluix crystals than we would normally get. Really, the only downside of it is that it does require 16 items at a time to create all of those. So it should start now. There we go. So now I can craft the Fluix pearl and the quartz fiber, which allows us to create the wireless receiver. Next up, I'll need an ME terminal, and we're going to need 8 of these energy cells to make a dense energy cell. And here's our dense energy cell, our ME crafting terminal, and that's everything that we needed to craft our wireless crafting terminal. Next up, to actually access our system, we're going to need to craft the wireless access point. So we just need to craft another wireless receiver, and we can craft our wireless access point. I'm just going to stick this somewhere on our system. We'll sort this all out later. So now we can right click, and when we put our wireless access terminal there, it will actually link. So now that it's linked, we can just right click anywhere and access the entirety of our system. I'm gonna have to sort of rearrange how things are. Let's go sort by number of items descending, and there we go, nice. Now the only problem with this is that it is very short range by default. We can get, let's see here, how close can we get? Basically right out our front door and it stops working. So to actually change the range of our system, we need to craft these wireless boosters. We'll need some ender dust for this, so I'm just crushing some ender pearls in the crusher. So we should now be able to craft our wireless boosters. And I'm going to make 4 of them, and that's for a very specific reason. These can actually be upgraded into these infinity range boosters. Now, one of these will actually make it so that we can access our storage from anywhere within the overworld dimension. But we can actually upgrade that into a dimension card down the road that will actually allow us to access our storage from any dimension. And we're going to need 4 cards for that, so might as well just make 4 of them right now. And we can go ahead and get these inside of our wireless access point. And now our range is a measly 24 meters. By the way, without these cards, it is 16. And by the way, meters is basically just blocks. So yeah, those 4, did that even do anything? Did I remember to put them back in? I feel like it's less now. Oh, it's less because we're actually out of power now. I think this pushed us over our limit, unfortunately. So yeah, I think the system here is gonna have to be upgraded sooner rather than later. But yeah, our power situation overall is very bad, so I think in the next episode, we're going to try to resolve that as quickly as we can so we can get our AE2 system back online. And yeah, I think what we're going to do is get into mechanism generators, or maybe even the power mod. I'm leaning more towards power though. As there's some pretty unique generators within that. In the previous episode, we set up our mechanism system, as well as got this building right behind me, Twist, all set up. Twist is one of the buildings here on our, I guess it's not really a university campus, but I guess a technological campus. It stands for Turbine Wind Integrated Station for Transmission. And yeah, it's where we have our mechanism set up, as well as we're generating a little bit of power from the windmill on top. But it's definitely not enough power to really even keep our mechanism system running, let alone the future AE system that I plan to build up here. So in today's episode, what I want to do is actually get started with the power mod. And we're going to be generating power using a few different methods. So hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying these videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. So there's a couple of things that I want to do with the power mod in this playthrough that are gonna basically allow us to have our power generated and transmitted wirelessly. There are other mods like the Flux mod that basically allows you to have this sort of wireless network of energy, and it's a very, very powerful mod, but I've used it a ton of times in the past, and I kind of want to experience something new here. So what I'm going to be doing is using Ender Gates from the power mod. These work in much the same way, as they basically allow you to have a wireless network of power. These Ender Gates, they act basically in the similar way that plugs and flux points act. So they'll allow you to transfer energy, I believe, both in and out of the system. So we need to just craft a few energy cables here, which we're gonna need, let's see here, we need some dielectric rods. By the way, this dielectric paste is very useful throughout this entire mod, so I recommend making as much as you can. It looks like there's even a different crafting recipe that we could craft using blaze powder and one one clay and 2 coal. But we're just gonna stick with the bucket of lava method. So now we can craft a few of these dielectric rods. And you do get quite a bit of those. And that should be basically everything that we need to craft the cables now. Let's see. Thought I crafted these, but maybe not. There we go. Just need some iron nuggets. And here are our energy cables. These can be used in the similar way that the mechanism cables can be used as well. They just allow you to transfer energy from one point to another, but they don't do it wirelessly. That's kind of why we need these ender gates. So we're also going to need this ender core, which is going to require a few things from the power mod. One of the major crafting blocks, I would say, in the power mod is this energizing orb, as well as these energizing rods. Basically, the energizing rods transmit power into the orb, and they charge the item that's inside. So we're going to craft a few of these dielectric casings. These are used for quite a few items inside of this mod. Let's see here. Let's make sure to add the energizing orb to our thing here, but here we go. We have the energizing orb now. And now we're gonna need at least 1 energizing rod. I might craft 2 though. Here we go. Just need 1 more capacitor. And there we go. So these are in the starter tier. These are going to be extremely slow when it comes to transferring power. And for now, I think I'm just going to set these all up opposite of our mechanism machines. So we're going to need the energizing orb. This system's going to be very temporary, by the way. So we'll place the energizing orb on the bottom there. And then we'll just need these energizing rods in the vicinity. They could be on the wall, they could be on the ground. But they do need to be, I keep forgetting this, they need to be on a cable. So we can go just like that, and that will actually connect. Now I don't think these can be on these regular cables, so they have to be on the power cables. So I've just brought in energy cable over here with an energy cube on the end here. And we'll set this side to be output and the left side to be input. And you can see sort of right above my armor at the bottom there, it says that we have stored 40,000 FE. That should be in both of them. Great. And now we can pump in our items. I think we can use these cables. It looks like it connects. I'll just place a barrel at the top and use my configurator to pull items out. So for the ender core, what we need is an Eye of Ender, dielectric casing, and basic capacitor tiny. So I'll get one of those in there, and it does look like it pulled it out. Dielectric casing and Eye of Ender. So all 3 of those are going to go inside of the orb, and you can see the beams starting to charge it. Now it is actually surprisingly going very fast, and it's actually already done. With some of these other crafts, they take a lot longer and they take millions upon millions of power. So I'm glad this one was pretty easy. So now we can craft our ender gates. Awesome. So what we can do now is, for example, place it on our advanced energy cube here. And I believe we just need to right click it. So it kind of has this little interface here, and it's a little bit confusing. I'm going to hit Control and O to disable JEI real quick. So you can see it has 0 FE stored here, and it looks like it has a transfer rate of 500 FE per tick. And we have all these numbers down at the bottom. But all we really need to do is insert a battery from this mod. Now I think... I don't remember. Is it left click? Shift left click. No, shift right click? I'll need to remember real quick. Let's see. I think we actually need the ender cell to actually continue. So I'm just going to craft that real quick. Here we go. Halfway done. And there's our other ender core. And now we can craft our ender cell. Now I'm just going to place this on our cable kind of randomly here, and we get basically the same interface, but there we go. If you shift left click inside of the ender cell with a battery, it will actually begin to fill out that channel. So what it's doing right now is basically filling up a network. These numbers down here are basically additional channels that we don't actually have access to quite yet. So I have this basic energy cube here. It's mostly full, but not quite. What I want to do now is just click the ender gate on top of it and open the interface. And you'll notice at the top that it begins to charge. That's because it's on our network here. So this is completely wireless power. And the first thing that I'm going to use to actually test this out on is our ME controller. You'll notice that it's draining right now, but if we put an ender gate on top of it, it immediately fills up. Nice. So now, so in the previous episode, I crafted these wireless boosters, and they were absorbing way too much power and shorting out the system. But it should be completely fine now. By the way, I did actually hotkey it, and the wireless terminal is inside of one of my charm slots here. So I just have it assigned to Shift and E, and I can open up our inventory. It's still going to be pretty low range. And I was looking at the recipe for this, and I actually kind of made a mistake. So I crafted 4 thinking that we would only need 4 to upgrade, but we need 3 to upgrade into the infinity range booster. So we actually need, I think it's going to be 12 in total. Let's see here. So yeah, because that's 4, so each of these requires 3. Yeah, that's going to be 12. So we can actually craft 12 of these without really feeling too guilty if we make the other upgrades. So let's see how far 12 can actually get us. Yeah, still not great, 57 meters. We can access it here at the villager trading hall front step, but that's basically about it. So I think I am going to bite the bullet and use a few netherite ingots to actually craft the infinity range booster. We're going to need Enderium and Lumium. These are from the Thermal Series mod, which I'm not sure if that's in this mod pack yet. It's not, and I'm assuming it's probably not going to be in here at all, but we can at least make Enderium in this mod pack using Enderium Dust, which is just 2 Ender Pearls, 3 lead, and a Platinum Dust. There we go, we have 4 Enderium Dust. Very, very simple this time around. We can in fact make a little bit more as well. And there's one of our gears, and it should be, there we go, there's our second one. So that's both of the Enderium. We're also going to need a Lumium. Lumium is glowstone, silver, and tin dust. There we go. And there's our Lumium gear. The only thing that we're missing now is a couple of netherite ingots. So I'm probably going to have to go to the nether for a bit and just mine for a little while. Hopefully it won't be too bad. And it doesn't look like there are any good places near here to actually start mining downwards. This might take a while. And I already just found an ancient debris. That's crazy. I was still digging down. I think we're at Y15. I think that's the level that we need to be. Oh, and that's actually another ancient debris right there. I couldn't even tell, it was so dark. There we go, nice. Oh man, I wasn't paying attention to the durability on my pickaxe, and it just disappeared. Oh, I've had that pickaxe for so long. Dang it. Well, we've got 4 ancient debris, which should make, I believe, 2 more ingots. So I think that's enough. Kind of sucks that I lost that pickaxe, though. Here we go, we can make that into 8 netherite scrap, and just combine it into 2 more netherite ingots. And that's everything that we need to craft the infinity range booster. So now we finally have infinite range, at least within the overworld. This will not work at all in the nether or in the end. we'll have to upgrade once more to actually do that. So I guess for now, I'm just going to use my Fortune pickaxe as a replacement. So the next item from Powa that I want to craft is the player transmitter. This will basically allow you to charge items within your inventory from your wireless system. To do this, we're going to need an aerial pearl, and we'll need to find either a zombie or a husk. There we go, found a zombie. And you just right click it and you get a player aerial pearl. With this, we can make our player transmitter. And I think I just want to put it right here. It doesn't really matter where it is currently. And for this, we are going to need a binding card, which is just crafted with a blank card, 2 redstone, and a rotten flesh. Not too bad. We can also make this into a dimensional version. Let's see here, but let's see here. We need to use the binding card on an Enderman. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad, honestly. Let me just go and try to find one. It also said that we could use it on an Endermite, so I'm just going to try to spawn one in here. Hopefully we get lucky. Come on now. I'm getting hurt pretty bad. Come on. Oh, and there's one actually hanging out inside of my wizard's tower. Awesome. So that gives us the dimensional card. And all we need to do now is, I believe, insert it there. We might need to right-click it, shift right-click. Oh, there we go. It's bound to me now. There we go. So yeah, shift right-click in the air and that will bind it to you. So as you can see, my battery in my inventory is now beginning to charge. And if I fly around without a battery in my inventory, you'll notice that my jetpack is still slowly decreasing. I wonder if that's... well, it is building up now. I think it just uses a little bit more than it can generate. But yeah, I think this is technically unlimited depending on, you know, the input of your system. And I think if we upgrade the player transmitter beyond the starter tier, it should actually be able to keep up, as it's currently only able to transfer 1k FE per tick. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually upgrade this into the basic tier. It really doesn't require that much, and we can actually transfer at 4k FE per tick. Now, I was going to upgrade my ender cell as well, but it actually can't be used in the next tier. To get the basic ender cell, we need to use 4 obsidian, 4 iron, and another ender core. And that'll be just a little bit better than the one that we have right now. And I keep completely forgetting that I actually have... well, I was going to say I have a wireless network. Something went wrong here. And that's simply because this area is not actually chunk loaded. There we go. I could probably unload these ones. Probably don't need any more sugarcane. And don't really need the iron farm running anymore. So yeah, it should now be chunk loaded. In fact, I'm going to do this one as well, just to be safe. And now we can access our ME system from over here. Nice. So I was just going to craft the Ender Cell Basic, and that will give us a little more capacity and a little bit higher transfer speed. The basic Ender Cell will also give us another channel to work on. We probably won't use it right now, but yeah, it's definitely a nice to have. Also, our system is draining really quickly. It might be because the player transmitter's here. Yeah, there we go. It was just filling up the player transmitter. And I think I'm going to use my other battery here on this one. I think it was shift right click. There we go. That'll give us 8 million capacity. And if I stay in hover mode with my jetpack, we are draining power, but it is pretty slow. So now that we have power that is being transmitted across the world, let's actually figure out a way to generate more power. I think what I want to do right now is actually invest in solar panels. Long term, they're probably not the best, but I kind of like them. They seem pretty easy to craft. and they really fit the whole vibe of the area that I'm working on. So if we built the highest tier solar panels that we can make, these can actually produce 50k FE per tick, which is simultaneously a lot and not a lot. But what we're generating right now is even less than that. We're going to be generating 120 FE per tick, and eventually probably 400 when we get into the hardened tier. So to get into the hardened tier, all we're going to need is gold and iron inside of an energizing chamber. So the energizing orb can be a little bit tricky with how it actually deals with items being inputted into it. It really doesn't like trying to bulk do recipes. So if I put an entire stack of iron in, it's just going to fill it up and not use any of our gold. So here's our first few energized steel. So here are our first solar panels. And we can now immediately convert 3 of them into the basic solar panel. And now we have 3 of the basic solar panels. Now we can immediately upgrade these into the hardened version, which will just require a few of these hardened capacitors and a few extra energized steel. Nice, so that gives us a single hardened solar panel. And I think I'm going to set it up on the roof of this building here. Hopefully, where did that just place? I'm not sure where that just placed. There we go, it just kind of bugged out. Hopefully the windmill won't interfere with it, but it really shouldn't. So I'm just going to place it on a energy cable there, hardened solar panel on top, and I'll just connect it with an ender gate. Nice. So as you can see, our cables are a little bit faster than the solar panel can handle. So it has a constant stream of 400, which is exactly how much we're producing with this. It's not a lot of power, but every little bit helps. So I just crafted a wind generator from the mechanism mod, and that's because you actually get 3 for free here. And we're just going to be setting these up on these various, I guess they're kind of buttes. They kind of expand out towards the top, so I'm not entirely sure what these are called. But we can set these up on each of these little island peninsula things. Excuse me, armadillo. There we go. And these will begin to generate. Now, we're at a pretty high Y level, which means that they're actually going to be producing quite a lot of power. I'll place an end gate on there, and you can see it is transferring enough to empty out the sort of energy buffer that the wind generator has. Can you stop pushing me? And yeah, these windmills are absolutely tiny, by the way, but they look okay right here. They kind of pale in comparison to the one that I built over there, but they should be producing enough power for us. And by the way, I've just hooked these all up together with an advanced universal cable. That way I only have to use one ender gate for each of these. By the way, we should be able to get the ender cell niotic pretty easily because it doesn't require any of the previous upgrades. All we need are niotic crystals, which are just a single diamond plus 300,000 FE inside of the energizer. That really shouldn't be too bad. It might take a little bit of time because we're using a pretty low tier system, but I think that's doable. Let's see if that'll take a while. Honestly, not as bad as I was expecting. It might put a bit of a strain on the system though, but I think it's going to be doable. Alright, and with that we can craft our niotic ender cell. And we can go ahead and replace that one and place this one back down here. So really the only difference is going to be the transfer rate, but that is extremely important when it comes to our network. We also have up to, it looks like 7 channels now, in case we needed more channels. But now what I want to do to actually increase our capacity in our wireless system is to just go through each of the battery tiers and just see how high up we can get without getting so far that it takes hours and hours to make each of these. I don't think we're going to be able to do nitro just because these require nether stars to make. Although we do have 2 nether stars, we could probably do it. So we've gotten up to the hardened tier so far. And the next tier is going to require blazing crystals, which is just blaze rods inside of the energizing orb. So there's our first blazing crystal. And here is our blazing battery. We jump up from 10 million for our capacity up to 40 million, not bad. And I had to temporarily disable my player transmitter because it was actually filling up this battery with all of the power and just stealing it all from this system. So it should be running a little more smoothly now. We're on the Niotic tier now. Oh, and interestingly, the Niotic capacitors actually require 4 each. In the previous tiers, it was 4 produced 2 of these capacitors. So I'll have to do a few more diamonds, but it's really not too bad. All right, and there's our Niotic battery. So that jumps us up to 100 million capacity. And I think this tier is when things begin to actually really slow down. It's not too bad, but it's definitely going to take quite a while for these to actually keep up with making the spirited crystals. And a quick tip for people doing this as well and playing through the Power mod, you can actually do an entire block at a time, and it'll actually produce the same amount and probably take the same amount of time as well. But you actually do 9 at a time, and you don't have to keep swapping out your emeralds, so that's not too bad. We can also do that with the other ones as well. All right, and the block is finally done. There we go. So now we can just break that down into 9 spirited crystals. And we can craft our spirited capacitors, just like that. And here is our spirited battery. Nice. So that bumps us up to 400 million FE, which is probably more than we're going to want right now, but I think I'm still going to go for the Nitro tier just for the flex. So this really shouldn't be too bad. I will need to go ahead and place our blazing rod, or our blaze rod block inside there. And fortunately that is going pretty quickly. And that turns into a block of blazing crystal. And now we can place 2 blocks of redstone, another star, and block of blazing crystal inside. And that will begin to charge. Now that's going to take 20 million FE, so it might take a while. All right, and we're at 99%, and there it is. There are our 16 nitro crystals. I am definitely glad that that produces 16 at a time. But here we have it, the nitro battery, which has a storage of 2 billion FE. So I'll go ahead and right click here, and I believe it was shift right click, and look at that. We have 2 billion capacity in our network now. So what I want to do now is actually jump back into Mechanism and get all of our hives hooked up into a sort of central sorting system. And I think to move items around, we're going to be using the advanced logistical transporters. Now we're probably going to need quite a few of these, so I'll get crafting on some of these. They are pretty simple to craft. We are going to need some more basic control circuits though. And for the power over in Hive, we are going to craft these blazing ender gates. I think these will be pretty much as fast as we're going to need. These can transfer 20k FE per tick. And for our storage, we're going to stick with functional storage for now. And we're going to be building these framed drawers. We're going to need a lot more than that though. And basically what these frame drawers allow you to do is make them into your own sort of custom sort of configuration. So if we put that, for example, let's see exactly how these work. So yeah, if we put it in a configuration like that, where the frame drawer is in the bottom here, where the frame drawer is in the bottom left, the block that is in the top left will control the sort of the outside appearance of the drawer, and the top right will basically change the face of the block. This is where the item amount and the item picture will appear. And the one in the bottom right doesn't matter if you're only using a 1x1 drawer, this just changes the divider color. And I think I want to stick with the B theme for these, so I'm going to be using a stone cutter, and I'm just going to use expansion boxes, and I think I like these ones. Style Dead, which, a little bit of a weird name for this kind of area, but I think these ones probably look the best for this. So our end result is going to be the canvas expansion box with the skystone. If you only have a 1x1, you don't actually need a third block there. So let's take a look at how these ones will look. Ooh, I really like that. I'm not 100% sold on the block for the front, but I think when we get items inside, it'll look pretty good. Especially, yeah, if we get like wax inside of there, that looks pretty good. So yeah, I think I'm gonna make probably, I need to math this out, probably about 20 or more. So I think something like that will look pretty good for this. By the way, I've kind of designed these to be sort of computer screen-y. So these are kind of meant to look more like they're monitoring the amount of items in each hive or something like that. Also, I kind of forgot to change the design of these, so they're just the regular oak canvas hives. I'm also kind of playing around with the idea of just putting them on top of the beehives themselves. The only issue with that is that we'll need pipes going like that, which might not look the best. I guess this mod might have a puller upgrade, actually, if I'm remembering correctly. But we would probably need the pipe anyway, because these also produce miscellaneous items like pollen puffs and some other stuff as well. So, I don't know if this is going to be the best idea. I think it looks better, though, than the massive block of, like, monitors here. Decisions to make. Another issue that we're going to encounter with this is that the storage controller has a pretty limited range by default. And it looks like barely any of the hives are actually inside of the default range. Alright, so this is sort of the end result of what we've done here, kind of. We've just attached these logical transporters to the beehives and the drawers. They're not connected to each other quite yet. I still need to go down and connect them all together. But we will need to actually connect them all together and send some of the items here to the storage controller. And that's going to be namely the honey as well as the pollen. And I think there's another resource that some of these can produce that are shared between all of them. I don't quite remember. Maybe not. But we have 3 drawers here, just in case. If not, we can just cut one off. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and start linking these up. And hopefully our system works as intended. And yeah. Eventually I would like all of this to be replaced with applied energistics. That way it's just a little bit more organized and we could request items a little bit easier. But I think this should do for now. Alright, and I think I have everything hooked up now. I'm just running back through and making sure all of these are covered. I dug quite a lot of spots out. Here we go. Here's another one. I also know that there are cable covers for Mechanism. I was looking into it. It requires sawdust, so I'll probably figure that out in between episodes and get all of these covered. But yeah, so they're all connected together now. We have a central storage here for our pollen puffs. And I went through and upgraded our storage controller here with a gold upgrade. And that actually allows us to connect basically every single one of these monitors, I missed a few here, to the central system. Which technically means that the top parts of these pipes are completely unnecessary, and we could in fact even just pull the items from below, but I didn't think about that until it was already too late. I might switch over. It kind of depends on how good I can make the covers look. If they look bad, I might just revert it back. And we have a little bit of a mess of pipes right under this one, but Yeah, so what we can do now is actually automate our centrifuge to pull out the honeycombs and process some of these ingredients. We can remove the obsidian furnace that's been here for a while now. Because we have our ender gates, let's see here. This baby incubator, we'll use this later on. I actually misunderstood how it's used. This is actually made or used to make like bee eggs, like spawn eggs. So we'll definitely be doing that in the future. But for now, I just want to tear down basically all of the items here. And I think I'm going to build our station over here instead. Now, I'm not entirely sure how smart the powered centrifuge and the logistical transporters are. I don't know if it'll pull out just honeycomb. No, it looks like it will pull logs out as well. So I think I'm going to try the logistical sorter for this. This is also from Mechanism, and it should allow you to sort out different items. So we're just using the C honeycombs tag for this. That should be able to pull out all honeycombs from our system. I'm kind of worried about the regular honeycombs, so let's see. Let's see what happens if these get put in the centrifuge. They'll just make wax and honey. There might be a way to blacklist these. Alright, I think I'm just going to default to the pipes mod for this. And just whenever we add a new honey type, we just are going to have to go in and manually add it. It takes 1 second to do, so it really shouldn't be too bad. Here we go. So these are all the ones we already have. Add one more. We also have Blaze Bee, but we don't want that automatically processing. We'll need to actually condense those down into blaze comb blocks. So that should automatically start pulling items out. Right, we don't have any in because I took them all out while I was experimenting. So we can just go ahead, double right click on that. And that should start pulling items back into that system there. We don't want regular honeycomb. I don't know if it decided to put that in there or if that was already in there. And I think for now, we're just going to be using the barrel for the storage for this. Eventually, this will lead back into our AE system. So we can get a pipe down there and use our configurator to pull items out. So now we just need to give the centrifuge a little bit of power. And that should automatically start. Nice. I'll throw some speed upgrades in there. And we'll get all of our products winding up in here. Awesome. So this wandering trader just stopped by and he had this hither thither wand, which it has the spell portal 1. And you can actually open up a portal and just walk through them like that. That's pretty awesome and very convenient. It's still on cooldown. 1.5 minute cooldown, but yeah, we could use this to get to over there a little bit quicker. So yeah, I just built 2 portals here and they do link together. Now, I have no idea how to actually get rid of the portals though. Maybe right click, shift right click, break it with this. I have no idea. It might just be stuck here forever. So it looks like to get rid of these, we have to use the counter spell. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be working either. Oh, that's a magic missile. That might be why. There we go. But I just saw the runtime of this episode, and we are running a little bit long for this episode here, so I think I'm going to end things there. In between episodes, I think I want to keep working on the beehives here. I want to figure out a few more resources that we need. I just added the cobblestone here as well. I want to get copper because I feel like we're always running out of copper. We really don't have a large amount of backup for that. I'm also out of diamonds, so I might look into that as well. We finally got our energy situation mostly sorted, and we are now producing energy in a few different ways. Namely, the windmills that are over there, the giant windmill up here that's using create and an alternator. And we even have this singular tiny solar panel. We also went through the power mod and got a few upgrades. The biggest of which is a wireless network that we can transfer power into and out of. So we have this Niotic ender cell here, and it's actually able to store 2 billion FE in total. And as you can see, we are producing thousands of FE per tick. Right now we have about 174 million FE, and it is slowly increasing. We also have this little mechanism set up here as well. This basically turns ores into ingots, but it's able to, I believe, triple the ore output. And it is definitely a good thing that we got that set up as well, because our bees are now producing raw blocks of copper. So this is where our output currently is for our bee system here. I did add a stacking upgrade as well as a compacting upgrade to this barrel. That way we use less slots overall. Yeah, we can actually take some of these blocks of raw gold, for example, and just put it through the system here, and it will begin to purify it, eventually turning it into gold ingots. I also went through and made sure to connect each of these beehives up to a sort of a central system over here. That's where the storage controller is, and it contains basically all of the items here. These are just linked to each of the different framed drawers throughout the base. And in between episodes, I just went through and basically added a few of the different actual ores that we can produce right now. So we have iron, gold, copper, and aluminum, as well as lapis and redstone. And this slot here is reserved for diamonds, but unfortunately we actually can't make a diamond bee yet, because it actually requires the ender bee, which means that we would have to go to the end first. And I'm not quite ready to go to the end just yet. I feel like we're a little bit underprepared for that. So what I want to do in today's episode is actually build up our applied energistic system and move it up here to this peninsula where we have all of our other buildings. And I want it to at least be able to start auto-crafting a few things. So I think I'm going to start by building out the building here. Probably only going to work on the first floor. I imagine this building to be almost a skyscraper. I feel like it's going to be at least 3 to like maybe 7 floors tall. But yeah, I have plans for it, but I don't know if I have the time or materials to build it all right now. So yeah, I'll go ahead and get started on the first floor, and then I'll see you in a little bit. But before I do that, I do want to just give a quick tip here, and this is going to help me with building as well. If you have a wireless crafting terminal in AE, if you click on the wireless terminal settings, you can actually enable this pick block setting right here. And so you'll notice my inventory has no items in it. And then if I just middle click, it'll actually pull the items out of our applied energistic system. And yeah, it actually gives you pretty much any block as long as you have it in the system, and that's going to be very useful for building. So yeah, anyway, let me get started. And here we are with the semi-completed build. I've completed the first 2 floors, but we still need to go, probably I'm thinking 3 more. But we have the sort of the lobby completed right now, as well as the facade for the place. I went with this clear blue stained glass. It's the same as we used over there, but I'm just alternating it with glass panes and the full block, and it gives it kind of this nice vertical look that I really like. We're using smooth inlaid diorite for the floors here, and just have these glass panes as sort of a railing. So as we walk inside, you'll notice it's pretty open, and it kind of gives a little bit of like mall vibes, I would say. So we have various planters around the place with moss blocks inside, and I'm just using the framed blocks to kind of help give some of them some more shape. We also have these dining benches from Handcrafted, and I really like these. These you can actually sit in, and they give kind of a nice appearance and help sort of bring the whole vibe of the place more into a realistic setting. Because all of the white concrete is a little bit flat in terms of color, right? Like most of them only use maybe 2 or 3 colors, but if you use wood alongside it, it helps sort of bring it back. So we're also using these illuminate blocks from Simply Light. I really like these, and we're actually using them here as well inside of, I think these are framed walls, yeah. And yeah, they actually still give off light in the walls, which is pretty neat. And we're using those in various places as well. And these lights here are actually dynamic edge lights. These ones are really cool. I really like those. Up on the walls here, I thought the walls were a little bit plain, so I added these sort of mega planters almost. These are just filled with moss blocks, and then we have mossy stone every once in a while with a mossy stone wall for decoration. Down here on the first floor as well, we have these spaces off to the sides. I don't know quite what I want to do with these. These might end up being additional auto crafting areas. I'm not 100% certain, but I did kind of design them after like sort of a mall McDonald's. Or just a mall store in general, where you have sort of this open floor, and then you can just walk inside. Next up is the elevators, and these are pretty simple. I just realized I forgot this wall. So we just have the elevators from the elevator mod right here in the middle, and then you just jump up and you get to the 2nd floor. These are just mirrored on either side and also have planters next to them there. The shop that's on the right side here actually has a door to the outside, and that's just to get to the rest of the facilities a little bit more quickly. Like we can get over here to Hive like right away rather than having to go all the way through the door like that. It's just a quicker way, and I think it still makes sense here. This back section of the center here is a little bit blank, and that's kind of on purpose. I actually have something that I want to do with this. We'll get to that in just a little bit here. But yeah, I do want to have this sort of displaying items from our storage. So now we can go up to the 2nd level, and here it is. It's mostly just sort of a balcony area. But here in the middle is where I want to set up my controller for our ME system. ME controllers can end up being pretty big, so that's why we have this big space here. I'm going to have it sort of in between the floors, just sort of suspended here. Yeah, it'll kind of look like a chandelier almost, hanging from the ceiling from there. We also have additional side rooms here. This is where we're mostly going to be auto crafting, and we'll probably have our furnaces set up here so that we can quickly smelt items. But yeah, I think that's most of what has been done for this shopping mall. And in fact, it isn't even really a shopping mall so much as it is a global operations of observation, and biotech. So this is sort of the head of where we're going to be doing all of our research. So that's kind of what the name is about. And this building has been named in dedication to our first channel member, Plonk Gooby, which is why we chose the Goob as the name. So yeah, shout out to Plonk Gooby and thank you for your support. Now would also be a nice time to ask you to like the video and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are enjoying the content. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. Right now I have a catalog of about 4 or 5 more episodes that are out currently, so it's definitely a great time to catch up with those. So what I want to do now is move our ME system over here, and get it set up again in a way that hopefully won't disrupt any activities. Now, our mob farm is directly connected to our storage system, which means it's probably going to need to be off for now unless we can make a wireless, let's see here, these wireless connectors from Extended AE. These will basically allow you to set up additional channels. It doesn't look too bad. This is probably doable. We need Entro infused ingots, which Entro dust, Entro crystals. It's a little bit of a path, but what I might do is just shut down the mob farm for a little bit while we're working on this and get everything set up. We also have the matter of all of our storage. It's currently set up in drawers and some item vaults. So I think what I want to do very first right now is actually get some storage disks. We'll need to get a few of these disks all set up. I think these are the ones that I'm thinking of. There might also be ones that are more similar to refined storages, where it's a little less limited. By the way, here is our current sort of storage setup right now. We just have these drawers on the walls that are filled with various types of items. These are the bulk items, and then inside of these item vaults is where we have basically everything else. The items that we don't have a lot of, and yeah, that aren't sorted over here, they'll just eventually end up inside of these item vaults. But I want to go for something a little more compact now, which is why we're going to be investing in our energy cells. And by energy cells, I actually mean item cells. There are energy cells in this mod, by the way. I don't quite see them right now. Yeah, these ones right here will actually allow you to store energy inside of your system, which can get pretty crazy. So I think I want to start off by just making a few of these item storage cells. These are just the 1K versions. We have a lot of items that we don't have a lot of, so we'll probably not use more than a few types on each cell, as well as not a lot of bytes. By the way, types just means different types of items. So for example, a type would be leather scraps or slime balls, and then the bytes is the amount of that item. So we have 6,000 leather scraps. That would completely overfill one of these 1K item storage cells by itself. But where these 1Ks actually shine is storing all of the items that we have down here at the bottom of the list, where we only have like 1 or 2 of. Yeah, those will get sucked into the system really quickly. By the way, to store these disks, we are going to need to craft an ME drive, which is not going to be too bad. We're going to need a couple of engineering processors, some fluix crystals, and iron ingots. This is all stuff that we've done before, so it shouldn't be too bad. We are pretty low on diamonds right now, though, so it might be a bit of a crunch. The power for down here as well is just running off of our old windmill / water mill from Create. And by the way, once we get our new system set up, all of these should be completely automatable. So we won't have to do these by hand anymore, which is going to be so nice. But there we have it. There's our ME drive. This can hold up to 10 disks, and I think I'm just going to completely fill this one up with 1K drives, which are a little more complicated to craft. We are going to need these 1K ME storage components, which each require a logic processor, which fortunately we have a ton of gold. And I've just crafted an additional inscriber, and this one's just going to be completely dedicated to making silicon. And now we should be able to craft all of our 1K ME storage components and immediately convert those into our storage cells. Definitely make sure that these are the correct ones. Sometimes I'll accidentally craft the wrong ones, but I think those are correct. So I'm just going to temporarily hook up I think my backpack just grabbed that. I'll hook up the drive to our network right now. And what I want to do with our item vaults is basically replace the storage buses here with import buses. That'll basically put the items, it'll pull the items from the item vaults and put them into the network. So I'll get our storage drives inside. And I'm just going to replace that storage bus with the import bus here. So that should now be pulling items into the system, and it definitely is. It's going to take quite a while to actually sort of get all of the items in here. We can craft speed upgrades to make this a little bit quicker as well. So I've got a few acceleration cards in the importers now, and it is definitely cooking pretty quickly. Now we've already filled up 3 drives and working on the 4th. And this drive filled up pretty quickly, and we still have a ton of items inside of the vaults, unfortunately. So we'll probably need to make a few more of these drives. But I'm currently completely out of diamonds, so I think I'm going to go down to the mines. Unfortunately, we can't automate diamonds quite yet until we go to the end, and we're definitely not ready for that quite yet. Alright, it looks like this vault has been completely emptied. Nice. So we're just waiting on the other one now. Which, yeah, still pretty full. We have an additional 10 drives here, and they're already all full. Great. So we'll probably need at least a third of these ME drives. And it looks like this item vault is also cleared out now. It just filled in about 1, almost 2 more of these storage cells. So really not too bad. It is kind of crazy how many items those item vaults from Create can actually store. They're definitely a great early game option for applied energistic storage. So I'm just going to clear my inventory now and begin the process of moving everything from here over to the new system. By the way, I do have a plan for everything else here. It's going to take some time to move these over though. So when we break these drives, all of the disks inside should scatter. Yeah, so we'll have to carry each of these individually, which is very nice if you have a backpack, but it can be kind of annoying if you don't have one. So let's see here, we have all that. Let me get the ME controller and the end gate next. And I might just shapeless these smart cables. There we go. And we can now pick up all of our inscribers. And I think I'll leave these budding Certus quartzes here for now. I will harvest them just because they're ready to be harvested. So the way that I'm going to design my new controller is pretty complicated. So I'm just going to place my old controller here, and we'll just give it power from none of the sides are that good for a permanent solution, but we'll just put it on that side for now. So there's our ME controller up and running now. I'll probably want all of our drive disks inside of this room over here. There we go, and now we can go ahead and pull our cable. I'm not entirely sure how I want to do the cabling here. I'll probably just bring it up to the roof. Oh, and then just, at least for now, bring a cable upwards. And there we go. I fixed it a little bit so it looks a little bit better there. So now we have our controller and our storage. We just need to get a few things like the wireless access point is probably the most important thing right now. That way we can still access our system from anywhere. I think that'll work on these smart cables. It does. And there we go. Linked network can't be found. That's because we need to rebind the terminal. And there we go. Nice. By the way, each of these drives does take a channel, so that's something important to note, especially if you're setting up a new system. So we have 5 additional channels. That should be enough for our inscribers to be here, and our charger. And I guess I was wrong about this. I thought that the inscribers could actually access power from your applied energistic system, but I guess they can't. So what we'll need to do is get some more cables for here. Also, by the way, I do want to replace the end gate on our controller with a blazing end gate. These are 20,000 FE per tick, whereas the other one is 500 FE per tick. We're definitely going to need the boost in power, especially when we set up our new system and everything. Advanced universal cables from Mechanism mixed with an end gate from Powa should be enough to power all of these systems. Eventually, I do want these to be completely automated though, so we'll have to find a different solution and place for these in the future. And the reaction chamber will need a sink placed there, just like that, just to fill it up with water. All right, and I've just decided to move our controller. That way we have access to all of the sides, and that way we can actually split up our channels a little bit as we sort of get into the next phase. And that next phase is auto crafting. I want to make a few additional frame drawers for our system so we can display our bulk items. But to do that, it's going to take a little while, and I'd rather just have the computer do it itself. So that means that we're going to need to actually go through and craft a few things here. So we're going to need blank patterns, the pattern encoding terminal, which allows us to write the patterns, as well as the pattern access terminal, which basically allows us to add our patterns to the system. So here's our pattern encoding terminal, and the pattern access terminal is going to require a pattern provider, which we'll be crafting quite a few of these in the future. And there's our pattern access terminal. So I'll just go ahead and place these on our system just like this. By the way, for each of these different versions, there is a wireless crafting terminal version. And there's even an all-in-one version where we can access everything at the same time that we'll probably eventually craft as well. So the pattern encoded terminal is where we actually assign recipes. For example, the first thing that you should always assign is the blank pattern. So we just go ahead and click on it and then click encode pattern just like that. That will show a recipe here with the end result there. And when you press the encode pattern, which we're not going to be able to do quite yet, as we're going to need at least one blank pattern to get us started. There we go. And now we can encode that pattern, and when we click encode pattern, it will actually create the crafting pattern. So what we do with the crafting pattern is insert it into our pattern access terminal. Unfortunately, we don't have anywhere for it to go quite yet. So we're going to need to craft another ME pattern provider and a molecular assembler. The molecular assembler basically acts as an automatic crafting table. And in order to actually process our crafts, we're going to need a crafting co-processing unit as well as some crafting storage. So to craft the crafting co-processing unit, we do need a crafting unit, which is just made with the following materials there. So here's our crafting co-processing unit, as well as a 1K crafting storage. So I think I'll set up my molecular assembler and ME pattern provider right here over on this side. You can have a total of 8 total of these blocks in a section. So all we need to do now is hook it up into the system. just like that, and you'll notice that it's on when it starts turning into RGB. So yeah, this molecular assembler is online and it carries the signal through to the pattern provider. The pattern provider is where we want to put our crafting pattern. Alternatively, we can actually insert it in through our pattern access terminal, and this will actually display all of your available crafting devices. So now if you open up your crafting terminal, you'll notice that your new recipe is actually inside of the terminal. And it has a little plus sign here, and when you actually click on it, you'll get to choose how many that you actually want to craft. We can just try to craft one for now, but you'll notice that we are missing a few things. Namely a couple of ingredients, but more importantly right here is that we don't have any crafting CPUs available. And that's where our crafting co-processing unit actually comes into play. So we just add that to our network as well, and we actually need to add the 1K crafting storage on top first, as the CPU can't actually connect into the network directly, but we should be able to put that down on the bottom there, and now it's online. These textures will connect if you've done it correctly. And by the way, I also think that quartz glass is a pretty good thing to also have as a pattern. So now we can go ahead and test it with a craft, and we now have a crafting CPU available as well as all of the materials. You'll notice that it also needs to craft for quartz glass, and it will do that process before crafting this. So if we hit start, it'll just take a little moment, and there we go, we have our blank patterns. These will also be pinned to the top, our crafting recipes will, and that's just for easier access. And if you want to craft more of the same item that you already have inside of your system, you can actually just middle click on it and it will actually allow you to select a few more. So I'm going to craft probably about 10, and it goes pretty quickly. Another recipe I highly recommend getting in your system is the Fluix ME Smart Crystals, and for that we are going to need a few things as well. And there are certain items where multiple items could be used instead. Like if a recipe requires glass and you have blue glass in your system, what you can do is hit the substitutions disabled and click it over to enabled. That way any item that is of the same type can be used in the recipe. So I'll go ahead and encode that pattern. And now we can get the ME glass cables. Next up is the covered cables. Now these are gonna require any type of wool. So we'll go ahead and encode that. And last up, the Fluix ME smart cables. I'm also gonna add pattern providers to our automatic crafting recipes as well, and molecular assemblers, just because we're going to need a ton of both. These also require annihilation cores and formation cores, but we have already run out of room in our first molecular assembler. And I've just set up another molecular assembler and pattern provider, so now we have a little more room for recipes. So I'm wanting to actually now automate our processors, and I'm actually going to craft the Inscriber Universal Press, which basically is an all-in-one. We can make the silicon, logic processors, engineering processors, and calculation processors all in a single machine. So now I can, for example, throw some diamonds inside of the Inscriber, and it'll work. And we can do that with any of the other types of presses. So now what I want to do is actually hook these up with pattern providers. I'm going to hook this into the system with some more smart cables just like that. And do note that these do now take a channel. And now what we want to do, I believe, is actually change it over to processing patterns mode, which allows you to essentially add custom recipes to this. So I can place a diamond in here and a printed engineering circuit on the output and encode that now instead. And we actually want to put it inside of the pattern provider that's touching our inscriber, just like that. And we should also be able to just drag and drop from JEI into the pattern encoder so that we don't actually need the output of a recipe to actually craft it. So I'm going to test this out by requesting some printed logic circuits. I'll request about 10 of those, and it should start to craft. We'll see that they go inside of this inventory, and they should return as well. It might need to wait until the process is done. And we just needed to change the inscriber to auto export mode. And you'll notice that when an autocraft is finished, it'll actually appear in the top right corner. That's just a nice way to know when your crafts are done. So now we can go ahead and automate the next step for this as well. This is going to be a little more complicated because it does require a few more ingredients, but we should just keep it on the processing patterns mode and be able to do something like that, I think. So this is actually in a priority system. So the first item in this pattern encoder will be the first item inside. I don't know if it matters the order for these specifically. We can try it out. We might just need to reverse the silicon and engineering circuit, but we'll see how that turns out. And now we can go ahead and insert these patterns into our pattern provider for this inscriber and request, let's say, some calculation processors. And we are missing a little bit of silicon, so we should add that as a recipe as well. I'll probably eventually set a B up for this, but we can actually just use Certus quartz dust or even just regular quartz inside of a furnace. And I think I'll use our diamond furnace that we already have set up and actually add a pattern provider for it. And we'll turn 1 quartz into 1 silicon. Nice. So now we can request our, let's go with logic processors actually. And we have everything and we can start that up and we should see, yep, this smelting, providing our silicon, and that'll go back into the system. That will start pressing here inside of the inscriber as this starts working on our logic processors. Now this one also needs to be set to auto export. And I think I want to automate acceleration cards as well. Those will be extremely useful for pretty much every machine in this mod. And there we go. And these can actually be added into our regular pattern providers because they're just regular crafts. And now I would like to be able to automate our 1K ME storage drives. So we're going to need the storage component. And this is a regular crafting recipe, just like that. And our ME item drive, just like that. Nice. So we have 6 slots left on our ME drive here. So I'm going to go ahead and request 6 of these. There we go. And ooh, Certus quartz is something we need to automate. You'll notice whenever you get started with auto crafting that you realize a lot of things can be auto crafted, and you get in sort of a loop where you're automating things that need to be automated that can automate other things, and yeah, it's very fun and addicting. You can also actually monitor the crafting status using the crafting co-processing unit itself just by right-clicking, and it'll actually show you how much time is left on your craft, what's currently scheduled, and what needs to be crafted. So I've just added our recipe for our framed drawers. So we basically craft chests into our oak drawers, into frame drawers, and then we add the concrete, and I think this was skystone, yeah, to the front of the frame drawer there. So now I want this to actually begin to request our frame drawers. We have everything that we need to make a stack of these. So let's see how long it takes. Surprisingly pretty quick. I think that's mostly because we're pretty much only using crafters. We don't really need to rely on any other machines like furnaces or the inscribers or anything like that. So yeah, that's pretty quick. And it requires basically no effort on my part, which is the part that I really enjoy about this. So while I wait for those to craft up, I do want to go back to the base and basically begin to disassemble all of these. I think what I'm going to do is just take all of the drawers themselves. Hopefully we have enough room. We do. Take the controller, and then what I'll do is basically the same we did with the item vaults, where we just imported it into the system. So we'll set up our new drawers and get everything kind of figured out there, and then we'll pull the items out from these drawers. And this will be pretty nice for actually figuring out the amount of items that we need inside of these drawers, as well as where items go, and I guess how many drawers we're going to end up needing. And for some reason, it seems really stuck on 37 frame drawers. Um, did it run out of iron nuggets? It still has plenty in the system. I might give this a cancel. And by the way, you can do math inside of this box right here. So we already have 37. We need 64, so that's 27. Let's see if that'll actually start to process now. That's a long time. What is happening? I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, this is kind of weird. It seems to be struggling a lot with these frame drawers for some reason. Let me see if I can modify this pattern. If I put it in here, I think I can modify it. No. I think I'll disallow substitutions for this one. I think maybe it's getting stuck with the drawer, doesn't really know what to do with it. Let's see if that helped my theory. I think it was this one. Alright, so I reloaded my world, and I also changed the iron nugget pattern and the iron ingot pattern to not allow substitutions. I think it was actually these that were messing with it. I didn't actually test it before, but here we go. We now have our 64 framed drawers. And what I want to do with these is actually have almost a wall TV here, kind of looking like a almost like a billboard, but just stacks and stacks of TV monitor thingies here. Sort of in a semi-random pattern. I don't want these looking too like uniform or anything like that. I think something like that should look pretty good. So here we are with this pattern. It's sort of a random display. It almost kind of looks like something that was painted onto the wall, which I really like. But now we're going to go ahead and just start inserting our various items into the wall. A little something like this. A little haphazard. Nothing too specific on where everything goes. So I have quite a few items here that are now sort of semi-organized. Obviously there's a few blank spaces for additional items down the road. I've also added this second set of, I believe it's also 64 of these drawers. And we'll add some more items over on this side. Right now it's mostly just mob drops. But I've linked this controller up to all of the drawers that are on this wall. This controller is currently linked to all of these ones. And what I want to do is, first off, I'm not entirely sure if this will work. It should, but we should be able to just pull all of the items out of this drawer. And we should see them start to appear in here. It looks like they are. Possibly. It's kind of hard to tell if it is pulling out. Looks like 4 items every 20 ticks, so it's going to be a little slow. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing the essence right there increasing, so it's definitely going to work. So what we're doing now basically is just emptying out all of these drawers into our new slots here. And now we're essentially doing the same for the applied energistic system. I've just set up an export bus here as well. That'll be pulling items out of the ME system and into their proper place inside of the storage system. This should only pull out items that, you know, have a spot here, so it's not going to pull out random items. But it should clear out a ton of space on our disks. So now that we've cleared out all of the old drawers, we can go ahead and tear down this very temporary system of cables, hopefully. Oh, I didn't think about that. Did that take all of them? Yeah, pretty much. I didn't think about that. What I was going to say is we can now move our storage controller, and I want to put it down into the ground, probably around here-ish. That way it's still pretty easily accessible. And then I'm going to run a cable on... I'm not entirely sure which end. Maybe coming out of this side and then going into the wall or something. I'm not 100% certain. I gotta get these cables back in place though. I didn't think those would actually auto mine because these are the smart cables and I was just mining the glass cables. So that's definitely something to note if you're also rebuilding an AE system. So I have it hooked up to the system now, but we need to actually get our storage drawers actually connected together. Let's see. There we go. We're going to need at least one of these gold upgrades. I'm not entirely sure what the range will be now. I think that's good enough. Let's see. Yeah, I think that encapsulate. Oh yeah, that's definitely big enough. That takes up the entire building. So that's pretty good now. So I'll just have to go through and link each of these drawers up. It shouldn't be too bad. And now that those are all linked up, when we open our inventory, we can see all of our items that are linked up here. Hello everybody, and welcome back to All the Mods 10. When I opened up my world, I was down here, and I thought it was pretty funny. I think it was because I was sitting in one of the seats upstairs, but yeah, definitely a weird place to open up your world into. So in the previous episode, we built up this building called GOOB, the Global Operations of Observation and Biotech. And this is where we've began to build our new applied energistics system. So now we have a place to actually store a ton of items on our disks, as well as semi-automated inscribers from the Applied Energistics mod, and actual auto-crafting setup as well. But this is basically only the beginning of what our Applied Energistics system can do. And in today's episode, I want to get a wireless system set up for Applied Energistics. That way we can actually set up and hook up new buildings like Hive and Twist, and we can hook them up into our Applied Energistics system and have all of the items that we've been producing finally enter the system automatically. By the way, in between episodes, I did set up a few more powered centrifuges, and these are all working. It looks like everything is basically working on redstone right now. This is our output chest now as well. I got rid of the compressing upgrade, and that's because I want these items to just go inside of the system without being like super compressed. I've also added quite a few things to our auto crafting system, namely the upgrade speed for productive bees. That way we can actually speed up all of our nests, and everything should be producing a lot faster now. I've also added some silky bees. These guys produce string, and it looks like spider eyes as well. I'll have to add that into the sorting system. And the reason I actually added the string bees is because we need a ton of white wool for our dense cables. And when I was setting up the filters for the mob farm initially, I actually made a mistake and forgot to actually include string in the output. So we haven't actually been gathering any string this entire time. But speaking of the mob farm, this is one of the things that we definitely need to hook up to our system as soon as possible, because this chest is going to be filling up pretty quickly. So to get started with crafting the ME wireless connectors, which will allow us to wirelessly connect our system together, we're going to need entro seeds. Entro seeds are pretty easy to craft, but we will need some skystone dust, which we can just get in the crusher from Mechanism. But before we get started with that, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are still interested in these videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of my videos early. So now we can actually craft our entro seeds. And what we need to do with these is right click them on a Fluix block, which is just made with 4 Fluix crystals. I'm going to make 6 of these, I think, just because we have 6 seeds. I don't know if we'll actually need that many. And I was hoping that there was a recipe for this that we could use with the extractor. Unfortunately, though, there is not. So we'll just have to go ahead and place these down. We should probably find a good place for this, actually, because this will probably be mostly permanent. And I definitely want to be able to automate this as much as possible. So I think for now we'll just do one, and we'll go ahead and right click our intro seed on it, and that creates a budding fully entroized Fluix. And to actually help me automate these, I am going to be crafting these ME annihilation planes. These are applied energistics items that can actually break items in front of them. So we'll probably craft a couple of those. And I actually don't think that the annihilation planes are going to work for this. And that's simply because we have to make a subnetwork and limit the number of items that are inside of it to the basically the end result of this. And I think it's just going to be a little bit too complicated. So I think I'll just stick with doing this manually for right now. So while we're waiting for those to grow, I think I want to set up a recipe for the reaction chamber. This is how we actually get the intro infused ingots. Obviously, this is going to require quite a lot of ingredients. However, this will be double the output of the other basically methods of crafting this. So our power situation is starting to look a little bit grim. If I'm using my jetpack, our power is actually draining. So I want to get a little bit more of a passive income source for power. So I think I want to try these thermo generators. These generators use lava or a high heat source to actually produce power. They don't actually consume it, but they do just use the natural heat of it. But they really do not generate a ton of power. As you can see, the blazing tier is 150 FE per tick. Not great, but not overall too bad. I think it should be enough if we have like probably about 9 or so. It should be enough to generate enough power. So I would also like to basically automate every single component of these in case we need to make more in the future. So we'll start with the dielectric casing. We need these dielectric rods also. The dielectric paste, I think I want to just use this pattern here. We'll only use coal and clay and blaze powder for this one. For the capacitors, we have to actually automate the basic capacitors as well as the tiny capacitors. And these thermoplates are pretty easy to craft as well. And I think that's everything that we need for the starter tier for these. Next up is the basic tier, and I think everything else here is already automated, so really not too bad. Where it's going to get a little bit tricky is the energized steel for the hardened tier. So for the blazing crystals and the hardened steel, we are just going to need to make sure, at least for now, that we have a decent supply in our system. Once we get our wireless system set up, though, we will 100% be automating that. So in between episodes, I did actually add a few more molecular assemblers and pattern providers. Definitely in anticipation for today's episode, as we're going to need a lot of things auto-crafted. So just as a quick update, I have been working on upgrading my Power energizing orb here. And I'm just crafting a ton of blocks of energized steel. And yeah, it's definitely a good thing that we can craft these pretty quickly in their block forms. And from the power of auto crafting, we should be able to immediately upgrade our energizing orbs from basic into the night blazing tier. Shouldn't take too long, hopefully. There we go. Nice. All right, and we should now be able to craft our 9 thermogenerators. Unfortunately, though, looking at the crafting plan, we're actually going to need 3,502 bytes. Our system right now is only capable of about 2,000. So I think I'll upgrade these to the 4K crafting storages. Let's see here. I think that's everything. These 4Ks are pretty easy to craft. We basically have everything else already auto-crafted. So we should be able to just do that. And I don't remember if we have crafting units automated. We can do that though. And we have all the components that we need. And those really shouldn't take too long. And I guess for now I'm just going to replace these ones. Eventually I would like to have quite a few different as high tier as possible as we could. So this should now be up to 8K, which means we should be able to do our thermo generators. We wanted 9, and there we go. So those will start crafting up. And I really like just watching all of the components being crafted in the crafting terminal here. Looks like it'll take about 5 more seconds. And it should be done. There we go. Nice. So there's our 9 thermo generators. These don't stack. So I'm thinking I want to just sort of line these up in the middle. They don't need to be anywhere too specific. Maybe about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I guess I could do 5 more on the other side. So I should actually need 10 of these generators. And I was curious to see if these tanks from Mechanism would actually work as a bucket. I thought they did, but it looks like they don't, so we'll just have to bucket this out the old-fashioned way. There we go. And so now we just need to fill these areas down below here with some lava. There we go. Oops. Just like that, and there we go. Now what we need to do is just place the thermo generators on top. And there we go, and I did actually craft one more of these. Where did it go? There it is. And there we go, nice. And I think I want to use the mechanical pipes from the mechanism mod, just because we haven't actually used these fluid pipes before. We'll also need a couple of sinks for this. So these thermo generators actually require water as a coolant, which is why we're doing this with the sinks. So I'll just put a pipe there and spread that across like that. I'll need a configurator. Oh, I already had one in my inventory. And we'll just set that to pull. And we should see water in the pipes now, which is great. And these elite mechanical pipes might be a little bit overkill for this, but I'm not 100% certain. So as you can see, they are beginning to generate some power. And I've just gone ahead and repeated the same on this other side. And now I'll just put some energy pipes up on top, just like so. And we'll get some end gates. These will pull power into our system. Oh, do you not stand on these pipes? Huh, I never knew that. You can just walk through these pipes. Interesting. All right, so we'll just put these on the sides just like that. So now if I go and check my power, we should see it starting to go back up again. It is draining all the energy out of here. Water is keeping up pretty well. So at a rate of 150 FE per tick with 10 of these, obviously that is 1500 FE per tick. Which, if I'm going to be honest, it was a lot of materials and effort to get a measly 1500 per tick. But even while I'm hovering in my jetpack, the energy is going up, which is definitely what we want to see. So checking back in on our intro crystals, we've had a few of them grow now. In fact, I've already done a couple of harvests already. I think that's all of them. So we have 6 right there and 10 in the inventory. I think that should be enough to continue working on what we were initially starting this episode with. So because we don't have the full 32 crystals for the reaction chamber to make the infused ingots, what we're going to have to do is use the in-world transformation, which is just 1 intro dust, 1 gold ingot, 1 lapis submerged in water, and that should give us a single infused ingot. So I'll just run these through the inscriber to crush them down. So we can throw these into the water, and that should create the entro ingots, and it does. Nice. And with those, we can create the extended machine frame, which is used to make the crystal assembler. We'll also need a skystone tank. There we go. And with a crafting terminal crafted, we should be able to create the crystal assembler after I autocraft everything else for this. There we go. We definitely need to get another coprocessor going, but there we go. We have our crystal assembler. This is used to basically make everything inside of the extended AE mod. And I'm also getting a pattern provider down as well because we're going to want to completely automate this as well. And I'll just go ahead and autocraft these as well, just because that'll be a lot more simpler. Let's see here. We don't really need, we'll do it anyway. Whoops. I'll get the extended machine frames automated, these wireless receivers, and the wireless boosters. All of which are regular crafts except for the final product. That will go inside of our crystal assembler. Another thing that we'll have to automate is Fluix pearls for the wireless receivers. And that should theoretically be everything that we need to craft the wireless connectors. We get 2 from each of these crafts, so if we just put 1 here, it will craft both of them. And it looks like we have everything. And I'm going to run over and see if we can catch this process happening. Maybe it went already? No. We'll see it eventually here. All right, everything is inside of the crystal assembler. Oh, but we don't have any power. I'll put that on top just in case we need something on the side, or maybe I won't. There we go. And that should start going. And there are our wireless connectors. And an aspect of this that I completely forgot is that we are going to need the ME wireless setup kit, which is going to require a singularity, which we actually haven't talked about yet. So to create a singularity, we are going to need a matter condenser. So I think I'll just set this up to the side, and we will need a sink and a pipe. And we'll just put that into output mode, and that'll begin to actually put water inside of the matter condenser. We'll also need some power, which I think it might have to take from the system. So for the matter condenser, we are going to need a storage component inside of it. So I think it only works with the 64Ks. I could be wrong on that. So I've just added this recipe to the system, and hopefully we'll be able to craft that. We might need another CPU, or we just need to be a little patient with it. And here is our 64K ME drive, or storage component, and that goes inside of the matter condenser here, and now has energy that is being stored. And that's essentially just the liquid water that we are putting inside of it. This doesn't actually require any power, so we can get rid of all these cables. So this will take a very, very long time. It's also important to note that you should set this to the condense into singularities button here. That will just make sure that you are producing singularities. All right, and here is our first singularity. And of course I set up an auto crafting recipe for the wireless setup kit, and that'll just make things a little more smooth. Let's see, it should end up in the crystal assembler soon. There we go. And there's our wireless setup kit. So I think for now I'm just going to be using this side that we already have our wireless access point on to set up the wireless connector. So we need to set one up on the side that we have our ME controller on. And then we just right click it and it will bind to it. And now we go and set up our other one. And I think at least for demonstration purposes, I'm just going to set this up connected to the barrel. I'll probably eventually have it just directly inserted into the system, but here we go. I'll also need a import bus and some acceleration cards. We already have 6 of those. Nice. And I'll just set up the import bus there, the smart cable on this side, and we'll insert our acceleration cards. And now with the wireless setup kit, all we do is right click it again and it's online, and it should be pulling all of our items inside, which it is. Seriously, this is so much more simple than running a cable all the way over here. It does take a few more steps, but it makes sure that your system is nice and clean. So currently this is consuming 195 AE per tick. I don't know what the conversion rate is. I think it's 1-to-1, but 200 FE per tick is not a lot, but we can actually reduce it by crafting energy cards. And now I just want to add a couple more, or create a couple more of these. We have all the materials, nice. And I want one set up over at Twist, where we have our mechanism set up, and one over at the mob farm. And I'm not entirely sure why, but it seems to be really struggling to make these extended machine frames. I'm not entirely sure why. Hopefully this resolves it though. And I think I might have figured out at least one problem with this. So the crystal assembler has this open output config button here, and I just set the output enabled on the bottom there. So it'll actually output items back into the system now. I don't know if it was a problem with the extended machine frames or what, but anyway, we have our wireless connectors here now. And remember, the further away these are from the rest of your system, the more power they're going to be consuming. There we go. I might have to go back and click the other one as well. Here we go. And it might be a 1-for-1, but I'm not entirely sure. Let me try to figure this out. It should allow multiple to be connected to the same one. It looks like it's online, and yep, there we go. It's pulling items out. So we get some acceleration cards in there, and that will speed it up. And I suppose for now, for the mechanism setup, we'll just put it here. I need another import bus. There we go. And we can reconnect that as well, just like that. So that'll now be pulling items out of this chest and into the system. This is, by the way, this is where we have all of our ores being processed. So we'll probably want to also export ores automatically into this chest. This will also allow us to finally automate the power energizing orb. By the way, at this distance, this one is taking 421 AE per tick. Oh, and I think, looking at this again, I think it might only allow us to connect 1-to-1 for this. Yeah, this the one over at Hive has been disconnected. So we will need to make, I think it's just one more pair of these, and we'll need to set these up in a way that we won't be using too many channels at the same time, because this side, it will have up to 32 channels like the other ones. Yeah, it might be a problem when it comes to Twist, because we'll probably be using quite a few end product, end machines on there, but the rest of them are just going to be probably 1 or 2 channels each. So I think I'll use pink for this side, just because it's kind of a nice and vibrant color. And we'll want to get all of our wireless connectors down here. Now, I don't know if it matters if they're next to each other or not. It probably doesn't, but I also don't want it to mess anything up. So I'll go ahead and go through and rebind these. By the way, the power usage of these is definitely starting to get pretty high. This one is using 700, almost 800. The one at Hive is using 200. And the one at Twist is using 400. So we're using about 1400 AE per tick. And it seems like we are definitely losing power now. So our total energy usage has completely shot up to about 5000 FE per tick, which is, yeah, a lot more than we're generating currently. So what I want to do now to round out this episode is to automate the energizing orb from Powa. So overall, this should be pretty simple. All I want to do is hook up our wireless connector here with a few cables. I think I'll just use these regular smart cables. Pull that signal down, and we'll use a flat pattern provider, and we'll just place that on top. And now connect it in, and theoretically, this should now be pretty much automated. So now I should just need to make a recipe. This will be our hardened steel. Energized steel, actually. And I also do need to reconnect this because this is just the one that I had over there. So now I have my processing pattern. I just need to insert it here. Now, whenever I request steel, energized steel, it'll come in here and it won't have a way to output. So we should be able to use an import bus. I'm going to double check. I'll also make this look a little bit better in the future. With the import bus on the bottom, it should make it so that only the end results are actually pulled out. Let's double check. Oh, and I did also mess up this as well. What we need to do is change blocking mode to, I think it's this one. Do not push crafting ingredients if inventory contains a pattern input. So let me go ahead and test that once again. I think it was working, but I just want to make sure that it does fully function. And it looks like it is. It's only pulling out the end results. You see that it is changing into the energized steel. And perfect. Nice. This recipe is also one that has 2 items as an output. So I might need to modify our recipe a little bit. But yeah, that means that we can actually go through and figure out all of the energizing orb patterns and get them inserted inside of the pattern provider here and have basically everything fully automated for it. So now we can add our blazing crystals, niotic crystals, spirited crystals, the nitro crystals, as well as the ender core. And now all of those recipes are completely automated. I would also like to take just a moment to go through and complete some of these quests that we've actually completed already that I just keep forgetting to claim the rewards for. And you can get some really decent rewards from these quests. There we go. Even the batteries I didn't even claim yet. So yeah, we got quite a few free items from that. Really not too bad. There's also the collect all rewards button, which is going to give you so many items. Yeah, to a point where... Wow, that's a lot. We actually get a 64k ME storage component. That's really good. So I think I want to get crafted on some of these energy cards. And hopefully we have enough ingredients. Unfortunately, we don't. We're missing items that I think I have automated. I'm not sure why it's saying that I don't have those. But we do have pretty much everything else. They're going to require dense energy cells and energy cells each as well. But after doing a few crafting loops with our charged Certus quartz, we should now have enough to make 12, which we do. So we'll go ahead and get started on those. And for a lot of the components in the extended AE mod, we're going to need a lot of these concurrent processors, which require these printed concurrent circuits, which is just an entro crystal inside of a inscriber with the universal press, or its very specific concurrent press. We're not going to do that. We're going to stick with the universal press. So I'm just going to make a quick recipe and get that inside of this one. And I'll get a pattern for the processor itself as well. So the concurrent circuit can go inside of the first one there, and this one can go inside of this one. And the reason for crafting those is to actually upgrade our pattern providers. So these ones have a single line of 9 patterns that they can hold, whereas the extended versions have 4 lines of 9 each as well. So these are so much better They're just a little bit more expensive though. We need the crystal assembler. These are capacity cards, crafting tables, these concurrent processors, and some cables. Really not too bad at all. Looks like they also, yeah, they just require the base item here as well. And I don't think I've talked about these capacity cards before, but they're literally just Certus quartz and a basic card. They're really not too bad to craft. And every other component, except for the capacity cards, I already have automated for these. So we'll be able to do that really easily now. There we go, we have all 12 of the energy cards that we requested, and we can simply put these inside of these wireless connectors. So right now we're using 422 AE per tick with this. If we put 4 inside, it basically halves the amount of power that we're consuming. So I'm not entirely sure if this can be used on both sides or not. If it can, that'd be pretty huge. Let's see, I think that was this one. Yeah, it was this one. So I guess both sides consume different amounts of power. That's pretty good to note. I think earlier I said that we were using like 1400. Realistically, we're probably using 2800. So this should cut that back in half to about 1400 again when we get all of these in. I will need to request a few more cards though. But of course, each of them does consume a diamond, and I already went mining for diamonds before. Looks like I'm gonna have to go again. I really need to get diamonds finally automated. This is getting a little bit ridiculous. So with all 6 of our energy or our wireless connectors hooked up, and we're still losing a ton of power per tick, but I think it's gotten a little bit better at least. I know that our mechanism setup definitely is not helping our case here, because it's just running through so much of our ore. So yeah, just running around and debugging some things here, it is definitely the applied energistic system that is draining everything, because as soon as I took away the end gate from that, it starts to actually recover. So it looks like we're generating about 10,000 per tick, possibly. So I think this is actually using a lot more than it actually should be, or is at least telling me that it's using. Although, no, that's max power, energy usage. Yeah, it says 3000 FE per tick. Not entirely sure. I know that we have a lot of machines. Our power situation is currently in dire straits. We've reached a tipping point where we're losing 10,000 FE per tick. If I don't do anything soon, our entire system will fail. So what I want to do today is replace all of our thermo generators with a powerful nuclear reactor that will be capable of generating hundreds of thousands of FE per tick. So make sure to like the video and subscribe, it helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are still interested in these videos. Also consider becoming a channel member as well. It's the best way to help me directly, and you get access to all of these videos early. Without further ado, let's save our power generation. Hello everybody, and welcome back to All the Mods 10. In the previous episode, we got started with wireless networks from the extended AE mod, and now we can access our applied energistic system from pretty much anywhere. The only downside to the system is that it consumes an absolute ton of power. So like I said in the intro, what I want to do today is actually build a nuclear reactor from the power mod. So to do this, we're going to need 36 reactor blocks, which are made via the following recipes down here. What I want to do though is to actually get at least up to the niotic tier, which means I'm probably going to have to start this episode off by mining some diamonds, as we still don't have any diamonds automated. And doing the math just really quickly, we're going to need 4 niotic capacitors for every 4 reactors. So I'm going to need a total of about 144 diamonds for this. Looking at how many we have right now, we have 3. So it might take a while to get all of those built up, but a quick mining trip should do pretty well for us. In the meantime, though, I am just going to turn this off. I'm not sure if there's a way in the GUI, or yeah, I'll probably just have to break it. And I'll turn the mob farm off for now as well. And I'll probably just do the same for our beehives here as well. This chest will fill up pretty quickly though, so hopefully this entire process won't take too long. I am going to need this one though, as we're going to need to be able to make some automatic recipes from the energizing orb. But with just those two wireless connectors down, we're already generating plenty of power now. And I think I am going to take my tunnel bore here down with me as well, but I'm going to make a few upgrades to it, namely just a few more drills. There we go. That way we're just uncovering a few more diamonds. This is a 5x5 now, so we'll be mining 25 blocks every time it goes forward. So let me see if I can remember how to get this thing going. There we go. And as I mine as well, I am going to be picking up as much uraninite as I can. This is what is going to be used to actually fuel our reactor. That's a silverfish. So I think to help make this process go a little bit faster, we do have the Potions Master mod in this mod pack. And what this allows us to do is actually see the ores around us. But we will need to sacrifice a diamond for this, but it's more than worth it. So we make the diamond oresite powder, and then we just go ahead and smelt that. Which it looks like it doesn't work in this furnace. And that's because it actually needs to be in a blast furnace. But there we go. And now we need to brew a mundane potion. And now we just place the calcinated diamond oresite powder inside, and that will make our potions. And with our potions crafted, we can actually combine those into a charm of diamondsite, which actually allows you to toggle the effect rather than relying solely on the potions. So now we can return down to the mines and see how many diamonds I've missed. Oh yeah, I've missed a ton of them. But this should make everything so much easier now. Alright, and I would say that that little excursion went very well. In total, we got about 3 stacks and some change, and we basically only needed about 2.5 stacks as well, so we have a little bit extra for some other things that we might need to do soon as well. And now I basically just want to turn all of these into blocks of diamond, but I do have a system that can automatically request niotic crystals for me, so I might as well get the exact amount that I need. So we need 144 in total. I have 2 on me, so we need 142. And that should start crafting. And that went super quickly. We already have all 144 niotic crystals done. So now we basically just need to run through and add a recipe for each of the different tiers of reactor casings here. Really shouldn't be too bad. As a reminder, we already have most of these components already completed and auto-crafted as well. So it shouldn't be really that bad. We can even get up to spirited, I bet. There we go. We should have plenty of emeralds. Let me see. We have 52. I might have to go and trade a little bit for those. So I'll just add these to our pattern access terminal here. And I think these were all regular crafting recipes. Right, I forgot I don't have spirited capacitors auto-crafted yet. And for these reactor casings, we are also going to need a ton of uraninite. We do have plenty in store here. but we're going to need to process all of this. Hopefully this will work in the... There we go, nice. I really like having this factory augment on the furnace. Oh, and I just saw that there is actually a bee for uraninite as well. And it's a pretty simple one too. We just need iron bees and Cree bees. Cree bees are... basically, we just right-click TNT onto a regular bee, and that creates a Cree bee. So we might be adding that to our system pretty soon as well, because we are going to need an absolute ton of uranite for this process. So that should have all returned to the system. So at this point, we're basically just missing blaze rods and blaze powder. My bees are a little bit slow though, so I'm probably going to have to go to the Nether and kill a few blazes. And what I think I might do is actually pick up this blaze spawner here, and I should be able to retrofit my existing mob farm for this spawner here. And because we have the Apothic spawners mod in here, we can actually modify our spawner with various different items. What I'll probably want is fermented spider eyes. I think sugar. There we go, sugar. And probably clocks as well. If I had an extra nether star, I would add that as well, because that would allow it to ignore the player range from it. So I think at least for now, I'm just going to feed it sugar. And unfortunately, I don't have any brown mushrooms on me right now. I could look around, but I don't see any right now. So I think this should do for now, at least. We'll also need to make sure that this isn't killing all of our mob spawns. There we go. Alright, and I think we should now have everything that we need for the spirited reactors. While I was waiting for the blaze rods and stuff, I did actually go through and autocraft our spirited crystals, so that should be all good. So we should just need to type 36, and there we go, we have everything. Awesome, so this is probably going to take quite a while. Although, realistically not that long. About 45 seconds. It's working pretty well. 30 seconds left. And just like that, we have 36 spirited reactors. Look at that. That was so fast. So this reactor is capable of generating 200,000 FE per tick. That means that we're going to need a gate that's better than the ones that we've been using, because these ones can only handle 20k FE per tick. So we'll probably need to upgrade to the next tier as well. And you already know that I added an auto crafting recipe for this. So initially I was thinking about replacing our thermo generators, but I've kind of been thinking about it, and it might be nice to have these guys just running as sort of a passive source in the background. That way, if our reactor ever dies, these guys can at least generate a little bit of power. So I think I'm actually just wanting to replace our create windmill power here. And it shouldn't be too bad to simply just pull these out. I'll leave the actual windmill spinning. It's just not going to be producing any power. So when you go to place your reactor casings down, you'll notice that there's a little weird pattern on the ground where you're pointing. This is basically just a guide to let you know that it will auto build just like this. Here we go. I love that it just builds itself. And there we have it. So for the reactor, we are going to need two main components. We're going to need a fluid that will act as a coolant, and we're also going to need solid fuel. Our coolant for now is just going to be water, which is why I have a sink here, as well as these mechanical pipes. So we can go ahead and have that pull out, and that will go into the coolant slot. By the way, the reactor has 4 slots, one on each side, for an input or an output, and then the red thing here is where you put your end gate, for example. Or, oh, I guess not. I guess it does go on one of these ports. So, and, oh, I guess there's one on top as well. So I'll probably put the output on the gate on top. And now temporarily, we want to have some way to import our items. Eventually, I will have this automatically hooked up to our AE system. And that will just be where we put our... oops, I keep putting the wrong cable down. Let's hear. This should be... Which ones was it? The logistical transporters. There we go. There we go. So now, what we can do now is just place our uraninite inside of the barrel, and that'll automatically go inside of the reactor. And that should begin generating power. So we need to turn the auto mode on. There we go. So the reactor will stop when it is full and start when it has less than 70% of energy. And I'm running into a bit of a strange issue here where it's not pulling power out through the end gates directly. We have to use a cable, which is a little bit weird. So I'll probably end up using the elite version of these then instead, because I think these ones are capable of transferring 400,000 per tick. Let's see. No, that's the capacity. Maybe that's how much it can transfer. There we go. And now our wireless system is filling up super fast, which means I can actually set up our wireless connectors once again. And with all of our wireless systems back up online, you basically can't even tell that we're even using any power now. It's going up so fast. So like I mentioned earlier, there is a bee that can help us to actually generate our uraninite. So we're going to need a few iron bees and these Cree bees. So I'll start by making a few more iron bees, which are just ashy mining bees and crystalline bees. And for these bees, you just have to set down and replace one of the bees until it actually produces the correct one. I don't know why they all share the same recipe. But here we go. Should get a copper soon, or a iron, I should say. There we go. And I just realized I don't need to actually breed any iron bees. I already have iron bees. I don't know why I'm doing that. And of course, we also have regular bees as well. But this is going to be a little more complicated because these do actually need to be converted into the Cree bees. So I think I'll pull out a couple of these and just breed them. All right, so to convert our bees, we just need to place them down in the world and right click them. I don't know if these guys are going to try to blow up on me or not. It looks like it's fine though. There we go. And TNT and pick it up. Nice. And that did actually turn them into adult bees, which means that we can actually breed them right away. So we needed that plus our iron bee. We'll make 5 of those. Oops. There we go. And I know that I'm going to need a ton more advanced canvas beehives in the future. So of course, I'm just going to be adding some recipes here for all of these. Even automating the bonfire or the campfire recipe as well. And I think I just want to add our uranium bees right here. And in fact, I may need to add a couple of these. The reason for that is we're already out of uranite, and this has only been running for a little while. So we are dropping down. It did produce almost 1 million power, probably at least 1 million power, from about a stack of uraninite. So yeah, probably need, let's say 3 hives for now, and then we can adjust as we go. So this is now our first mega beehive. The piping for this is going to be a little bit weird, but it should work out well. Interestingly, we can't put one on there. I guess that's because it's not, these ones aren't actually hooked up to anything. Oh, nope, I just didn't realize there was a moss carpet there. There we go, now we can hook everything up. So this is going to be a little bit complicated. You will notice though that since this one doesn't have anything, it won't connect to the back, but we can place a transporter there. So we need this one here to be the importer. This is the actual monitor for it. And the actual hives themselves are this one right here, these 2 blocks there, these 2 blocks there, and then these 2 there. Okay, so I think a configuration like this where it's pulling out of the top there, inserting in the middle there, pulling out of that one, and pulling out of this one. I think that's how everything lines up. I could be wrong. This one's kind of a little bit of a puzzle. But we should have a few bees. Looks like that we have 5. So I'll get these in the middle one here. Oh, we need simulator upgrades for this. So I'm just going to add a recipe for these. There we go. We'll need 3 of those. And man, that was basically instant. That's so much faster than crafting it manually. And I forgot to lock this drawer, so it's now filled with andesite. That's fun. There we go. Now it's locked and it should only accept whatever I put inside of it now. So I'll get our simulator upgrade wherever it went. Oh, right, it's still in the system. We'll probably also need speed upgrades for this as well. Now we can get our bees inside, and those will start producing uranite honeycomb. And then we just put that inside of the centrifuge, of course, and that produces raw uranite. So what we'll need to do is get a recipe in the furnace to automatically process the raw uranite. And I completely forgot about the feeding stations as well. We're going to need a block of uranite in each of them. Shouldn't be too bad, but we are out of uranite, I'm pretty sure. So now we should be able to start producing uranite. And all of our bees are done as well, so we should be producing quite a lot. All of those went into that one. There we go. So now it's just the waiting game of waiting for these to, produce a ton of uranite comb all at once. So we can pull that out and place it in the drawer. And then we take one and we place it in our item pipe as a filter. And that will start to pull them out from there. Once these are done processing. Maybe this one isn't. Yeah, I bet this drawer, yep, it's not configured. That would make sense. So we just right click that. We shift right click that. Right click the drawer, and now it'll start to pull our uranite out, and it should start to process. So if we type raw, we have a few coming in already. Nice. So now to automate uranite production, we go raw uranite, and we type uran. I don't know how to spell it. Uranite. It's hard as well because I have my microphone right in front of my keyboard, so I sometimes struggle to type. So we have that automatically going now, and that can just run inside of our pattern provider. So now I just want to run a cable from our wireless connector over to the reactor. And we'll use an export bus to pull uranite out of the system. There we go. We'll specifically request uraninite. The not raw version. And what I want to do actually for this is move our power over on the furnace and put a export bus on it. And we can hook that up with the flux cable there. And I just want to automatically export raw uranite into this. And right, we need to put output on the left on the machine itself. So that'll start processing uranite, and it should end up in the reactor now. And we can actually observe this just by watching the uranite in our system. It should be going down every once in a while and increasing as the uranite processes. And we do now have a small buffer of uranite inside of the reactor. And I'll also hook up our mechanism system back up as well. And we can use it to actually start automating our different types of ores that we have accumulated here. There we go. Those should start automatically pulling out into the factory here. This thing is pretty full already. I just noticed that there's a ton of ingots in here. I'm assuming we've been processing things in the background. And these can probably use some acceleration cards as well. So now that our ender cell is actually completely full, the reactor will begin to stockpile a little bit of uranite. So I've just added this drawer here off to the side, which will limit the amount of basically uranite in our system, or I guess that's being pulled out of the system. And if we ever need uranite in the system, anything past 2K will just remain inside. So now I would like to just spend a little bit of time upgrading our mechanism systems and basically automating a few things as well. So I think to start off, I want to actually go through and automate the speed upgrades. These are pretty simple. We'll also want to automate structural glass, which is just steel and glass. Now we can make our speed upgrades. And I don't really remember how many can be installed. It looks like 8 per machine, so I'll need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 8, which fortunately we can do the math in here. 5 times 8, so we'll need 40. That's going to be a lot of infused alloy, a lot of steel, and osmium dust. So I think we should figure out how to automate those components as well. I think the infused alloy is going to be pretty simple. All we need to do is put a pattern provider on one of our metallurgic infusers. In fact, this one's already set up to make infused alloy. And we'll just hook that up. I think I'll run the cable back and up just like that. And let's see how AE handles this type of recipe, because we technically need liquid redstone for this. Interesting. So it'll require... Yeah, we don't have liquid redstone in our system. So I think what I need to do instead is figure out how much redstone makes 10 millibuckets. It looks like it's just 1. So all we need to do for this recipe is just put a copper and redstone in, and that should be good. Now we can just insert our pattern inside of this pattern provider here. And I think just for my own sanity, I'm actually going to dump the redstone that's already inside. That way we don't have a weird buildup there. And that can definitely cause issues in the future. So let's actually request some infused alloy. We'll just request 10 for now. Okay. And I might have to set this up. Left should be... let's set these up so that we're not doing anything weird. I think I can actually clear everything. There we go. So input... Oh, so we'll need extra. It also didn't seem to request any items here. There's no... it is definitely hooked up. Okay, so I think it'll work in this sort of weird manner here. So basically what I've done is just added a barrel as a buffer storage. So we'll just put the pattern provider on the barrel and then pull the main item through the front, or I guess the left side here. And then the extra item goes in through the back. I also want to make sure that this is set to the blocking mode. I don't think there's any real reason to do that, but I don't want the machine to get confused. And I think I actually want the left side to be input/output. I wonder if that'll still work. Let's see if that'll go, because I don't know if it'll work if both sides, unless it's just... Yeah, I don't know how to get this exactly. Alright, I'm going to test to see if something like this will work. So we just have the spruce iron barrel on top. This has a hopping upgrade inside. And now if we request 10 infused alloy, we should see the items appear in here. And oops, this needs to be set to output. And it should be, because I wanted it to block. Let's try top. Top is input/output. Alright, so I've played around with this for quite a while, and I decided on a method that's a little less a little less elegant, but it should work. So I just have an export bus set up here. It's just going to be filling this machine up completely with redstone, which is kind of the opposite of what I wanted it to do, but it'll just have to work for now. So I just changed the recipe so that it's just produces 1 infused alloy with 1 copper. So if I now request, let's just do 5 this time around, it'll just put the 5 copper immediately inside. It won't worry about redstone at all. It'll just keep a buffer of redstone inside of it, and it will begin to produce our infused alloys, and that'll just go back into the system automatically. So we can now also automate our advanced control circuits using that same machine. Whoops, we don't need redstone. There we go. And I think I'm going to set up another crusher as well, because we need crushed osmium for our speed upgrades. So what we can use our third metallurgic infuser for is actually to make steel. So if we put coal inside of here, we're producing coal with our bees, so we'll just use regular coal. And that should begin to go into the back if we put it on extra. There we go, so it's filling up with carbon. And then we simply just need to put iron inside of there, and that'll give us enriched iron. And then with our... oh, I messed that pattern up again. So don't put that one in there. And then with our enriched iron, what we can do is put it back through the same metallurgic infuser, and that will create steel dust. And then with our steel dust, we can just simply run that through one of our blast furnaces. So I'll put the steel ingots inside of this pattern provider that's next to our diamond furnace, and we'll place our other 2 recipes inside of this pattern provider. So now if I request a little bit of steel, oops, I think that was the wrong recipe. Oh no, I messed this one up, dang it. So we'll do that again just by removing the carbon, there we go. And now we can place it inside of this pattern provider. It should be this one. Request a little bit of steel. We'll do 10, and we have everything, and that will begin to process. And all we're missing now is some osmium, so I'm kind of forcing a little bit through here. And now we have everything that we need to craft our 40 speed upgrades. This is probably going to take a while, but we do have a good buffer of items, so maybe not. And I think while these are crafting, I'm just going to steal a few of these speed upgrades and insert them into the metallurgic infuser, because this thing is very slow. But that should be a lot faster now. There we go. And there we go. We have technically all 40 of our speed upgrades. We just used 8 of them for the metallurgic infuser. So we'll go ahead, definitely get them inside of the smelting factory first, because this thing is definitely bottlenecking our system. There we go. Oh, that's so fast, and we might be running out of power now. We might need some faster energy conduits. It's still saying not enough energy, but it looks like it should be enough. Honestly, these cables might start to be a little bit slow for our system. I'm going to see if the next level will be fast enough. So we have some of these elite universal cables. Can you move, please? There we go. And get some end gates on there. It might only need 1, although I guess it could have been our ender gates that are limiting this. Ah, okay. I think I have some more of these Niotic tier, or Spirited tier. Let's try these instead. It's keeping up now, at least. Although it's still saying not enough energy, which is kind of crazy. Something that might help with this as well are the energy upgrades. And the max for these per machine is also 8, so I'm just going to craft another 40 of those. So all of our energy upgrades are ready now, but our entire system has been slowed down by our electrolytic separator. It's currently just not moving fast enough. I think getting some speed upgrades will help for this. So I replaced the fluid pipe that was here with a elite mechanical pipe, and that seems to have at least sped this up a little bit. It also now has full speed upgrades and energy upgrade, but it's still kind of struggling for oxygen. But I think we're gonna have to solve that in another episode because the energy crisis has been solved. I want to take a step away from technology for a little while. I want to return to the Wizard's Tower that we built all the way back in episode 6. If you've seen that episode, you'll know that this is where we've been doing our Iron Spells mod stuff. So we have our inscription tables and the scroll forge that we have placed in this pretty cool looking area. But I want to use this long forgotten top level to actually start a new mod. We're going to be taking a look at Ars Nouveau. This is one of my favorite mods of all time, and I'm honestly surprised it's taken me this long to actually start it in this playthrough. But now that we have auto crafting set up, this should be a breeze. I want to sort of power level through Ars Nouveau as fast as possible and get the best gear that we can possibly get right now. So make sure to leave a like and subscribe, it helps the channel out a ton. Also consider becoming a channel member. It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of these videos early. With all that out of the way, let's jump back into Ars Nouveau. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is get yourself a tattered tome. This is the documentation for Ars Nouveau, and it's a good way of actually figuring out what needs to be done. So if you don't already have one, you can just craft it with a book and lapis, not too bad. I think I found one in a chest. So what you want to do to get started is to sort of just look through the different pages here inside the book and kind of get yourself well adjusted to what Ars Nouveau is all about. And what Ars is all about is magic, of course, and spellcasting, and it's kind of a tech mod as well, a little bit, if you think about it. So I'm just going to begin by crafting a novice spellbook. This just requires a book and all of the basic iron tools. We have a little bit of these. Let's see, we just need the iron pickaxe. And here we go, the Novice Spellbook. I also forgot to mention that All the Mods 10 does have a quest book page for Ars Nouveau, and I definitely recommend going through as you sort of complete quests and picking up the quest rewards, because they can be pretty good. Also, I feel like the quest book is a lot more easy to understand than the Tattered Journal is, just because it has this sort of all in a very visual layout. And I'm a visual learner, so I think this is a little bit better. So what I want to do now is craft the Scribe's Table. This will allow us to build out different spells and learn different sort of glyphs. So it should be pretty easy to craft. We'll just need archwood slabs, which are archwood planks, which we have a few of. One thing that I also recommend is to go out and find all of the different types of archwood. I think the only one I'm missing right now is the yellow one, the flashing archwood. So here is our scribe's table, and I'll go ahead and set that down. Let's see, we come in from that direction, so I think over here is the best place for this. And it places down kind of weird, so you have to be at an angle. I'll put it off to the left here. It doesn't matter exactly where it is, but just for aesthetics. So we'll grab our rewards from that. Looks like we got some source gems, which are very valuable in this mod. So there are 3 different tiers of glyphs inside of Ars Nouveau. Right now, our spellbook is only capable of using tier 1 glyphs. To be able to access the different types of glyphs, you need to upgrade your spellbook. For the Mage's spellbook, which is the next tier, we should have everything. Yeah, we do. So we could actually go ahead and immediately upgrade our spellbook, and now we'll have access to tier 2 glyphs as well. Unfortunately, to get the last spellbook, I'm pretty sure we're going to have to go to the end. Well, I guess not technically. We just need a Nether star and this Wilden tribute, but to get the Wilden tribute, we got to do a few things first. So we'll start making our way towards the Archmage spellbook. I don't know if we'll get to it today though. So with spellbook in hand, if you just press C, it'll open up the spell creation sort of page. We have essentially two different types of glyphs unlocked right now. These are glyphs, by the way. So we have form, which are projectile, self, and touch. These are pretty self-explanatory. Projectile will send the spell out, self will cast the spell on yourself, and touch will touch the it'll be basically limited on the range, and it'll act like a mining tool. Effect, we just have break and harm right now. Break will break a block, of course, and harm will harm an entity. So what I want to do first is make a projectile break spell. And I will call this, I guess, just Mold Earth. I usually name these after D&D spells if you don't know. So here we go. If we just right click, you'll notice that that block just broke and it landed down here on the ground. Also in the bottom left hand corner, you'll notice that we have a new mana pool. This is not the same one from the Iron Spells mod, it's a completely different one. So now what we can do is just go through and create all of the different types of glyphs. And in order to create a glyph, what you need to do is actually throw different types of items on the scribes table. So for the glyph of toss, what we'll need is a manipulation essence. We'll talk about essences later, and a dropper. So the first spell that I want to make, or the first glyph, is the item pickup glyph, which I believe is just going to be 2 hoppers, if I'm not mistaken. And I always got to remember how to do it. I think you right click the table with your spell book and find item pickup. There we go. Then you select it, and now you toss the items onto it, and that'll begin to start writing. It takes a couple seconds, but really not too long. And there's our first glyph. Now I believe we just right click to learn it, and now if we open up our spellbook again, it's going to be inside of our glyphs here. So now with our ranged projectile item break or item pickup spell, we can break that block, and it actually ends up in our inventory now instead of falling to the ground. Place that back up there. By the way, you can also pick up glyphs throughout the world while you're out exploring in like dungeon chests and village chests. Unfortunately, I don't think I found any while out exploring. I don't think I got that lucky. But there are also structures that we can go out and find in the world, and they should be filled with Ars Nouveau stuff. So let me see if I can find one of these. I thought I saw one before. I know that they like to spawn near the water. Is that one? That looks like one. Oops. Every time I press H, that documentation pulls up now. I need to change that. So this is definitely an Ars Nouveau structure. I'm not sure if this is the one we were looking for, though, specifically. So that's a warp nexus. We can take that with us. Here we go. And that would allow us to actually teleport here. Looks like this is not the kind that I want. It is the correct structure, but some of them... Yeah, unfortunately this one's just solid. It's a good place to get mossy stone brick, though, it looks like. So this is another structure that is found within Ars Nouveau. It's basically just the Ars version, or Ars equivalent of a ruin portal. And you can usually find a few items in here. These Wilden spikes and horns are super valuable, by the way. So are these... Wow, that's a lot of source stone. A warp scroll. And these codex and entries are what I was talking about earlier. They basically just teach you a random spell. Or a random glyph, I should say. So we got Carve, Summon Wolves, and Pack. There's also some source berries on the back. Source berries, basically, you can eat them for hunger and basically your mana. And I think they can be brewed into potions as well. And by the way, this is a really cool looking village right here. And it's right next to another village. I've not explored, I think this is north of my base. This is pretty cool. Well, I found a flashing archwood tree. That's pretty good. I think that's the last one that I was missing. And here's another one of those ruined portals. We can learn a few more glyphs. Nice. Pantomime and not undead. Okay, pretty interesting. Oh, that's a big guy right there. What the heck? I've never Well, what mod are you from? Uh-oh, I can't even... A sea serpent from Ice and Fire. Ice and Fire is in this? Oh no. If you don't know, that mod adds dragons. Ooh, that one's green. Huh. Crazy. Oh, he's coming after me. Oh, and look at these guys. These are... Oh, stop sinking. Stop going down. Hippocampus. Oh, okay. They're just kind of chilling here. They kind of look like horses. Huh. Oh, that guy just got eaten, though. So I just used an Explorer's Warp Scroll that I found in one of the chests, and it led me to this structure, which is the same structure that we found before. Hopefully it's the kind that we need. It's not. Unfortunate. We might have to just build everything ourselves, but that's fine. But we got some more codex entries. So we got Fell, Spark, Filter Undead, and Filter Fiery. Ooh. Oh, and that Explorer's Warp Scroll brought me to a Wilden Den. Oh, nice. So this is where Wildens spawn. Let me get a torch here. I don't know how strong these guys are going to be. We're pretty well guarded. Wow. There we go. Oh, we got a trophy. So yeah, these Wilden wings, Wilden horns, everything like that. Make sure to collect it. There's also a few chests inside of here as well. A leather belt, okay. Lightning affinity. So I've returned back home, unfortunately unsuccessful in finding what we were looking for, but that's alright, we got a few extra glyphs that we wouldn't have gotten previously. So next up I want to create the imbuement chamber. This is basically how we convert mana and items into different items from Ars Nouveau. This is how we're going to make our essences. So the imbuement chamber is pretty simple. We just need archwood and gold. We have plenty of gold now. And we're also going to need 8 of these arcane pedestals. So let's just make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. You don't actually need 8 right off the bat. I think a few recipes only require like 2 or 3. But we might as well just make the highest level that we can. Next up, we'll also want the enchanting apparatus. This is how we make some more things from ours as well. This is how we actually get the armor. So we'll also need an arcane core for that. And we'll want 8 more pedestals. We are out of source gems though. And the way that we actually make the source gems is just by placing lapis inside of the imbuement chamber. But we're also going to need source. Source is basically the energy equivalent in this mod. So there are a few ways that we can generate source. We could do the volcanic source link. I believe this one consumes lava. There's the vitalic source link, which generates source from mob deaths. There's the mycelial source link, which generates source from nearby food, so you feed it food. And then the agronomic one is basically whenever plants grow, you get a little bit of source. So I think I am going to use the volcanic source link. It actually generates source by consuming burnable items. I was wrong about the lava. And if we feed it archwood logs, it will generate bonus source. And we can actually get archwood logs from our bees. So I'll probably set up a few lumber bees with specifically blazing archwood because it does have a little more energy, I believe. It burns for a little bit longer than the other ones. So we'll get a simulator upgrade auto-crafted as well as some speed upgrades. And I already have a few lumber bees. Here they are. I think I was setting up birchwood over here. Yeah, I just set this one up not too long ago. So I've just done pretty much the most simple automation that you can do with these source gems. I just have a frame drawer on top. This just has a pusher upgrade, and I made sure to set the direction to down. So that pushes lapis inside of the imbuement chamber, and when the imbuement chamber is done crafting, the drawer on the bottom has a puller upgrade that pulls from the top of it, so it pulls out of the bottom of the imbuement chamber. And these are just filtered to lapis and to the source gems. That way it just pulls out the source gem and not the lapis. And so for our source generation, like I said, we're going to go with the volcanic source links. So I'll just place this down here in the corner. So I have a blazing archwood down here. That's just for decoration. But I will place a framed drawer on top of it. And we'll just use a pusher upgrade to push down. There we go. And now we can just fill this with blazing archwood logs. Now hopefully that works. I'm thinking it might not because I forgot how this actually works. I think... Oh, we need to dropper it, don't we? Okay. That shouldn't be too bad. And I think I'm just going to use a timer from RF Tools. Let's see if that'll work. So I have a dropper here. Need to place a couple blocks on top. Make sure that the dropper is facing down, just like that. And we will have a timer pointing into it, I think. Something like that. And that might be facing the wrong way, actually. So I think I gotta go from this side. Nope. Not sure exactly how this needs to be oriented. There we go, something like that. And if we right-click this, we can actually set a delay. And I think something like this should work for this as well. So we just have the dropper dropping the blazing archwood logs next to the source generator right there. Every time it pops out, it will generate a little bit of source. It'll consume the log, of course, generate a little bit of source. I've set up some additional source jars here. Once these two are filled up, this one should hopefully fill up as well. There is a range on how far it can go, but I'm not entirely sure. I can never remember how far it is. It's usually pretty long. It might be able to reach all the way over here. And it looks like it doesn't actually reach all the way over here, as I've taken away the other jars and put one jar down here, and it's definitely not bringing the source over here, but I do know how we can solve that issue. And that's with a source relay. Source relays will basically allow us to change where the source will end up. You can kind of think of them as pipes for source. But to actually use it, we are going to need a Dominion wand. This should be pretty easy. We just need to put 2 source gems, a stick, and gold inside of the pedestal surrounding the enchanting apparatus. So this will be our first craft with this. It doesn't matter where you put any items here. Let's see. Right, the stick, though, needs to be in the center. Here we go. There we go. I had the arcane core sideways. So that'll begin to spin up. I missed that animation. It's so good. And there is our Dominion wand. Now, I believe we just placed the source relay there. We right-click on our first source jar, right-click it to the source relay. Then we right-click the source relay over to that source jar there. And that'll begin to transfer all of the source all the way over there. Nice. So that'll actually help us speed up the production of our source berries, or our source gems, sorry. So we can go ahead and claim our rewards from that. I'm pretty sure we got some more source jars, which is always a good sign. So the next thing that we're going to want to craft are the Mage Bloom seeds. This will actually allow us to make Mage Bloom fiber, which is how we actually craft the armor from Ars Nouveau. So all we need is 4 source gems surrounding any type of seed. And I believe that was inside of the enchanting apparatus, so we'll go It doesn't really matter where these go, but we can go ahead and place those inside just like that. That'll begin spinning. And there is our first Mage Bloom seed. And I think I'm just going to make these little planter boxes for these. So we'll probably do something like that. We'll have water here in the middle. And I'm going to use these frame trapdoors, similar to how we did over on our source link. There we go. And I guess we'll just place a dirt down here. We can remove that here in a second. And I'm just going to be using these flourishing logs. I think these look pretty nice, especially in sort of a more garden-y area. So we have our first Mage Bloom seed planted. We can bone meal this, by the way. And if we simply just craft the Mage Bloom, it'll produce Mage Bloom fibers. Now these are used to craft a few things, but most importantly, it's how we get our armor. So I've just built this little planter box with I guess a grow light on top of it. And we can go ahead and harvest our Mage Bloom now. We should get more than enough for our armor. So we can basically use any tier of armor for this, and we can basically just upgrade it into the Ars Nouveau version. We could also use diamond armor, which I think is what we're going to do. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I'll probably use my chestplate as an example here. I think it should keep all of the enchantments on it. It'll just straight up upgrade it. So I think we needed 1, 2, 3, 4 fiber. Here we go. Hopefully this keeps the enchantments. And there we go. And hey, it did actually keep the enchantments. And there's our first piece of armor. Ooh, it looks so good. So we'll get everything else upgraded real quick. So now we can go ahead and equip that. And there we go. I need to turn my helmet back on. There we go. Oh, that looks so cool. So the benefit of creating this armor is that we actually get additional max mana as well as a little bit of mana regen, which is definitely going to help when we start casting some more spells. By the way, this set of armor can also be dyed. But it's also important to note that the dye will probably disappear whenever we upgrade it to the next tier. And speaking of the next tier, we can actually immediately use a couple of blaze rods to get it to the next tier. So the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 is pretty simple. We essentially get an additional modifier slot. We can talk about these modifier slots later, but yeah, definitely getting these up is pretty nice. We also get additional max mana and a little more mana regeneration. So now we can go ahead and equip that once again, and there's no visual difference as far as I know, but yeah, it does look pretty good still. I think I like it a little bit better without the engineer's goggles. Looks pretty cool. And I actually messed up. So with the Mage Bloom seeds, you're actually supposed to craft 3 of them for this quest. I'll see if I can destroy the ones that we already have. Let's see. Will that pop out a seed? It does. Okay. So we got 3 of those. Now we can do the quest. Here we go. The Mage Bloom fibers. So in order to keep upgrading our armor, we're going to need to make a Mark of Mastery, which is going to require every single type of essence. And because my goal in this series is to automate everything, we're going to need to automate all of the essences. So the good thing about making essences is that it doesn't actually consume each of the items around it, it just consumes the source gem. So for example, if we want to make the manipulation essence, all we need is a stone button, redstone, and clock inside of an imbuement chamber with a few pedestals around it, and then we just need to feed it source gems, and it can continually produce the manipulation essences. We are going to need a ton of source as well, though. So we're going to need 8 imbuement chambers. Oops, that's 9. We'll need 24 arcane pedestals because each of the essences has 3 components to it. So our source stone might be a little bit of a hindrance here, but there we go. And now I'm actually going to be using this floor that's just below the previous floor to actually set these up. I think the hardest part of this is going to be making sure it looks good. And is basically symmetrical. So we can do one on each side like this. Let's see here, where did I put that? Two blocks away from there. So imbuement chamber there. Imbuement chamber there, and one last one here. And for the other ones, I think we just come straight out and about right there should work. And now we can just go ahead and surround each of the imbuement chambers with our pedestals. And oh, I just remembered they only need 3 each actually. So let's redo that one. 1, 2, 3. Maybe we do all on the outside, something like that. I don't know. Just as long as it looks good, because we don't need to pipe any items or anything into the pedestals themselves, just the imbuement chambers. So there we go. So for the abjuration essence, we're going to need a fermented spider eye, sugar, there we go, and a bucket of milk. So we just need to place these around the imbuement chamber just like that. Shouldn't matter where they go, but we can now test it with a source gem. And of course, we don't have any source really close by. We'll solve that in a little bit, but yeah, it should still go even if we don't have any source nearby. For the air essence, we just need a feather, wild and wing, and any type of arrow. Earth is just going to be iron, any type of seed, and dirt. We can get those in our pedestals now. Fire essence is flint and steel, torch, and gunpowder. Manipulation essence is a stone button, a redstone dust, and a clock. And we'll get those all on the pedestals just like that. Water might be a little more tricky. We need a water bucket, snow block, and kelp. Surprisingly, I have 1 piece of kelp. I don't have any snow blocks though. But we should be able to find one pretty easily out here in the ice spikes biome. There we go. Snow block. Nice. Anime essence, or anima essence, requires a wither skeleton skull, bone meal, and golden apple. I don't know if I have any skulls, but I can craft them, just because we've gotten quite a few of these wither skull fragments. We have plenty of golden apples, and we'll place these down just like that. The only one that we're going to be missing right now is the conjuration essence. I haven't found any Wilden horns yet, and we also need to find a starbuncle to give it a golden nugget. So I think I'm going to explore a little bit more today and try to get a Wilden horn. These will drop from Wilden pack hunters. So let's see if we can find a pack hunter, just so that we can see what it looks like. Unfortunately, can't. I thought there would be a data model for it. So we'll just have to go to Wilden dens and try to find some Wilden horns. Oh my gosh, of course. So this tower is right next to my base. Like, my base is right there. I dig down into it, and it's the one that we needed. Oh no. Shoot. Well, we got a Starbuncle Charm. That's pretty good. So you also get this Scryer's Oculus. That's pretty cool. A Scryer's Scroll. Whoops, don't put that in there. And this is going to be full... Oh, Wilden horn. Nice. This will be full of Ars Nouveau items as well. Even an alteration table, nice. We don't have to craft that. A mage bloom bed, interesting. And of course, a full suit of Arcanist robe. Now these are the, I think iron tier, or maybe actually I think it's the gold tier. So it's not as good as the armor we are currently wearing. But there is a source gem block right below it as well. So that's a few more source gems. And from those mystery glyphs, we got light and entity. Oh, and I think I found a starbuncle. I did. So I think you just throw a golden nugget at it, and he's carrying it away, and there we go. So there's our starbuncle token. So with those two items found, we can now complete our last essence. Let's just figure out which slot it is. Here we go. So a book, starbuncle token, and wild and horn. And that is all of the essences, at least configured. By the way, this one, the abjuration essence just completed. That's pretty good. So the next step is going to be to actually automate this. So I've built a couple of additional wireless connectors in anticipation of what we're about to do. So I just want to pull some dirt down from here. I guess I'll probably have this, I guess there's pretty good. It doesn't quite matter what we do with this. So what we're going to do is use AE to basically have these autocraft recipes similar to how we've been doing. So we'll have pattern providers on each of the different stands. So we'll just have these facing directly on the imbuement chambers. Hopefully that'll work. I might need to reconfigure things and add a barrel or a chest or something up on top. Here we go. I've also just auto-crafted a bunch of additional cables because we're probably going to need those. And even though these cables are already purple, I do want to make them into purple ME smart cables. They're just a little bit more magical looking. And because there are only 8 of these, we shouldn't have to worry about channels or anything like that. So I'm just going to hook them all up in a row, basically. And I didn't build some of these very symmetrically, I'm just realizing. Some of them are definitely not in the right place. So everything should now be set up how I want it. I've gone ahead and connected the wireless connector to the main system. Everything is connected with a pattern provider. So now all we need to do is go through and create a pattern for all of the different essences. By the way, in between episodes, I did actually make a wireless universal terminal, which has a pattern encoding terminal, the regular crafting terminal, and pattern access terminal inside of it. So now if we press this button here, we can actually change between the pattern encoding, our pattern access, and our regular crafting, which is going to be so much more handy. So what I want to do is basically just go through, and what I'll do is just place a source gem there and then drag the essence over. Oh, we're also going to need some more patterns because I haven't used this one yet. There we go. So now we just go through, and it's going to be a little tricky. It shouldn't be too bad though. I think just dragging over, yeah, I think that'll be best. Should be able to just do that. And I think the truly tricky part is going to be remembering which one is which. So I think this was the anima. This one's definitely water. There's water. This one, spider eye. I want to say abjuration. Yeah, abjuration. This one, I believe, was manipulation. Or conjuration, actually. Yeah, conjuration. Next one is earth for sure. This one is air. This one is manipulation. So that is the last one is fire. Awesome. So in the meantime, we have been building up a ton of source gems. For now, we'll just have these be sort of manual. What we can do is actually hook this up and just have these automatically import into the system. And we can also automatically export our lapis. We can also hook this up as well and get our blazing archwood automatic as well. But for now, I'm just going to place some source gems in there. We'll type in essence, and you'll see that they're all here now. Let's get a... I guess it doesn't really matter which one we do first because we're going to need all 8 pretty soon. So I'll just request a water essence. We have a source gem available. And now if we go down here, we should see it. It's going to be really slow to start off. Which one is water? There we go. So a source gem automatically went inside of this imbuement chamber, and it will slowly increase now in craft. And I think I want to turn blocking mode on for all of these. Just so that we don't run into any weird interactions with it. And to help speed things along for the purposes of demonstration, I've just brought down a source jar, and that should begin to pull all of these out, and that creates our water essence. Now that should go back into the system. Shoot. Okay, we might need to... dang, I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do this. So I think we're going to need an import bus on all of them now. Let's see if that'll work on the side. Will that work? There we go. Shoot. Okay, so in terms of channels, this has split up pretty well. This connector is connected to a 32 channel cable, so we technically have 32 channels coming through. And these look like they've split up pretty well. So we might be able to get away with getting a import bus on each of these. So we'll just need 7 more of those. And I think we'll also need to just make sure that we're only importing the essence because we don't want the source gem to go through. Let me try and see if that'll work. One of those. Yeah, it's not pulling out the source gem. So everything should be set up now. So I just want to go through and request one of each of our essences. We already have an abjuration. We have 2 water. Let's get an earth. Fire. Manipulation. We are going to run into a problem with our crafting CPUs. In between episodes, I did actually go through and upgrade our crafting CPUs. So we have a couple of 4Ks and a 64K on each of the bottoms here. They realistically don't really need the 4Ks, but I kind of liked how they looked. So now I want to make a source relay splitter. This will basically allow us to spread our source to various different jars at the same time. So we're going to need 4 quartz and 4 lapis, as well as a source relay. And so now we can have a center source jar with our source relay splitter. And what we need to do is just, I believe we right click with that onto the jar, right click again onto each of these different jars. Hopefully it can handle 8 of these. This is kind of satisfying, actually. I really like the sounds that this makes, and this mod in general. So sending to 8 locations, perfect. So now we need to get source into this jar. And so I think I want to make another one of those splitters. Because we can place this up here on this source jar. This is kind of our main source jar right now. And then we can have this splitter shoot into the ones that are making source gems over here, as well as the one that's down below. So we place that on there, and configure that to go there. And hopefully this will work between blocks, I'm not entirely sure. Oops, it should be sending... I kind of want that to go into the jar. So let's go like that. If you shift right click, it'll... cancel it. So there we go. Okay, so you actually need to set a take location as well. So if you right click on the source jar and then the splitter relay, it'll actually link up. So that'll be sending, or it'll be taking from this source jar, sending over there. And then I'm assuming we're going to have to do the same here as well. Yeah, because this one's filling up. So we just right click that. and send it into that splitter, and all of the source just split out. So we should see these jars begin to fill up. I think a lot of them have less than 1%. So yeah, we'll see those begin to fill. And we can start to auto-craft the last 3 essences that we need. And there we go. We have all of our essences now. I thought we did. We got 2 of them. Anima should complete soon, maybe. And I know this episode's already pretty long, but we're so close to being able to upgrade our armor again. We have all of the essences that were required to make the Mark of Mastery, but we're missing one vital component for this, and that's the Wilden Tribute. In order to get the Wilden Tribute, we need to defeat the Wilden Chimera. So we need to actually summon the Wilden Chimera. We can do that using the Tablet of Summon Wilden, which is just crafted with 3 of the Wilden components, an Archwood log, and a block of lapis, which we have all of. And we're also going to need a ritual brazier, and that will actually allow us to perform the ritual. We're also going to need an extra Wilden component. I don't think it matters, but we'll go with a Wilden wing. And the Wilden Chimera is a pretty tough boss. It'll also destroy items nearby as well, or destroy blocks, I should say. And there's an absolutely massive desert near me. It's also really foggy out today for some reason. But this should be the perfect place to summon the Wilden Chimera. So all we need to do is place our ritual brazier down, and then we right-click it with our tablet. So if we just right-click it now, it will just begin to summon random Wildens. What we want to do, though, is augment it with a Wilden item. So now, if we right-click it, we're going to be faced with a boss. Now, this thing is pretty tough. I would definitely recommend... Okay, I might have done this incorrectly. Unless it just summons afterwards. We're doing pretty good, though. So yeah, I think I messed that up somehow. Of course, we need all 3 augmented items. I thought it was just 1. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. And now let's try it. Hopefully that'll summon the boss this time. Should see it anytime soon. There he is. Oh, and there is custom music for this, by the way. So this boss fight can get pretty tricky, especially if you're lower level. We should be fine, though. We are pretty weak, as we basically only have diamond armor. Yeah, we're starting to take a little bit of damage. Oh, he's flying up now. I think that means he's immune to damage. No, he can still be hit. It can fly, though. It can definitely fly. Okay, so we also do a charge attack. So we just need to not be in his way. Okay. Ooh, wow. And he will definitely kick you around. He'll start flying again. He'll probably do his dive attack again. There we go. And there we go. We defeated the Wilden Chimera. There's usually another phase as well. I guess we beat him fast enough. He'll go into sort of a defensive spike mode, and he'll send spikes out. But yeah, we have our Wilden Tribute finally. So now we can take all of our essences out of the system. We only need 1 of the water ones. And we can place them in our enchanting apparatus. Again, it doesn't really matter where any of them go, as long as we have all 8 of them. And we can place our Wilden Tribute in the center. Ooh, unfortunately, we're not going to have enough essence or source. So one good thing about these splitters is that we can actually take from multiple places as well as send to multiple. So I'm just going to be draining a few of these jars. We can reverse these again later. There we go. And now that source jar should begin to fill up. And hopefully that'll be enough to start the ritual. It looks like it is. And that should give us our Marks of Mastery. Nice. Fortunately, we do get 5 of these. So with these, we can now go through and basically upgrade all of our armor to tier 4. And now we just need some netherite, which can be found even easier by using netherite sight potion. And we'll combine those into the charm version. That way we can just toggle the effect on and off. Let's see, I'm not seeing any nearby. And apparently reloading the game actually will fix that, so that's definitely a good thing to know. I was definitely worried for a little while there. So we just need 4 ingots. By the way, I had 16 ancient debris, ran it through the mechanism crusher here and the enrichment factory, and that turned it into like more than half a stack. It was really good. And so I've been thinking about which armor upgrade that I actually want to go for this. I'm thinking I want to go Aquamancer. It's not going to matter for too long though, because the next upgrade is all the Modium, and that'll just basically increase our everything else. It won't be for our water spells. So it's kind of irrelevant in the long term, but it's definitely a nice to have right now. So looking at the recipe, I'm kind of worried about this upgrade. See, I think that I kind of messed up in, if we take a look at it, it actually might require tier 3. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm still going to test it out. We've already gotten this far. We have all of our water essences now. But yeah, this might not work. We might have to go to the end. So let's give this a try. Oops. It'll be 1 netherite ingot, 2 water essences. Oh, I knew it. Let's just double check. Yeah, I think we're gonna need tier 3. Oh, our mastery. Might not be doomed yet. Oops. Let's try that. In the previous episode, we went through the Ars Nouveau mod and got pretty far into that mod. Unfortunately, we hit a little bit of a roadblock. We're gonna need to go to the end in order to upgrade our armor further. So in today's episode, that's what we're gonna be doing. We're gonna take a journey to the end. But first, I need to make a few preparations. And that's kind of why I'm here in the Nether right now. I've just been grinding some wither skeletons. I got the capturing enchantment on my diamond paxel, and I was hoping to get a wither skeleton spawn egg. Unfortunately though, I just haven't been able to get one yet. So I have a few wither skull fragments now, and those will actually allow us to summon the wither. And we need the wither because we need nether stars, and we need nether stars because I want to craft the dimension card, and this will basically allow us to access our system from any dimension. But we're going to need 4 nether stars, we're going to need quite a few netherite ingots. The netherite ingots shouldn't be too hard. In the previous episode we did make a charm of netherite sight, which allows us to see ancient debris underground. Also, I just realized that I have shaders off right now. I was using night vision potions to be able to find wither skeletons a little bit easier, so let me turn that back on now. That feels so much better. And I can actually activate, let's see if I can find it in my inventory. Night vision as well. Night vision looks really, really cool with shaders. I didn't realize how good it would look. So like I said, we're going to need nether stars, which means we're going to need wither skeleton skulls. We have plenty of fragments already in the system. Hopefully that'll be enough. Let's see here. That'll be enough for 3. Oh shoot, we need a few more. Well, that should be, yeah, we need 1 more skull. Alright, I got 9 more wither skull fragments, which means we have all 12 wither skeleton skulls that we needed. And while I'm killing the wither, I might as well make a model framework for it. This is from the Hostile Neural Networks mod, which we'll get into later. It's basically a way to generate mob drops without having a very laggy mob farm. So I think I'll fight these withers all the way out here in the desert. I'm going to try to stay away from my Waystone and Ritual Brazier, because those might explode if the wither gets too close. I don't think I need anything else. I have instant health on my Infinite Ham, by the way. The Infinite Ham can basically hold a potion effect in it. So whenever I eat it, it'll regen my health just a little bit. So I shouldn't need anything. I'm just gonna go. This is a vanilla boss. I beat the Wild in Chimera earlier, so this shouldn't be too bad. Okay. We also have the benefit of flight, although he's just gonna keep going up. I probably should have grabbed a ranged weapon. In fact, I have let's see. I have my iron spells. This is magic missile. Come on now. He's hurting me a little bit, but not too bad. It's mostly from the wither effect, I think. Alright, oh, I should have made, I should have hatched a bunch of chickens. Come on. Come on. I wish this jetpack had better vertical speed. Maybe just go back down to the ground and let him come back up to me. This was probably not the best place to fight the wither. Probably should have gone underground, and I'll probably do that for the other ones, but I also sometimes like to just do the wither fight legitimately. Like, this is kind of how it's meant to be, although probably not with magic spells. There we go. I think he's regenning faster than I can hurt him. I maybe should have grabbed a bucket of milk, but I didn't really think about it. Oh, there we go. He's in his different phase. I should be able to... Okay, come on. Come on. Stop going up. There we go. There we go. Alright, it should be easier from here on. If he would hold still for me. Hey, there we go. I think everything went into my backpack. And there we go, nice. And I might have forgotten to click on him with my model framework. I'll remember the next time, promise. So yeah, I'm gonna go down to the, probably down to Bedrock and fight the rest of them. Alright, I'm thinking this should be a good enough place to build it. Let's see here. I think that's all the room that we need for this. I will have to break that open, get one down there. And I should be able to just set these there. And I will remember to actually do that. Oh, I also forgot that we actually need a deep learner. Let's see if I can make this really quick. Deep learner, there we go. So what we do is we right click with the deep learner, put it inside of one of the slots, and we can just hold it in our offhand, for example. And now when we kill the wither, it'll add its data into the data model. There we go. This is going so much faster this time. Nice. Okay, that's 2 nether stars down. So you can see now on the data model, we've killed 1 out of 6. We're currently at faulty tier, which means it will still generate the mob drops. But if we go to basic, it'll basically have a higher chance of creating the nether stars. It would also cost 2,560 FE per tick, but we're doing so good on FE currently. We don't really need to worry about power. But we won't really get into this right now. And I got a couple of wither trophies, so I think I'm going to put these maybe here. I know that we can change the size of them. So maybe we spread those out a little bit. And that looks about the right size for the wither, I think. There we go. Nice. As a way to sort of commemorate the occasion. So we're going to need a total of 9 netherite ingots. Hopefully we can craft that. Let's see how many we can craft. Oh, of course, we're just shy of it. And of course, my netherite sight potion isn't working again, and I don't want to reset my game because we're already in the middle of something, so I'm just gonna try to do this the old school way. But that should now be enough to get our 9 netherite ingots. So the reason we needed 9 is because each of the infinity range boosters require 3, and we actually already have an infinity range booster. So we should just now be, we need to make some more lumen and enderium. And that's just a little bit of silver, glowstone, and dust for those. By the way, I'm using a primitive alloy smelter from Ender.io. That just makes making our alloys a little bit faster. We haven't really gotten into Ender.io yet, so I don't really want to progress in that mod until we sort of cover it together. And Enderium is Ender Pearls Platinum, which we really don't have a lot of, and lead. And we should now be able to craft our 3 infinity range boosters. If we have all of our ingredients in the... Oh, I didn't realize we actually needed 2 Enderium ingots for each of that. Alright, and after mining for what seemed like probably an hour or more, I have a ton of deep slate materials now. I finally found some platinum. I found it in one of my old tunnels. It took way too long to find just a measly 5 platinum ore. I literally found 50 diamond ore before finding 5 platinum. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be that rare. So we'll get that processing. Oh, and I think that was actually not necessary. I think I had an extra from one of the quests. I should have looked to see how many I had. So yeah, now I just need an Eye of Ender, and we can craft our dimension card. And yeah, we didn't even have to remove that one, but we can now replace that. This will consume 200 FE per tick. But now we can actually open our inventory, our AE system inside of extra dimensions. So now we should be able to just craft some Eyes of Ender. Hopefully we can get a few more of these. And now we just need to figure out which direction the stronghold is in. Looks like it went that way. Alright, I think I found where it's gonna be. I'm just gonna make a small tunnel down. I'll try not to break my feet. It should be down in this cave, hopefully. Oh, and I see stone brick. And here we go. Nice. It is very dark. Unfortunately, my night vision charm did break while I was searching for platinum. So let's try to get further in. And this place has definitely been overhauled. This is a completely new room. So let's figure out where we need to go. There's also definitely going to be a ton of loot in this area as well. Pretty high level as well. Oh, and interesting. Makes Enderman neutral to the wearer. This is a charm that I found in one of the chests. End transposition. Swaps the user and the target along the line of sight within a range of 20 blocks. Oh, that's pretty cool. But yeah, definitely the neutral Enderman one would probably be pretty good. I'll probably swap that out for the vampiric glove. Oh, and I just realized my bunny hoppers are, I think they're maxed out now. Oh, and roller skates. I actually have not found this artifact yet. Basically, this increases our movement speed by 10% per second of movement. I think it's very similar to our running shoes, but the only difference is that these surfaces become slippery. And we're definitely taking all of these bookshelves with us. And I'll take that monster spawner as well. And it looks like I found an even bigger library now. Oh, this one has spawners as well. And it looks like this stronghold is also a trial spawner. I think it might be... Actually, I think it might be above. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. There's a trial spawner here. I'd rather not do that right now. But I think I have found the end portal. And before I head inside, I am going to make sure that I put down a waystone. I didn't realize I didn't have any amethyst in my inventory, so I found a nearby amethyst geode. We'll get our waystone down, and we'll call this the end, I guess, overworld. Because we might need one on the inside as well, just for ease of access. I'm also going to clear out my backpack, because it's definitely gotten full, and I want to actually go out and explore the end islands as soon as I defeat the dragon as well. But now we can begin filling the portal frame with our Eyes of Ender. And the last one here. And I guess we just go ahead and jump in. And I think this is the first time I've ever actually spawned on the island. Usually I'm out in the middle of nowhere. Put a waystone down here for the end. And there is a new sort of a boss battle arena. This looks pretty cool. Should begin to summon the dragon pretty soon here. This is a really, really cool animation. I think it's all from the end redone, I want to say. I might be wrong on that. Oh, and it's begun to shoot up some beams into the air. These pillars will begin to break one at a time. Definitely want to get a screenshot. Alright, whenever you're ready. Alright, let's do this. Let's see how much these end crystals do to me. Oh. Okay, they instantly blow me up. That's cool. I did not expect that. I thought we were a little more bulky than that. Alright, I made a little replacement wooden jetpack, and hopefully it will keep enough power inside of it. Strangely, oh yeah, it's a little bit weird, but here we go. Alright, let me get my... Okay, perfect. Well, interesting that we can have two jetpacks on at the same time. So what I want to do now, instead of meleeing it like a dummy, I'm going to use my spells. I'm going to go shapeless, pull that down, stand as far back as I can, and good, that does actually blow it up. Now I think during this fight, these can actually recover as well. So we'll probably be taking these down a few times during this fight. Okay, but I do think that was all of them. Now we can just sort of chase the end dragon around. We're doing a pretty decent damage, considering we're only using our magic missile. See if I can get a few melees in. She's definitely tough, but she hasn't started regenerating yet. Also, I know that the End Dragon has a name, but I always forget what it is. Oh, I'm not going to eat human flesh. There's my infinite ham. Okay, should be able to get... Oh, I missed the opportunity. That's alright, she's almost down. Just a few more shots with our magic missile. Oh, and before I get too far, I do want to see if I can make a data... There we go. Whew, almost forgot. Almost had to respawn her. So let me get my... I think it might have gone inside of here. Yep. Deep Learner. Get our End Dragon data model inside. Put that in the offhand. And now... when we finish her off, hopefully... that'll count. Hey, there we go. Free the end. Nice. I didn't get any Dragon's Breath, I just realized. I probably should have stood on the ground a little bit more during that fight. Yeah, it looks like she didn't even aim at the ground. Ah, dang it. So I will have to resummon her eventually whenever we need Dragon's Breath. But from that, we did get some Dragon Scales from 2 different mods. Dragon Skin, an End Dragon Trophy, an Epic Shader Grab Bag, and a miniature Green Heart. And now we can go through our gateway here. The leg always scares me a little bit. And, okay, I thought we were in the middle of absolutely nowhere, but we're on basically the edge here. And this area looks super cool, by the way. Wow. So there's definitely an end update in this mod. Or in this mod pack. What I'm looking for right now, though, is this right here. A little bit of chorus fruit. And if we want to grow any of this at home, we can actually take these chorus flowers as well with Silk Touch. Oh, wow, I just realized this is all amethyst. So if I mine that with that, can this be turned into... I wonder how we turn it back into crystals. Yeah, unfortunately, it basically looks like only by crushing it. Oh, but off in the distance, I do see an end city, and it even has a ship, so we'll go straight over to the ship. We don't really need elytra. I'm sure it's used in a few crafting recipes, though. Here we go. Oops. Plenty of good loot in here. But what we're after right now is this gravitational elytra, which reduces gravity. And one thing that we definitely want to take is this dragon head. And that's because it can actually produce... Oh, I'm flying off. It can actually produce Dragon's Breath with the extractors. But there isn't too much more to explore right now. So I think I'm going to head back to the overworld and finally upgrade our armor. So with 2 ender pearls and a chorus fruit with our pieces of armor in the center, we'll actually be able to upgrade these finally to tier 3. So now at tier 3, we do have 3 empty slots for threads that we can place on our armor. But what I want to do is basically immediately upgrade these to tier 4. Because we've basically already made everything that we need, we just needed marks of mastery. We needed, I think we were going with water essences. And we also needed some pieces of netherite. So that is now all 4 pieces of Aquamancer gear. So I am going to equip these, but first I'm going to take off that scarf that I just got. So we'll start with the boots. I like that it makes a water sound. Oh, that looks so good. It even has a little fishing bobber on it. That's cool. Oh, that looks so awesome. Totally worth fighting 3 bosses, 4 bosses for this. I believe it's the same amount of armor as it was before, but we have a ton more max mana and mana regen. And I think I'll place my dragon trophy down here next to our wither skeletons. And I think we can raise that up as well. That looks pretty cool for now, at least. I'll probably make like a little park here in dedication of our accomplishments today. But what I'm doing really quickly here is we did get instant health 3 potion while we were out exploring. So I'm just going to replace the potion effect on our infinite ham. And you actually left click it onto there. I forgot about that. And then I guess I thought it was right click for this. I wonder if it simply just doesn't work with instant health 3. Yeah, it'll work with instant health too. But I think that's at least a decent little upgrade for it. And now I just want to quickly craft an extractor. And I think we can do it like barrel down on top, extractor there, and then dragon head there? No. I think it might be the other way around. Yeah, that would say it's producing. So let me try it upside down like that. There we go. So that will begin to produce Dragon's Breath, which we'll definitely be needing pretty soon, as it's used in a few different recipes, not too many. Definitely a lot of brewing potions, it looks like. Oh, for lingering, that's right. So now I'm just looking for a deep dark, and hopefully we can find an ancient city with this. If we can get all the way down here, hopefully this one's an ancient city. If not, we can also just make a structure compass. Let's see. I'm not seeing it quite yet. It does go pretty far down here. Oh, and I think we're in it, but I can't quite tell. Okay, I think we're right under it here. Oh, yep, there we go. So I'm a little underprepared for this. And there is more deep dark down here. I don't know if it's going to be an ancient city, though, unfortunately. Let me look at the map. Yeah, it's a pretty big area full of skulk. I don't think it's our ancient city. Oh, and I think this might be... Yeah, that is definitely an ancient city. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make a waystone if I have the crystals for it. Of course I don't. There is a geode right here, though, fortunately. Whoops, I need to actually mine those. And I don't have my... Oh, I do have my backpack on me. Let me just set that to pick up all of our items. Here we go. So now I can make a waystone. Alright, and I'm in sort of a larger cave area. It's kind of hard to see. I might run back home and get some more night vision. But we should be seeing the city anytime soon, I think. Oh, and that right there is a mimic. I'm gonna steal you. Let's get that in our deep learner. Mimics are pretty good because... Oh gosh. What is that? I have... What is that? A spirit core? Spirit power? I don't know what that was. That was kind of terrifying though. What I was going to say is mimics are pretty good because you can actually get all of the relics and all the things like that from them. But I think we should be seeing... Not quite yet. I keep running into these weird smaller caves. Oh, this is yep, that's definitely an ancient city. Awesome. So I'm going to put a waystone down. This is a ancient city. And we're here for a few different things. The first one I'm still looking for in the walls. Oh, I think that's it right there. I'm gonna run back home really quick and get night vision like I said I would. Oh wait. Oh. There's some right here. Awesome. But before we can mine that, we're actually gonna need a tool that's capable of actually mining it. So we're gonna have to upgrade our Paxel to netherite. And for that, of course, we're gonna need to find a smithing template. And I think that'll be easier to find if we actually find echo shards first. And the reason that we need echo shards, by the way, is that that's how you make a structure compass. The explorer's compass, sorry. Because it requires a recovery compass, which we can either find in chests in the ancient city, or we can craft using echo shards. So I think I'll take a look around inside of the ancient city to see if we can find... Looking for the chests here. First chest, no luck. This one looks like it might shriek if we open these chests. Let's see if I can get this shrieker down. Ooh, that's gonna take too long, I think. There we go. Nice. So the skulk sensors went off, but because I broke the shrieker, there was no call for the... Oh, nice. Got a few echo shards. There is a protector of this place down here, and we don't really want to awaken him. A warden upgrade. Okay, that's pretty interesting. Some more echo shards. We're only too short of being able to craft the structure compass. Oh, and I woke up something. We got night vision goggles though. Those are massive. By the way, I forgot to use my charm of night vision. Disc fragments. Ooh, we're still so far away. So close, though. Let's try this one. Warden Carapace. Ooh, the other side disc, which is one of my favorite music discs. And we have a couple more chests right here. A couple of shriekers, but no sensors. I might just risk it. And we got some more ink for iron spells. Last one here. Nope, still no echo shards. And I think we can block the signal here with some wool blocks. Because we have two shriekers here, one sensor. If this one goes off, it'll activate both of those sensors. So this should, in theory, block those. I don't see any more. Oh, there is one right there, actually. I think it's okay, though. It's probably not okay. It activated it. And still no echo shards. But I think the warden might be waking up here right now. Unless that first one took long enough. Okay, he doesn't seem to be spawning in right now. So we probably have one more chance. And by the way, while we are here, let me just double check. I don't think there's any nearby. If you see any clay that looks a little bit weird, definitely make sure to grab a brush and give it a good brushing. And that will give you an all-the-modium smithing upgrade. That's one of the other reasons that we came here. This will basically allow us to convert netherite gear into all-the-modium gear. And I'm not really seeing any more chests here. Oh, I do see one up here. Hopefully this will be the last one we need to check. Oh, a silence armor trim. I think that's the rarest one if I remember correctly. But if we get desperate enough and we can't find any more echo shards, this one might be kind of a scary one to get to. If we don't actually end up finding our echo shards, what we can do is actually purposefully summon the warden. And if we kill him, he can drop echo shards. Alright, I think that's good. Oh, we got 2. That's exactly how much we needed. A ruined book from Iron Spells. Interesting. So now with our 8 echo shards, we can craft the recovery compass. And we can't quite upgrade it to the explorer's compass quite yet. So now with a few more netherite ingots, we can go ahead and craft our recovery compass. Forgot we do need Enderium for this as well. But here we go. There is our explorer's compass. So with this, we can just go ahead and right click, and this basically shows us every single structure in the game. If I remember correctly, there is a way to search for specific mods. So for example, we have the all the mod ancient pyramid, dungeon, and piglin village. That's not what we want. What we want is bastions, specifically bastion remnants. And we're looking for specific bastion remnants. So I've definitely seen a few bastions throughout the Nether while exploring, but I don't quite remember where all of them are. Looks like there's one down this way. And this is not the type that we're looking for. This is, I'm not sure what kind this one is specifically. But we can also maybe get lucky with some of these chests. We got the snout armor trim, that's pretty nice. Ooh, soul speed 3, that's pretty good. Oh my gosh, okay, yep, we got lucky. I think that was literally the second chest that I just looted. Really not too bad. This was in the same, bastion, by the way, so you can find it. I think it's just incredibly rare. And now I just want to make sure that I duplicate some of these, just so we have some extras. I definitely don't want to run out, and I think we just ran out of diamonds, but I'm pretty sure we have an absolute ton of diamonds, yeah, from all the mining we've been doing. So now with our smithing table in hand, we can just place this down kind of randomly for now. We'll get our Paxel inside, we'll get a smithing template, as well as our netherite ingot. Now we have a netherite Paxel, nice. And I probably should have put that on our fortune pickaxe, but it should be fine. So I'll return to the ancient city, and we can now mine our all-the-modium. Nice. So now I kind of just want to run around and basically grab all the all-the-modium ore that are scattered throughout this area. That's sulfur. By the way, all-the-modium I think can be found pretty much anywhere, but inside of ancient cities, specifically in the walls and stuff, it is actually way more common. So I'm just looking around. I turned my night vision off because it all-the-modium glows just like that, and you can actually see it just a little bit better. Oh, and there's also a Stella Arcanum right here as well. That's pretty rare. This will actually allow us to make items basically invincible. So it does blow up, by the way. I should probably step a little ways back. I think I've found one of these before. I'm not too sure. Let's see. Let's grab it. Oh, nice. I guess it doesn't explode if you silk touch it. So I just went and got a little bit more netherite and put some netherite on my fortune pickaxe. So now we can go ahead and fortune this. Shapeless. Hopefully that'll work. It's a little bit slow. I'm gonna do it one at a time just in case. Also to kind of see how much we get. We got 3 from that one. We're up to 8, 9, and 12. Wow, not too bad. So if we run this now through our mechanism setup, I'm not sure where it starts. It looks like it starts where most other ores do. Ooh, we see so many allthemodium ingots in there. Already 18, 24, 30, 36. Wow, it's so many. So allthemodium is basically the tier above netherite. I guess I haven't really explained that yet. It's basically our starting step into basically the end game. And to upgrade our items and armor into the allthemodium gear, we need these allthemodium smithing templates, which we've already gotten a couple of. And if you want to duplicate these are actually incredibly expensive. This is, I believe that's 7 netherite ingots just for a single smithing template. But I think if I don't end things there, I could keep going on and on forever and just keep upgrading our gear and everything. But I think I want to save that. In the previous episode, we defeated the Wither, the End Dragon, and also went to the Deep Dark where we found some allthemodium. So what I want to do in today's episode is take our allthemodium and upgrade all of our gear, our armor that we're wearing currently, as well as our paxel. But to do that, we are gonna need some more allthemodium smithing upgrades. So what I'm gonna do first today is actually keep exploring around, and I'm gonna try to find a few more of these smithing templates. Now we could actually duplicate these using netherite ingots, and we might eventually have to do that as well, but I currently don't have a ton of netherite. I was also looking into getting the different types of bees. Now that we actually have unlocked the end, we have access to ender bees, which can be combined with the different other types of bees, and we can get things like platinum, tungsten, but namely we can finally get diamond, we can get ancient debris, and one of the more important ones as well is the draconic bee. This one actually just produces dragon's breath, I believe. But this is actually how we get the draconic dust and I think the draconic chunks, if I'm remembering correctly. The draconic chunks are used to make the upgrade blocks as well as the upgrade productivity alpha, which would increase our productivity by 120%. So thinking about it just a little bit more, I think I am gonna go down the route of bees rather than going to explore a little bit more. Just because having the netherite bees as a sort of resource that we have infinite amounts is a little bit easier than exploring around every time that we need to upgrade something into allthemodium. So fortunately, in between episodes, I did actually set up these end stone nests, and they have been producing. Unfortunately, I didn't actually claim this chunk. I think it's this one that they're in. There we go. So that's force loaded now. So we just need to wait the 1200 seconds that it'll take to produce our end bees. And to get our ancient bee, we are going to need a block of netherite. So I think I'm going to go and dig around in the nether for a little while, and hopefully we can get enough for a block of netherite. And in fact, we're actually going to need 2 blocks of netherite because the ancient bee needs it to pollinate as well. So it might take a little while to get as much netherite as we need. And fortunately, the netherite site is actually working today. Always feels good when things are working out. All right, so I gathered 30 ancient debris, and that should turn into... hold on, I think it starts in the basic crushing factory there. That should turn into about 22 ingots. So we got 64 and 26 netherite scrap. And we should have more than plenty gold because we have that automated. So, yep, that's 22 netherite ingots plus 2 netherite scrap to spare. Nice. So we can turn these now into our 2 blocks of netherite. And we still have about 6 minutes left on our nest here. So this part of producing bees always takes quite a while. I know that we could use a time in the bottle or get into, I think it's, Just Dire Things. Hold on, I'm dying right now. As I was saying, Just Dire Things also has a way to speed up certain blocks. And now that we've been to the end, we could probably get into that mod as well pretty soon, as it has a ton of new and interesting items that we could take advantage of. But hey, while I'm sitting here and waiting anyway, why not hit the like button and subscribe? It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are interested in these videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of these videos early. And I guess I should probably be working on getting our draconic bees as well. So we're going to need obsidian nests. That's just obsidian and a diamond sword combined. I'll probably only need one, to be honest. So I'll just place that down. And by the way, I have this dragon head set up with an extractor, and this actually produces dragon's breath. And we use dragon's breath as a spawner, basically, for the nest. Oh, and here are all of our ender bees. I thought they would stay inside with the glass there. So I'll have to run around and pick these guys all up. There we go. Come back here. And the last one was being sneaky. He's hiding on the underside of a block. There we go. So we have all of our ender bees now. So now we just need to breed one with a lapis bee, which fortunately we've already set up a hive for. So we can get those guys inside, and that will produce a diamond bee as soon as we get some more poppies inside. And I think I want to make 7 of these guys. There's a few extra blocks that we can actually produce with these. And all of those will require conversion as well. So we could make the silence gems. We haven't really touched silent gear in this mod pack, but yeah, we could do that if we needed to. But yeah, we need to convert one into an ancient bee, and then where was the other one? Oh yeah, amethyst as well. And we actually already have a hive already set up for these guys, but I just needed to quickly configure the transporters. And we have our first diamond bee. So we'll need a new upgrade simulator. Oh, we're out of emeralds. Emeralds would be a really good bee to set up as well. I keep forgetting about that. I've basically just been trading villagers sticks this entire playthrough. So now we should be able to make our simulator upgrade. There we go. And then we're also going to need 3 speed upgrades. There we go. As soon as we get our draconic bees set up, we're going to be able to replace our speed and simulator upgrades with the productivity upgrades as well. All right, we can go ahead and get our speed upgrades inside there and stick our diamond bee inside. And by the way, ender bees actually produce chorus fruit, chorus flowers, and ender comb, which can be turned into ender pearls. So we'll get our extra ender bees set up in a hive as well. And now we can go ahead and get our diamond bee converted into a netherite bee. So we just right click it with a block of netherite, and that it turns it into an ancient bee. And I was actually looking into it, and I don't think that these guys can breed among themselves. So what we'll have to do is actually make a netherite block for each bee that we want to convert. So now we can go ahead and get our ancient bee inside of this beehive. And for some reason we have diamond comb appearing here, but we can fix that soon. And I've placed the block of netherite down in the feeding slab, so it should begin to produce the ancient debris combs. All right, so I transported it into the end, and the draconic bee was ready, and it stung me, unfortunately. I did end up capturing it, but I think as long as we don't put it in the overworld, it won't die from that, because bees will die if they lose their stingers. So yeah, I'm just gonna make a few more of these as well, I think. And Dragon's Breath can actually be used to increase the timer here, or decrease it, I should say. And we have a ton of Dragon's Breath, so I think I'm just going to speed them all up. It really shouldn't take too long now. And it seems like Draconic Bees are just naturally aggressive. So I've just placed a slab down here to make it a little bit easier to actually pick them up. So I've set up a new beehive for our Draconic Bees so we can get these guys inside. And they actually require dragon eggs to produce, so we can get some of these guys in here. The reason I have so many, by the way, is from the extractors. You just set a extractor up on top of an egg, and it'll just produce a dragon egg every 15 seconds. It's kind of OP, but pretty nice, especially since dragon eggs aren't used for a lot. By the way, in between episodes, I also set up this ME requester. And what this does is basically allows you to keep a certain number of items in stock at a time. So for example, I have source gems set up to only keep 1024 in stock. And then instead of just setting up a chest up here with lapis inside of it and automatically pulling that through the system, which would consume basically all of my lapis given enough time, what I've done instead is place an ME pattern provider here instead. And that actually has a pattern that produces the source gems. And that will just make sure that we're keeping source gems in stock at 1024. So if I pull out, let's say, half a stack of these, it will actually begin to pull lapis out into the imbuement chamber. It's pretty nice as well because you can set up these charged Certus quartz crystals as well as regular Certus quartz crystals, because this recipe is kind of weird sometimes in that you need Certus quartz dust in order to produce both of these, but for some reason it won't actually let you produce dust while you're crafting these. It's kind of a weird thing, but this actually allows you to get around that. And the reason that I'm sort of mentioning this is because I actually want it to automatically craft netherite ingots. So I'll make a new pattern for that. And we can just keep this inside of our molecular assembler, because this is just a regular crafting recipe. And now if we just put an item inside of here, we can say keep a stack inside. And let's see, I think you have to hit enter or hit the submit changes button on the side there. And it'll actually tell you what the sort of current status is of our recipe. Currently, we're missing ingredients for netherite ingots, and that's just because we're still waiting on scrap. And I think while I'm waiting for some more netherite scrap to actually be produced, I think I'm going to go through and actually unlock some more of these glyphs. I've kind of been ignoring the spells in Ars Nouveau, even though we've been sort of going through that mod a lot lately. So I think I just want to go through, figure out which ones I really need, and try to figure out how to make them. For example, for AoE, which is one that we'll definitely be using, we're going to need a firework star, which there isn't actually a recipe for, but it is just gunpowder and dye. And I think if you use multiple gunpowder, it'll make a bigger explosion. But this one should do, hopefully. There we go, and that should give us the AoE glyph. Which, if we combine that with our Mold Earth spell, which is just a break spell with pickup on it, it'll actually do, it looks like a 2x2? Yeah, that's a 2x2. But we can actually continue to augment it further with more AoEs, and that'll just make it absolutely insane. There we go. Yeah, that's a huge area that we can mine out now. Amplify is another one that we're definitely going to need as well, because this will actually allow us to improve our break spell. Let's see, hopefully this one will work. There we go. We can basically improve break, and we can break like higher tier items. So by default, I think it can only pick up like iron, but with Amplify unlocked, we should be able to pick up obsidian. And if we keep on improving Amplify, we should be able to unlock netherite as well, or ancient debris. And that'll be super useful as well, because eventually we'll actually be able to break all the modium with it, as if we have a netherite pickaxe. And we can go even further beyond that as well and break Vibranium and Unobtainium, which are the next two tiers of mining level in this mod pack. And by the way, we can actually also upgrade our spellbook to the next tier. Currently, it can only cast tier 2 glyphs, but if we use a Totem of Undying, another star, and a Wilding Tribute, we can actually get it up to the Archmage's spellbook. So I'm just making a really quick ranged harm spell. So we have Projectile, Harm, we can amplify that. We can add the Delay glyph, which we haven't unlocked yet. And we'll need a Manipulation Essence for this, which fortunately we have automated. So we use a Repeater, Clock, and Manipulation Essence to unlock this glyph. It'll allow us to add an extra harm inside of our spell. So normally if we just have harm and then we add some amplifies, we could actually add harm again. Unfortunately though, it will tick at the same time, and mobs don't actually allow you to do damage basically in the same tick. So if you add a delay and then harm, amplify that again, it will basically harm the enemy twice. So I found a harmless sheep here, and we're going to basically attack it. This is just with harm amplified twice, harm again with no delay, and it will one-shot it. Might need to find something stronger to demonstrate this on. But basically it will do more damage. If I just do a single harm, let's see if that'll work. Nope, still too strong. There's quite a few Endermen down here underneath my base, so let's try and see if this will work. This is projectile, by the way, so I don't know if it'll hit an Enderman. If I could actually hit him. There we go. So that did about half of his health bar. Ow, he's hurting pretty bad. And this is with 2 levels of harm on it. So that dealt about the same. And I'm pretty sure that that's just because it won't allow you to deal 2 different types of, or 2 damages at the same tick. So if I add, let's see, where was delay? If I add delay and then another harm, what it should do is, let's see if we can find somebody. Oh. I don't know why my keyboard has been acting up a lot recently. I might need to get a new one. But so what I can do is hit this Enderman there. And you notice that it checked it twice. Just like that. So it'll actually deal damage to it twice. So I've just learned the flame and sensitive spells. So what I want to do now is basically make a damage over time spell that will basically set the target on fire and then continue to tick damage onto it with harm. So I'll do ignite, and we want to make sure that we have sensitive wherever it is. Oh, there we go. So what sensitive will do is basically make it so ignite won't light blocks on fire, just entities. So now we can add our harm. We can amplify that. Harm, delay. Delay, and then harm, amplify, amplify. And I think I'll call this spell Heat Metal. There aren't a lot of really good damage over time spells in D&D, which is why I added the fire, the ignite spell here. So I'll try it out on another Enderman, and we should see him die pretty quickly. Maybe doing this on an Enderman's not the best idea because we can't actually see where he went. But I do think a good place to test this out here is going to be this manor. Is that what they're called again? I can never remember what these are called. But there should be some guys in here that we need to kill anyway. So, yep, there's a Johnny right over there. Nice. Yeah, it deals so much damage initially that it just almost one-shots him. Nice. Alright, I'm looking for an evoker in here. And you'll notice here that this is Mage Fire instead of regular fire. Mage Fire doesn't spread. So, oh, there we go. Oh yeah, that just completely one-shot him. It does use quite a bit of mana though, so we can't quite spam it. But as long as we get the effect on the guy, it will... Wow, this guy's pretty tough. It should actually kill him. That guy's so tough. Alright, let me grab that Totem of Undying. Here it is. And there's another one in here, so we might as well grab that one as well. And now I'm back here in the desert, and I'm about to summon the Wilden boss here again. Hopefully we get everything right this time around. And I don't want to use a Totem of Undying. We should be able to beat him with our Heat Metal spell. It's not dealing as much as I thought that it would. But it is pretty good at ticking it away at his health bar. There we go. And I'm almost done with him. He is actually doing his spike attack like he was supposed to last time. There we go. I'm just going to melee him and he's dead. Nice. And now I'm going to summon the Wither once again and hopefully get another Nether Star. And this spell definitely does a lot more to the Wither than it did to the Chimera. There we go. By the way, I definitely think that this armor is not as strong as the diamond armor. I feel like I'm getting hurt really quickly. Where did he go? Uh-oh. Oh, there he is. But we should now have everything that we need to craft the Archmage spellbook. There we go. Nice. Oh, I guess I already had another star in my system. So what this will basically allow us to do is cast tier 3 glyphs. And this is where we unlock a ton of useful glyphs. So, for example, we have the homing projectile, which basically allows the projectile to follow an entity around. It's really, really nice. We have blink, which teleports the caster to basically a targeted location. And we even have the glide spell, which if you don't have access to regular creative flight or even just jetpacks, this is super neat because it actually gives you elytra flight in just the palm of your hand with the spell. And I think I want to make a magic missile spell, so what I'm going to do is learn the homing projectile glyph, which will require another star, but we had that extra one already. A dowsing rod, which we haven't actually made before, but they are pretty simple with just a couple of archwood planks and a gold ingot. And I think I actually need to change how our splitters work here, because I was actually crafting things here, and so I had all of our source end up in this source jar here. By the way, I did sort of rearrange this in between episodes as well. So I just put the splitter up here, and that way we can have our source sent to different locations on this floor. And then this one also sends down into this source jar, which we need to actually have this splitter pull from that jar. And then I need to go through and reset all of these ones up. And the reason I mentioned that was just because I noticed that our manipulation essence was taking a little bit extra time. So we now have everything that we need for this glyph. Here we go. And we can go ahead and learn that. And now I also want to learn the split glyph. So we're going to need a splitter, Wilden spike, which we might be out of, and a stone cutter. Oh, and we are going to need a rabbit's foot for this next one. Let's see if we... Oh, unfortunately we don't have a rabbit's foot. So I was going to put looting on one of our spells. Unfortunately, though, we just aren't able to. So I'm just going to summon some Wildens here. And hopefully we get some extra drops from them. I'm not sure entirely how long this spell lasts. Hopefully it's enough to get everything that we need, though. Alright, and there's our relay upgraded into a splitter, so that should be everything that we needed for this spell, or this glyph. So we'll use homing projectile mixed with split. And then harm and an amplify. Maybe we split twice or 3 times. Then harm, then amplify. Let's try that. I've named the spell Magic Missile. And we have a group of Endermen down here. Hopefully this will actually home in on them. It looks like it did at the sort of last minute there. Yeah, so that summons 4 with the amount of splits that I have. And it's not a perfect... Oh, nice. It's not a perfect representation of what Magic Missile is, but I think it's pretty good. It kind of struggles sometimes with the homing projectiles. I wonder if there's a way to get those more accurate. So I went into the Nether and actually ended up getting a few more ancient debris mined up manually, just because the bee takes a little bit longer. So we have 22 netherite ingots right now, which is enough for a few more smithing templates. So smithing template, we can go ahead and craft some more of these. There we go. Let's just see how many we can get. We have 5 total. So if we put 1 inside of our inventory so that we don't accidentally use it, that should at least be enough to upgrade all of our armor. So inside of a smithing table, we can just place our hat, our upgrade templates, and an all-the-modium ingot. I kind of wish for the Ars armor it would actually use the enchanting apparatus, but we don't get that luxury. But here we go. We have the all-the-modium Arcanist hat. This is tier 5. Our first slot is actually a 4, and our second is a 3. Third is a 2. We still haven't actually talked about threads. We can actually cover that today, I think. So here we go. And there's the leggings, and there are the boots. Nice. So we can get that back on, and it looks so good. Oh, I have the obsidian skull still toggled on because I was mining in the nether, but yeah, there we go. Man, it looks so good. And by the way, each piece of this gives us 200 additional max mana, and each piece also gives us 6 mana regen and 6 spell power. Spell power just basically makes our spells a little more stronger. So I think the very first thread that I want to get is the Thread of Flight. This will actually give us basically creative flight right off the bat. And all we need to do is equip it in a tier 4 slot, which we just unlocked with our all-the-modium gear. For this, we're going to need 3 phantom membranes and 3 air essence, really not too bad. We're also going to need a blank thread, which is just actually made with our mage bloom fibers and some gold nuggets. Unfortunately, I actually don't have any phantom membranes. Usually I have so much more than I actually need. So we could use the loot fabricator or bulk ending. So just put a dragon skull in front of a fan with leather inside. Okay, that shouldn't be too bad actually. And we're actually already set up with crate here. So we have a fan. I might just bucket out this water. There we go. Place our dragon head inside. And hopefully we have some extra leather. Oh, right, we have unlimited leather, basically. So we'll get that inside of this barrel. And hopefully that'll begin to... Yeah, you can kind of see. It might be hard to see on YouTube. But there's these little black particles coming down. And I think that means that it's working. While I wait for that, I'll also get our air essences crafted. Okay, so it wasn't working because the fan was on top, actually. I think I got it working now. You can see the purple particles. This also almost killed me in just a single tick. Yeah, that's pretty crazy how strong that is. Can this be blocked off by anything? Maybe a full block? There we go. Wow, yeah. But we should see our phantom membranes. There we go. And our air essences are done as well, which means that we can use our enchanting apparatus, place our 3 air essences, our 3 phantom membranes, and a blank thread in the middle, and that should produce our thread of flight. And I think the place that makes the most sense for this is probably the robes. So I'll take our robes off, and what you do with this, I believe you place it there, and you'll see that we have 3 different slots here. All we need to do, I believe, is just right click the thread on the correct slot. And once we grab that back out, you'll notice that in the top slot, we have flight 4. So now, I just want to take my jetpack off real quick. And now we can just walk off the edge and keep flying. Awesome. Yeah, it's been so long since we've had a creative flight. Oh, that feels so good. Another good thread to pick up will be the thread of Undying, which basically allows us to have a totem of Undying active at any time. So this does require a tier 3 slot as well. So I think I'll just place this on... I think actually the robes is fine. I forgot that this second slot is actually tier 3 as well. The thread of True Sight will basically allow us to have night vision, and we can even see through lava. So I think I found a few more threads that I want to include here. We have the thread of Vitality, which grants an extra heart for each level. We'll want to make sure that that's in as high of a slot as possible. The thread of Magic Capacity, which increases the max mana by 10% per level. The thread of Depths, which gives us a little more capacity in our air when we're swimming. It also gives us a little more faster swim speed. We have the thread of Spell Power, which basically just gives us a little more spell damage. And the thread of High Step, which basically gives us Step Assist, which is very, very useful. It's also important to note that each thread is limited to 1 per piece. So we couldn't put, say, 4 threads of Vitality all on 1 piece. We would have to put them on each of our different pieces of armor. So I'll start by crafting a thread of Vitality. We'll probably want a few threads of Magic Capacity, but I'll just craft 1 for now. And I actually need fish for the thread of Depth, so I'm going to be making a new fishing rod. Hopefully we can get some decent enchantments. Alright, and there's our thread of the depths, and the thread of step height. And I think I just want to start kind of figuring out which slots I want each of these to kind of go on. The thread of spell power requires 1 of each essence minus anima, plus a mage bloom. And I think the last thread that I want to make right now is the spectral sight one. So I think I have most of our threads all figured out now. I still have a few empty tier 2s because I just don't really know what to do with them. By the way, I was kind of wrong. You actually can't have multiple of the same thread in any armor piece. So I tried to have Vitality on, I think it was my leggings as well as my robes, and it just didn't work. So what we're working with right now is we have True Sight 4, Depths 3, Spectral Sight 2 on our hat. We have Flight 4, which gives us Creative Flight, Undying 3, and a blank slot on our robes. On our leggings, we have Vitality 4 and Spell Power 3. On the boots, we have Magic Capacity 4 and High Step 3. The Spectral Sight thread is pretty cool in that it will actually highlight an enemy in red or a friendly in green. That way you can kind of distinguish them a little bit better. In the previous episode, we created a few additional bees, such as the diamond bee and of course the netherite bee, which allowed us to finally upgrade our Ars Nouveau robes into the All-the-Modium version. So make sure to check out that previous video. I'll also add a card that links to the playlist for this mod pack. So in between episodes, I've been pretty busy. I probably spent a good couple of hours reworking how our bees sort of work. So if I turn around here, you might notice that all of the logistical pipes that were here are completely gone now. The drawers on top are still hosting the items, but you'll notice that most of them are empty still. And that's actually because I've completely taken over the second floor and I've basically turned it into our processing center for all of our combs. I felt our previous solution was just not good enough in order to expand in the future. So we're now running 6 powered centrifuges instead of 5. We have it basically all hooked up with our applied energistic system. Basically, it just deposits the combs into this iron barrel here with an export bus. It gets pulled out into the powered centrifuges, then they come out through the back and into this, which brings it into our system. And basically what's controlling everything is this storage controller here, as well as a few modular routers. Now, we haven't actually talked about modular routers before, but it's a very nifty mod. So if I go ahead and right click it, by the way, this is camouflaged. Usually it looks like this. So what this does is, it's pretty complicated. Basically, each of these puller modules is linked up to one of the hives below, and it's just pulling all of the items into here. It pulls them inside of the modular router, and then this cylinder module here at the end actually pushes it into the storage controller. The storage controller is linked up to all of the drawers that are on top of each of the hives, so it's basically using them as a storage system still. But now it's fully integrated with our AE system because we've actually added a storage bus to the controller. So all of our items from here are accessible, and none of them actually end up over in our drives or any of our other storage drawers that already exist, which saves us a ton of room already. Also, I've added a few of these upgrade productivity alphas to each of the powered centrifuges. By the way, if you don't know, these basically just increase your output by 120%, and these use the draconic chunks. And you get these from draconic dust, which is basically, it just comes from the draconic bees that we set up in the previous episode. So this will actually increase the number of items that we get from each of the combs. Additionally, I also have a few extra frame drawers up here. These are for the extra items that some of these nests produce, like the ender bee that produces chorus fruit and chorus flowers. We also have honey. We need honey blocks for a few different sort of resources in productive bees, such as the cages, and of course the upgrade productivity alpha. But yeah, that's pretty much this system solved a little bit. It should be a little more expandable in the future, and I think overall it just looks a little bit nicer. I would like to clean this room up first a little bit though, but I'll probably do that some other time. So, also in between episodes, I finally got started on making a heart necklace. So we have that here, a heart amulet. And basically what this does is gives us extra hearts. So we fill them with these red heart canisters and these yellow heart canisters. Eventually we'll get green and blue as well. And each heart canister gives you an additional heart. So I have 18 additional hearts. And these heart canisters are pretty simple to make. We just need relic apples, which are just emerald and diamond. We need canisters, which I think are just iron. These miniature red hearts, which you get from mob drops. And since we have a mob farm, we actually have quite a few of these. And then we need witherbone, which I've gotten plenty of while fighting withers. And then the yellow heart canisters actually drop from the various boss mobs, such as the Wither or the Wild and Chimera. So I think the first thing that I want to do today is actually upgrade our spellbook. I meant to do that in the previous episode, but I completely forgot about it. So to get this, we are going to need to basically just put it in the smithing table, same as all of the other items. There we go. There is our Allthemodium spellbook. This is technically capable of casting tier 4 glyphs. However, there are no tier 4 glyphs. Instead, what this does is it allows you to add additional glyphs inside of a spell. So if we take our Mold Earth spell, for example, right now we can only have, by default, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 slots. But if we click this little page over button in the bottom right, you'll notice that we have 2 additional slots that we can use. So this is a Mold Earth spell with like 20 amplifies. 10 to be exact, actually. But where it really comes in handy is actually with AoE. We could make an absolutely massive AoE spell. And I think I actually want to try this out in a new area that we unlocked when we mined up all the modium. So what I'm going to craft now is the teleport pad. We just need 4 all the modium nuggets and an ender pearl. And we can craft the teleport pad. So the teleport pad basically unlocks a few new dimensions. And I think I just want to place this in this back corner for now. Kind of a random place for it. So depending on which dimension that you actually place this inside of, it will take you to a completely different dimension. So as you can see at the top there, when we place it in the overworld, it will actually teleport us to the mining dimension. So I'll go ahead and shift right click. Here we go. And we end up in a completely flat world. You might also notice that we are extremely high up, and that's because all the way down is a ton of resources. So to test out our new spell, I am going to go a little ways away. Actually, I'm going to place a waystone down first, just in case I get lost. This is the mining dim. Here we go. And now I'll use our mold earth spell. And this was with 10 AoE. Yeah, that's crazy. And I believe we could actually amplify the AoE if I remember correctly. So we could make this very, very big. The only problem is that this spell costs a ton of mana now. But if I just sort of take our regular pickaxe and start mining down, you should probably never mine down, but I don't think there's any lava in this dimension. You'll notice that we're getting a lot of the overworld ores. And the further down we go, and it goes really, really deep, we should eventually get to Deep Slate. Here we are, we're in Deep Slate now. And below the Deep Slate is actually the Nether level, surprisingly enough. So yeah, if we keep going down, we actually eventually dig into hell itself. But we can actually keep going even further beyond that. Below the Nether is actually the end. So we'll find all of the end ores down here. Although there's not as many end ores as you would think. And I'm pretty sure that we can't even get the endgame ores from here. Maybe we can, but with a smaller chance. So to take advantage of this new dimension, I want to craft a builder. This is from the RF Tools mod, and it is probably one of the most overpowered items in the game, which is probably why they changed the recipe to require all the modium nuggets now. By the way, I was going to craft this a few episodes ago, but then I realized it required all the modium, so unfortunately I couldn't. So here we have the builder. The builder is going to require a few things. It's going to require power. It will need an inventory for items to go to. And it's also going to need a shape card. The shape card basically just defines the shape of what will be mined out. And I should probably talk about what the builder actually does. It's basically capable of building structures and tearing them down as well. It can mine out a pretty large area. So to craft the shape card, we're just going to need some bricks and paper. We have everything pretty much automated already for that. Here we go. And I believe we're going to want this to be the shape card quarry. So that'll just require a diamond pickaxe and a shovel. So there we go. And I might as well also upgrade it into a fortune quarry, which is just going to require some dimensional shards, which can be picked up in the Nether and the End, I believe. A gas tier and some other bits as well. And I do think that I want to actually surround this with glass to make it a clearing fortune quarry. I think the regular one will just replace all the blocks with dirt, if I'm not mistaken. But if we turn it into the clearing one, it'll actually clear it out and not leave any blocks behind. I think that'll be useful for actually determining where we've already mined before. So I think for power, we're just going to use a spirited end gate. And storage is going to be a little bit more tricky, because this is in a completely different dimension. The wireless connectors that we've been using actually won't connect across dimensions, so we're probably going to need to come up with a different solution. And I think the least complicated way of doing that is probably just going to be with crafting a couple of ender chests. Ender chests actually have a shared inventory among them, So if I place both of these down and I put, say, our end gates inside of this left chest, it's also inside of this right chest. It works basically the same as the default ender chests. The difference though is that we can actually basically change the combination on these. So now if it's brown, green, and lime green, if I place the items inside of this one, they're no longer showing up in this one. But if I then dye this the same colors, it's actually inside of this one now. So this will be extremely useful for transferring our items back to the overworld from the mining dimension. So now back here in the mining dimension, I'm going to place the builder down somewhere. I'm thinking, I guess on the edge of the hole that we made is kind of a good place for it. So what we do now, I always forget exactly how this works. Right, you shift right click onto your builder, and then you find your first corner. We're going to place the first corner all the way down at the bottom of the hole that we made. All the way down. We're just going to go all the way to bedrock here. And I guess this corner will do. And now for the second corner. So I think that corner over there was the corner that I chose. I think right about here. And I want to put one block up, just in case it decides not to go all the way up. So now we can just right click this into our builder. And in order to show the area that we selected, we click on support/preview mode. And that'll show us exactly the area that we chose. It's pretty decent, at least for demonstration purposes. So we'll disable that. And now I'll get our ender chest on top there. And I'll place an ender gate on the side. And in order to start it back up, all we need to do is click this button here, I believe. There we go. So it is now digging extremely quickly. Strangely, it's only choosing that area there to start digging. I'm not sure exactly why I did that, but I'm assuming it stopped because our ender chest is already full. So back in the overworld, we can actually choose a place for our input chest to go. I'm thinking in this room is probably the best place for it. So all we need to do is put an import bus on the top there, and it will begin to pull items inside of it. It'll need some acceleration cards though. And you might also notice that no items are coming back inside of the chest. And that's because this is not actually chunk loaded. I probably should have chosen a better area to put this, but for now we'll just chunk load this entire area here. Unfortunately, we're at max force loads. That should be fine though. I believe only the builder needs to be chunk loaded. And if for whatever reason this ever stops, I think all you need to do is just click that button again and it should return. So after reconfiguring things and sort of troubleshooting for a little while, I don't know why I always struggle with the RF Tools builder, but it is working now. It says it doesn't have enough power, but we have 2 Ender Gates spirited on it, each transferring 200k per tick. It's definitely got enough power. But if we look down into the hole, it should be mining away now. By the way, I had a weird issue with it where it was just clearing out the stone and everything else around it. It does kind of leave a cool impression though, with all of the ores kind of sticking out. This is a pretty good visualization of sort of the ore spread inside of the mining dimension. It's definitely a lot more dense than in the overworld. By the way, I am curious to see how our mechanism setup is holding up and operating while all of these ores are coming in. Surprisingly doing pretty well. This transfer could probably be a little bit faster though. I'm wondering if we're still just waiting on oxygen. And I think I'm just wanting to look into the thermal evaporation plant, I think it was called. Basically what we do is inject any kind of water, and that will produce brine, and then brine can be run through the electrolytic separator, and that will produce both sodium and chlorine. And then we use a chemical infuser to combine our hydrogen and chlorine. We're already producing hydrogen from our electrolytic separator. So with the hydrogen chlorine, we place that inside of a chemical injection chamber, and that will process our ores even further down. So we're going to need to make 33 thermal evaporation blocks, which are just made with, looks like steel and bronze, as well as a superheating element. That doesn't look too bad. And of course, this is all the mods 10, so obviously I'm going to make a crafting pattern for it. Everything seems pretty simple. And we'll need a good way to automate bronze as well, which is just copper and tin. I think I already have a crusher set up, so I should be able to automate this. Ah, thank you, past me. Here we go. So we should have everything that we need now. So now we just need to make a bronze pattern with a smelting recipe, of course. And we'll probably just have that run through our netherite furnace. Okay, so I need one thermal evaporation controller. That shouldn't be too bad. Then we're going to need 33 evaporation blocks. Surprisingly, we have everything that we need. And then we needed 2 of the evaporation valves. Ah, dang it. I just saw that OBS messed up my my recording. So basically I built the thermal evaporation block, or chamber I should say. So we have all of that set up where we have brine being pulled out of the side there. We have our AE system actually exporting water from it. We just have an export bus set up with exporting water, and I have a sink set up somewhere with water set up as a storage bus. And that's just pulling water into the thermal evaporation block, and that's being turned into brine. And the brine's being set into the electrolytic separator. And I've just been trying to figure out how the chemical infuser works. And I think we're actually going to need gas pipes for this, or pressurized tubes. Let's see if that'll actually connect. Ah, okay. So that's how we actually transport gases. That's good to know. So we can pull the hydrogen from our other electrolytic separator and pull that into the chemical infuser. And when we have chlorine and hydrogen mixed together, we get hydrogen chloride. And the hydrogen chloride is used in the chemical injection chamber. And I actually haven't set up the recipes for the reinforced alloy or the elite control circuits quite yet. So I'm just working on that right now. These are just infused alloy with diamond. I think this is only with enriched diamond in the metallurgic infuser. And I could just set up a pattern in the enrichment chamber for 1 diamond for 1 enriched diamond, just like that. And there are 2 different recipes for the elite control circuits. One that's just a regular crafting recipe, which requires 2 reinforced alloy. Alternatively, what we can do is use the metallurgic infuser. And I think that's a little bit cheaper as far as I know. So we'll go with this recipe. And I think I want a crafting card on this export bus specifically. That way it can actually request the system to make enriched diamond whenever it runs out. Alright, and that's everything that we needed for the chemical injection chamber. So I think probably the best way to implement this into our system is just to move this over, possibly? So the shards that it produces actually get sent into the purification chamber, which is the purifying factory here. So I do think that it makes the most sense placing it right here. So I'll just have to reconfigure things just a little bit. By the way, a good tip for when you're building with pipes and that kind of thing. Obviously, you're too big to fit in a 1x1 hole, but if you use a personal shrinking device, you can just right-click and set it to, say, 0.5 blocks, and then if you shift right-click, you can actually go right under the block, and it makes digging out pipe holes so much easier. Alright, and I've spent a little bit of time now sort of working on and configuring our little factory here. I decided to fully integrate it into our applied energistics system. So that means that we're actually importing chemicals directly into the AE system. And the way you do that, by the way, is actually crafting a chemical storage cell, which pretty much is the same as a regular storage cell. You just need a storage component and the cell housing, which isn't really too bad at all. So I just quickly filtered out our AE system here to show all of the chemicals that we're currently storing and producing in the system. So the thermal evaporation chamber is producing brine. That doesn't go into the system, it just goes directly into this electrolytic separator. The electrolytic separator produces chlorine and sodium, which we're storing both of. Sodium really isn't used for anything right now. Later on, we'll be using it for fission reactors, though. So I'm just storing a little bit now so that we have some to work with later on. So like I said, it's all being imported into the system. Then the next step, of course, is the chemical infuser. This is combining our chlorine and hydrogen. And remember, hydrogen gets created in the electrolytic separator when you put water inside of here. This is where we also get our oxygen. And I did make a nice little setup for this as well. It's a little bit annoying that you can't output both chemicals from the electrolytic separator from the same side. So yeah, you have to use 2 import buses, unfortunately. But that is producing the hydrogen that we need to make our hydrogen chloride. And the hydrogen chloride gets sent directly over to the advanced injecting factory, which by the way, I went through and upgraded all of our machines into the advanced tier, just so that they can have a few more slots to actually process ores through. Right now we're producing copper and it's getting really backed up even with full upgrades. So with this export bus here, by the way, we are exporting both hydrogen chloride and the raw ores that we need. It's kind of cool that you can do it in one sort of interface. You can actually also do energy with these as well. I would like to get into that eventually, but right now our system is okay. It's not really keeping up with all of this though. If we take a look over here, yeah, it's draining pretty quickly. Once we finish processing our ores, it should be okay though. And I also have this extra tank here filled with hydrogen chloride. For some reason, the acceleration cards are pretty slow when it comes to fluids and chemicals. So just having this little buffer just helps make things go a little more smoothly. And then we're also exporting the oxygen that we're creating over here in the electrolytic separators, and we're just putting it directly into the advanced purifying factory. And then from here, of course, everything else is the same. All of the ores just keep going through and get crushed down eventually into dust and then turned into ingots. And by the way, speaking of power, this machine can actually consume a lot. When I had full upgrade cards on here of the speed upgrades, it was using almost 1,000,000 FE per tick. Making chemicals definitely consumes a lot of power. Oh, and also, so to get more brine out of the thermal evaporation chamber, what you can do is actually use a resistive heater. I got this from a quest, so I don't know how difficult it is to craft. I should look it up really quick. Yeah, it's really not too bad to craft. But basically this just produces heat to the adjacent block to it, and you can actually manually set how much power that you want it to consume. So for example, if I wanted it to use 100,000 FE per tick, it'll just do that, and we should be getting a ton of brine now. This might end up getting full. Surprisingly, it's keeping up. The temperature, by the way, does increase slowly, and a higher temperature just produces more of the brine. But we definitely don't want this thing consuming that much power, especially given our current power situation. Which, speaking of, it might be a good time to upgrade our reactor. So the next tier for the reactor is going to be nitro. Currently we have spirited tier. Unfortunately though, to get nitro, we're gonna need more nether stars. And so I think today would probably be a pretty good day to get into the hostile neural networks mod. This mod is pretty cool in that it basically allows you to generate the drops from a mob without having to deal with a sort of a laggy mob farm or having to deal with entities. Now, over the past few episodes, we have been working on some data models here. So we've killed the Wither 3 times. I think I've killed it a few more times than that. I just didn't have the deep learner on me at the time, unfortunately. It is faulty tier though, which I don't believe will actually allow us to produce anything. So we're going to have to kill the Wither a few more times. And to help us get the Wither Skeleton skulls a little bit more quickly, we do have the Wither Skeleton data model, which I've already gotten up to the advanced tier. So I think that we'll be using this as our demonstration. So I'm back here in our mob farm, and this is probably going to be a decent place to actually get started with this. Eventually I would like its own area for it, but right now I just kind of want to show off how this works. So we're going to need to craft a few things first. We're going to need the simulation chamber, as well as a loot fabricator. This does require a netherite ingot. Fortunately, we just set up automatic netherite in the previous episode. So the simulation chamber is where we're actually going to place our data model. We also need prediction matrices, which I've actually got a few of before, but they're also extremely easy to craft. So you just place these inside, and now we give it power, and that should begin to run the simulation. So when it runs the simulation, eventually you'll get generalized nether prediction. These are the more common item that will appear from the simulation. These are used to craft a few different things. The ender prediction specifically lets you craft like things like blaze powder, gas tiers, even gold ingots. But occasionally you will get these wither skeleton predictions. These are specific to the mod that you're actually creating. And when you put these inside of the loot fabricator, which also needs power by the way, you can actually select which item that you want it to produce. For example, we could just get wither skull fragments, but I specifically want wither skeleton skulls. I think it's just a little bit easier, and you literally get 3 from each prediction. Yeah, not bad. That's 2 nether stars right there. And to make my job just a little bit easier, I'm going to be using tinted glass, which is tough enough to withstand withers. So we're going to need to build a little chamber here. Oh, and it escaped. It escaped. That's not good. By the way, the additional spell power of the all the modium gear is actually really good. I'm almost two-shotting the wither now. Basic wither data model now. Now this will actually allow us to produce nether stars. So now we can put the wither data model inside of our simulation chamber with some prediction matrices. And by the way, this does have a pretty hefty simulation cost of 2,560 FE per tick. So now, of course, it is time to fully integrate it into our ME system. And we completely hit a tipping point where our power system completely shut off. So I had to run around and basically disconnect a few things, and it's recovering a little bit. What I think I want to do though is get a new reactor. So I'm not just going to upgrade this one, I actually want to implement a second one. I feel like we're at the point in this pack where we're going to need a ton of power anyway, so having 2 of these power reactors is a pretty decent start. So hopefully everything's still connected together, that we can still actually produce a reactor. It's going to take a lot of power. I think we're still recovering though, so that's a good thing. The energizing orb is still working, and I think that's all that we really need for this. By the way, I never really talked about these thermo generators after I built them. They are still implemented in our system. The only difference is that I replaced the lava below them with blocks of blazing crystal, and these just allow them to produce 420 FE per tick each, instead of the default, which was like 100 something. So I'll set up a pattern recipe for the prediction matrices, and I'll put a crafting card inside of that. That way the system can automatically craft prediction matrices whenever they need them. And so I think a system like this will probably work the best just for a single entity at a time. Oh, and it looks like our reactors are done. So yeah, basically what I have here is an export bus with the prediction matrix inside. This has a crafting card as well, so it should be able to request more of them whenever it needs them. The generalized predictions end up in this barrel here, which just get imported back into the system. The wither predictions end up in here, they get turned into nether stars, and then they get imported back into the system. Nice. So now that our reactors are done, I think I actually want to upgrade these into the next here immediately. So let's see if we can get 36 of these. And as far as I can tell, it's just going to be using the reactors we just made, which is exactly what we want. And it really shouldn't take too long. And I should probably replace this recipe with the full block version instead. It might be a little bit faster. All right, and here are our 36 nitro tier reactors. So what I want to do with this is basically kind of slide this one over. First off, I want to get this one upgraded to nitro as well, but I don't know if I have the nether stars for it. But yeah, I'm just going to have these kind of sit side by side and share resources. So we won't have power for a little while, hopefully not too long. And I really like the guides for this and how it just builds itself. That part always gets me. Nice, here we go. A nitro tier reactor, awesome. And surprisingly, we do have everything that we need to upgrade these other ones as well. So I think I'm going to do that. I think first though, I actually want to get the blaze rods sorted and upgraded. Because we can actually use a blaze rod block in here instead. So we'll have that auto crafted. And then we can turn that into a block of blazing crystal like that. And then just in case we need blazing crystals by themselves as well, we'll get an auto crafting recipe for that. All right, so I'll get that started. And now I just want to get this one hooked up. And I think I just want this to automatically export the uraninite directly into the reactor instead of into a buffer chest. And I was also looking into the sort of different coolants that we can use for the reactor. I think the best one is dry ice still. This is actually crafted by placing blue ice inside of the energizing orb. Dry ice we can get from packed ice, and then packed ice is just regular ice. And we can actually get ice from bees, so I might actually make it a frosty bee. Let's see how bad that is. A sweat bee with... Oh, that's super easy. I might make a few bees real quick. If I return to the ice spikes biome where I already have this snow nest, I can just spam some treats on this, and that should speed it up quite quickly. Oh, and I think we ran out of power because my terminal is empty right now. Also, this sweat bee just does not want to leave this nest. And yep, it definitely looks like we're out of power now. And I think it's just because we have that weird bug where for some reason you can't put the gate directly on the reactor. It just doesn't pull out for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm sure I'm probably messing something up, but yeah, everything should be working now. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, these are still scheduled. I don't know if it'll keep going or not. All right, but it does look like our reactor is done now. So as soon as I clear that out, I should be able to place it down like that. And this one will also self-build. And we should now be doubling our power output. By the way, the nitro tier reactor will generate 180,000-ish per tick. About 200k maybe. And now we have both reactors finally set up. By the way, I don't know why this is kind of a weird interaction, but when you have two reactors right next to each other, for some reason these elite mechanical pipes just won't connect to both for some reason. I don't know why, I just added another sink off to the side. So just as a comparison with the dry ice, the one with dry ice inside of it is currently generating 266,000 FE per tick, whereas the one with just water is generating 184,000 FE per tick. Another thing that we can use to boost our reactors is carbon, which I believe we can just put coal inside of here, and redstone. Carbon will improve our efficiency, whereas redstone will improve our fuel consumption. We have both of those with the power of bees, so we really shouldn't worry about these too much. Let's see if that automatically inputs. It looks like the coal is going inside. I don't know about the redstone though. So it does look like we're generating almost 500,000 FE per tick. At least on the reactor with dry ice, coal, redstone, and water. On the other one, we only have water, and we're only generating 184,000 FE per tick. And this one is operating at about 700 degrees Celsius, whereas this one is only at 30 degrees Celsius. So now I just want to convert these sweat bees with some snow blocks into frosty bees. And it looks like they're no longer hostile, which is nice. So I've set up our frosty bees, and I've set up a few recipes for our ice, so it can now automatically craft dry ice. And I just have a few of these crafting cards inside of the export buses, so if it needs any of these materials and it can craft it, they will request it. In the previous episode, we did a lot of changes here in the building that we've called Twist. This is where we have our mechanism set up as well as our power generation. So what we did in that episode was basically upgrade our reactors, and now we have 2 of these nitro tier reactors. We also set it up so that the system can automatically export coal and redstone as well as dry ice into the reactor, which actually makes the generation factor so much higher. So now each of these should be generating about 500,000 FE every tick. And the way we did that, by the way, is we just have an ME export bus set up. This is linked into our system. We have uraninite, dry ice, coal, redstone, as well as water exporting into the reactors. And I think it's just easier, by the way. I did do this in between episodes where we have water exporting into the reactors from the system. I had a sink set up here, but for some reason they just weren't connecting very well. And I felt like it wasn't quite doing its job good enough, so hopefully this works a little bit better. So in between episodes, I have been really busy with grinding up our mechanism machines, and as you can probably tell, we now have ultimate versions for pretty much anything that can have an ultimate version. So I upgraded the injecting factory, the purifying factory, the crushing factory, the enriching factory, and the smelting factory, as well as our crusher that we have over here that's just set up with a few extra patterns. Our enriching factory, which by the way, these have so many more slots now. And I even did our infusers, and actually the infusers were a really good upgrade. They can store so much more of the material inside of it, and they can just do a ton of recipes at the same time. Everything else over here has pretty much stayed the same. By the way, in the previous episode, we did go through and add the injecting factory here. This just uses hydrogen chloride to process our ores down a little bit further into these copper shards, and the shards can actually go inside of the purifying factory that we already had set up with the rest of our system. So what I want to do today is check out chapter 3 in our quest log. Now this is actually the sort of progress towards making the All the Mods star, which is kind of the goal of the series. To make the All the Mods star, we're going to need to invest in a bunch of different mods, and we need to create all of these different sort of parts for the star. And to actually craft the star, we're going to need a runic star altar, which means that we're going to need to eventually get into modern industrialization, or we could go the Hephaestus smithing route with the Hephaestus forge. So basically we could go into Forbidden Arcanus. Forbidden Arcanus is a mod that I really have not touched a lot. All I really know about it is that we can make the Eternal Stella with it, which basically allows you to make an item unbreakable. And this mod revolves around making the Hephaestus forge. And the goal for the star is to create the smelter prism, which is required for the philosopher's fuel. So if you're as excited as I am to get started with this brand new mod, hit the like button and subscribe. It helps the channel out a ton and lets me know that you guys are interested in these videos. If you want to go one step further, why not consider becoming a channel member? It's the best way to support me directly, and you get access to all of these videos early. With all that out of the way, let's jump into a new mod. So I think for today, we're going to be leaving the comforts of our floating peninsula that's just up here. And we're going to be returning to the workshop town, aka the fishing village. And there are a few evil themed magic mods in this mod pack. So I think what we should do is actually create a brand new wizard's tower, but for the darker, scarier mods. And I think these sort of stone pillars that are already sticking up out of the ground here might be a pretty decent place to build this. So I think I have a few ideas rattling around inside of my head, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and get started with creating them. Alright, and this is sort of what I came up with. I went with a snake design that's sort of wrapped around this pillar, sort of almost like it is crushing the pillar. The lore behind it is that it was a live snake in the past, but it was defeated by maybe the wizards that are in this tower, and ever since it has been petrified here. Nobody is quite sure if it's living or if it's dead, but yeah. I'm using these rubies from Silent Gem, I believe these are. I guess they're the all the ore version, but yeah, as the eyes, and then I'm just using raw gold as sort of a secondary pattern for the snake. I went mostly with dark stone, this polished dark stone, as well as the regular dark stone for certain parts, and just kind of went through with my exchanging gadget and replacing a few bits here and there with that, as well as the raw gold, as well as deep slate gold ore. I thought it looked pretty nice, sort of as like smaller spots on the snake. So as we go inside of the mouth of the snake, there is a creeper. There's a little secret base hidden inside of here. Now, initially, this is where I was planning on putting my Hephaestus forge, but as I sort of went and measured it out, yeah, the space is way too small for it. So I'll probably put a few things up here. I'm not entirely sure what I want up here. But I've added this white elevator down here, and if we use it, we can get to the underground space. This is at Y24, so it's just a little bit below the surface. But this is where we're actually going to be working on our Forbidden and Arcana stuff. Now, I actually want to grab my spell book and clear out this area down here. And I do want this area to be pretty big, because we need, I think it was a 9x9 for the Hephaestus Forge. So we'll definitely need a lot of space for it. And there is definitely a lot of water here. So I'm wondering if I don't go further down instead. I don't know if this area is going to be workable. Yeah, there's a massive water cave here. And I think to make clearing this area out just a little bit easier, I'm going to craft a second builder. Alright, I think I have the measurements that I wanted figured out for this, so we can go ahead and place this down, get our end gate on it, our ender chest. Now we just shift right click our card onto the builder, we select the first corner and the second corner. And now we can just insert it inside of the builder, and we can just go ahead and tell it to go. Hopefully that'll start mining. I don't quite hear it. Oh, I do see it though. Oh, and it's actually replacing everything with dirt. I don't want it to do that. So we actually need to upgrade this into a clearing quarry. And now it should work. When I tell it to start, here we go. Yep, that looks like it's working now. And in just a matter of seconds, it has already cleared the area out. Wow, that's really cool. So I think I'll just go through and fix up the edges and some of these areas here. It looks like we were in a lush cavern, so there's a little bit of moss growing here. So now I can just go through and exchange all the blocks that are here and try to make it look as good as I can. And I think I'll just keep this as deep slate for now. I might come back through and make this something different, but I kind of like how it looks like this. And I always forget that the building gadget actually has a settings menu where you can actually change how the entire thing works. So I just have it set to a range of 6 now, and that's definitely a lot better for exchanging these walls and the ceiling. And you can also bind them to your ME system as well. I think you shift right click onto the wireless access point, or you put it in here. I did both. I'm not sure which one actually worked though. But what that does is basically allows you to pull items from your ME system instead of from your inventory. And it just makes it so much easier because your inventory doesn't fill up with items and you don't have to rely on inventory space for the items that you're placing. So this is almost done now. And I'm just going to repeat the pattern with the darkstone onto the walls. And I just want to make sure that no enemies are able to spawn here, so I'll place down a mega torch and a feral flare lantern, which should prevent mobs from spawning in here, and it should keep it pretty lit up as well, so we don't need to place down torches for ourselves. I also want to disguise these elevators as I think redstone blocks will look pretty nice. We have sort of a black and red theme going down in this area. And so now I think we're ready to actually build our Hephaestus Forge. So to do this, it is a multi-block structure. We're going to need gilded, chiseled, polished darkstone, gilded, chiseled, polished darkstone, chiseled, arcane, polished darkstone. And these will all be in a pattern which is actually visible on the tooltip, which is pretty nice to be able to actually see it. So it's going to be a 9x9, and it's going to be a little bit off-centered just because we have this area in the middle. So we want to sort of create a 3-wide block in the middle here, just like that. And then we just need a little corner cutout almost of it on this side. I think like that. I might be wrong though. I think just to help me visualize this a little bit better, I'm going to replace these blocks out on the sides here. Because these ones technically aren't part of the ritual to convert it. So yeah, that looks correct. So next up we're going to need 8 of these gilded, chiseled, polished darkstone. And these are actually going to require diorum nuggets, which are charcoal specifically, arcane crystal dust, gold, and mundabeater. By the way, some of the names of the items in this mod are a little bit hard to pronounce. So to get these arcane crystal dust, we just need to smelt down arcane crystals. You get arcane crystals just from mining. We should have plenty of those. Surprisingly, we only have 85. And the crystals themselves are actually used in a few other recipes as well, so I would recommend not smelting down all of them. And if we combine that with redstone, blaze powder, gunpowder, phantom membrane, and bone meal, that's how we get our mundabeater dust. And now we should be able to craft a few of these diorum ingots. I'm not entirely sure how many we're going to need. I'm going to craft maybe 6 for now. And for these we need specifically the chiseled, polished darkstone. So we'll craft those just like that. We only need 8 of these blocks. And so we probably overestimated our diorum. So these go in almost the center of each of the 3x3s that are inside of here. So you can kind of see right here, there's a 3x3, there's a 3x3 right there. So the next one would go right there. This one will go there, that one there, there, in that corner there, there, and right there. Next up, we're going to need chiseled arcane polished darkstone, and we get that by crafting arcane polished darkstone, which does actually require the diorum ingots and polished darkstone. Oh, and reading the recipe again, it looks like we are going to need one more of the gilded, chiseled, polished darkstone as well. And that one actually goes in the middle beneath our smithing table. But now we can go ahead and craft our arcane stones. I think we just needed to turn these into slabs. And we needed 4 of these, and these just go right outside of the center. Just around the center there. Now all we need is a smithing table and a little bit of extra of the Mundabitar dust. We place the smithing table in the center, and I believe we shift right click it, and that will actually craft our Hephaestus Forge. So the Hephaestus Forge has a very, very complicated interface, but all we really need to know is that we're going to need our Ariel, souls, blood, and experience. We're also going to need 8 of these pillars, and it's specifically these darkstone pedestals. And we just place these on top of the gilded, chiseled, polished darkstone. Just around the forge like that. And of course the quest didn't actually acknowledge that I created all of this, so I'm just going to tear it down really quick and make sure it's all inside of my inventory. And it looks like Diorum is actually a requirement for this quest as well. So hopefully... oh, we're going to need arcane dust as well. Apparently that didn't enter my inventory. Let's try that again. There we go. Now we can accept all of the rewards from that. So let's talk about the materials that we're going to require for the Hephaestus Forge now. We're going to need Ariel, which is probably one of the harder ones to get, or probably more easy if you have things set up already. So Ariel is just the arcane crystal dust mixed with potions of regeneration 2. Now I've already found some from, I think in chests or from quests, I'm not entirely sure. I know that the quest we just completed actually gave us some. So for now, we can just go ahead and insert that. That goes into the first slot over here. Now we have 560 out of 1,000 Ariel. There is another way to actually get Ariel, and that's with the arcane crystal obelisks. These will slowly generate over time a little bit of Ariel for your forge. For each of these obelisks, we're going to need 2 arcane crystal blocks, a arcane polished darkstone, and some Mundabitar. And these actually get placed in place of our pedestals. So I think for now I'm just going to do 2, and I'll just replace these ones here. And if I remember correctly, it's the arcane polished darkstone on the bottom, the 2 crystals on top, just like that. Then you just right click with Mundabitar. And that creates these small little structures here. And that should begin to generate Ariel for us. And these can actually be picked up as well. So we might as well just have these here generating Ariel for us while we're sort of working on other things. We will need to place these pedestals back in place when we actually need to craft some things with the Hephaestus Forge. Next up, we are going to need some souls. Souls can come from a variety of sources. The biggest one, though, is actually using a soul extractor on soul sand. And the soul extractor is just crafted with an Outram jar, some nether bricks, and quartz. The Outram jar is just glass with an edelwood plank. Edelwood is a type of tree that you can find throughout the world. It doesn't have any leaves on it, and it's sort of hollow looking. I've actually gotten a couple of these edelwood logs already, so I'll just convert these into planks so we can craft our Outram jar and our soul extractor. So now if I place down some soul sand, we can just hold down right click with our soul extractor, and that turns it into soulless sand. And it gives us, I think it gave us a couple of souls. So for the experience slot for the Hephaestus Forge, there's a few different ways that we can actually handle this. Unfortunately, it looks like this doesn't directly handle liquid experience. So from our mob farm, for example, we couldn't actually pipe over the experience that we've already gathered into here. What we would need to do first is actually use a bottler. And we can actually create bottles of enchanting with the experience that we have. So we've already got a ton of experience over here, so I might as well just actually use it here. So I think I'll put my bottler, I I think I'll just set this up over here. And I think all that we're actually going to need is the fluid itself and some extra bottles. So let's see if we can get the fluid XP in here. Nice, we can. Let's grab some bottles. And just chuck those inside. And yep, just like that, we're actually creating bottles of enchanting. And the Hephaestus Forge should accept those. It looks like it does. Nice. And I think I will actually just hook this up to our AE system. That way we can actually have it automatically request bottles whenever it needs them. So we'll have this export bus actually set up to export bottles of enchanting. And we can add a crafting card on that as well, which will actually allow it to request bottles if the system ever actually runs out. Oops, and this should actually be exporting bottles, not bottles of enchanting. There we go. That should be working now. So next up, we're going to need blood for our rituals. We can get this by either directly killing mobs on top of our forge, or we can actually kill mobs with a test tube in our offhand. I think I'm going to go for the first option, actually. I think I want to set up a little mob farm here with a spawner that will just spawn whenever we need to kill some enemies. Alright, so all I really have are blaze spawners, cave spider spawners, a piglin brute spawner, which might work. I also have a slime spawn egg and a cat spawn egg. So we could convert one of our spawners into either of those. I think I'm just going to stick with the blaze. Hopefully they have blood. I'm not entirely sure if they do. I think I'm going to use 5 mob fans for this. And we can just place each of these in sort of the walls here, as well as one in the ceiling, maybe? Actually, the more I think about it, I think the blaze spawner is probably going to be not the best way to do this. I'm going to try the piglin brute spawner. Hopefully they are only 1 block wide. I think that they are. Alright, and I'm hoping a configuration like this will work, so eventually all of the mobs should end up in the center here, theoretically. We'll see if it actually works out like that. So I'll go ahead and get our brute spawner here and immediately use a comparator on it so that I don't die. And I think I'm going to use modular routers to actually send a redstone signal wirelessly. So I think I'll set up my router right here. And I want to say that we use a sender router module for this. I'm not entirely sure though. Alright, so instead I actually decided to go with the create redstone link. It basically does the same thing, but a little less complicated. So I've hooked that up to our spawner, and I'll actually go up there now. We have all of the fans set up. I had to move them back a little bit because they were sort of interfering with each other. It was kind of just making it so that the mobs wouldn't move around. But yeah, so we have this all hooked up now. And because we do have the apothic spawners in this mod, we can actually modify them with a few different ingredients here. So for example, fermented spider eyes will increase the spawn count. So more enemies will actually spawn. We can do chorus fruit, which I think that's the one that takes away the AI. Nether star makes it so that it no longer relies on a player to be nearby. Sugar, you can use quite a lot of sugar, and it basically just decreases the delay between each spawn. And then gas tiers increase the number of entities that are spawned each time. Then we have the soul lantern, which makes it so that it ignores light. Pointed dripstone, if we give it 4 of those, it'll each enemy will start with 20% less health. Clocks just basically lower the spawn delay. And so with that, I think that's pretty much a maxed out spawner now, as far as I know. So now when I go ahead and flip this lever here, we should see them spawning pretty frequently and dropping right down. You'll notice that they start off with 34 health. Now this is a lot more enemies than I thought it would be. But if we take a look at our Hephaestus Forge, it is definitely filling up with blood now. So now that we have a tier 1 forged, it's time to figure out what exactly we can craft with it. If you take a look at the recipes, it will actually list which tier of forge that is actually required for each one. And we can actually make our smelter prism, which by the way just basically acts as a super fuel. And if you use it in the smithing table, it will also give your item this kind of a cool border. I don't think it does anything specifically. I think all it does is, like I said, give you the border. So to craft the smelter prism, we actually need an enhancer relic. These can be found in jungle temples, desert pyramids, and underwater ruins, but I guess in the past I've already found one. I don't remember exactly when I got it, but I do have one. So you just put this inside of the Hephaestus forge, and it'll go inside of one of the relic slots. By the way, as you upgrade your forge, you unlock more tiers. And now we just need 2 coal, looks like 4 blaze powder, and an arcane crystal block. So we place these ingredients on the pedestals around the forge. We will need to pick up our obelisks here and place the pedestals back down. And I don't know if it'll actually matter where the items are, but we place the middle item actually inside of the forge itself. And I forgot that we are actually going to need a gavel for this. So we craft the blacksmith gavel head, and I guess we'll just do a diamond one. So we just craft it like that, and then we just right click our forge, and that will begin to process. And after a short while, we have our smelter prism. And by the way, if you add this to an item, it actually adds auto smelting to it. So in order for some of these quests to actually complete, we're going to need to craft the Klebano. The Klebano is a multi-block that acts like a large furnace. For this, we're going to need a Klebano core, which is just crafted with darkstone and a blast furnace. And I think I just want to build this into the wall as like a little 3x3 here. So we'll go something like that. So it needs to be, I think it was the polished darkstone goes in the corners, like that. Then the polished darkstone bricks like that. And that fills in all the way like that, with the polished ones in the corners up top as well. And then we'll just fill in the top. One more polished darkstone there. Brick there, brick there. I think a brick goes there as there. There as well. And the core goes in the middle there. And I think we right click it with the gavel. Actually, we need to shift right click it with our dust like that. There we go. So that is our Klebano, I think is how you pronounce this. And we can claim our rewards from that. And this is how we actually produce obsidian steel. For this, we will need the enhancer relic, raw iron, and obsidian. Unfortunately, I don't have one of these. We need to find it in an armorer, toolsmith, or weaponsmith village or buildings. I feel like I've seen them around, but I just didn't pick them up, I guess. So I'll spend a little bit of time in the village here trying to find one. Hey, there we go. That didn't take too long. I ended up traveling out to Azar Cloaker. I don't know what the name of this village is. It's the one that's over here in this. It's the one that's over here in this spruce biome. So yeah, that wasn't too bad. Let's see if we can find another one. Nope. This blood is from Evilcraft. I'll take that. So I'll just keep that inside of the Klebano. And it looks like it requires specifically raw iron for this. So I'll have to tell our machine here to not export raw iron. And actually I have some silk touched iron ore here. So we can just break these ones down. So we can get these inside of the Klebano, and that should begin to produce. Let's see if we need anything else for this. Oh, right, of course, we need some sort of fuel. So I just have some coal in here. And that produces our obsidian steel ingot. Nice. And we get a few extras from the quest. And now we need to get into some theoretical physics by creating a black hole. If we feed this black hole experience, it can actually produce experified orbs. We actually already are using bottles of enchanting for this. But these orbs are actually used in the Eternal Stella, which is how we actually make our items unbreakable. Plus, we need to do it for the quest to continue anyway. For this recipe, we are going to need some more Edelwood, and I think what I want to do is just replace our lumber bees that are producing blazing archwood with the edelwood for just a little while. We're pretty good on source from Ars Nouveau, so we're not even really using this at this point. And that's a little bit of a problem. I just put it back into the system and it puts it straight into here. So how I actually replace this is just making sure that the filter gets replaced here. So we needed edelwood to actually create dark matter. We'll also need some corrupti dust, which is made using obsidian steel and some other items here, namely the arcane crystal dust. So if we throw a corrupti dust and a dark matter on the ground, that creates a black hole. And we should be able to automate this. This is just for demonstration purposes right now. So I'll put some bottles of enchanting inside of a dispenser, and every time that we drop a bottle of enchanting on it, it will actually begin to sort of fill up a buffer inside of the black hole. Eventually it should give us one of those orbs eventually, if it's working out. I have no idea how much it takes, and if it's even working right now. But there we go. We have our X-petrified orb there. And so this is just a very simple automation for this. Obviously we can go a little bit more complex with it, but I think this should work for now. And I think this looks a little bit better with it a little more cleaned up. We have an input chest up here, so we just place our bottles of enchanting up there. Those will get pulled out into the dispenser. And I just have a timer set up with a lever. So if I flick the lever, it'll turn back on. And yeah, that'll output into the iron barrel down here. So now I just want to sort of work on getting the soul looting enchantment on my Paxel. It's going to go a little bit slow. We are using these Tome of Weaponry. These basically just allow you to only get a certain type of enchantment. I should probably get into the Apotheosis enchanting pretty soon as well. There's a way to actually store enchantments in it so that we're not wasting all of these enchanted books. I think I'm going to keep them all. We already have a ton, but once we're actually able to craft the enchantment library and eventually the Library of Alexandria, we should have use for all of these spell tomes. There we go. Finally, Soul Looting 3. I had just gotten Soul Looting 1, and I did like 2 more enchantments and got Soul Looting 3. Nice. So this enchantment goes on a weapon. I don't know if it'll work on a Paxel, though. As far as I can tell, I don't see it. So we'll probably need to create a new specific diamond sword for Soul Looting. Let's just see what else we can get on it. Frostbite 3, not bad. So we've got Sharpness 3, Looting 2, Unbreaking 3, Tombstone, Soulbound, Soul Looting, which is the important one, and Frostbite 3, as well as now we have Mending. So hopefully this will work on the Piglin Brutes here. They're spawning really fast. I should probably get Sweeping Edge on this as well. I think I got a Sweeping Edge book. And if you see these little corrupt lost souls, this is what we're actually after. So that basically unlocks the rest of this entire line for us. So that's the corrupt soul, the edelwood logs, the black hole, and the X-petrified orbs. And we can even claim our rewards for the major tier 1 forge quest. And it looks like to get the gavel one, we'll just have to create another gavel head. And make sure it ends up in the inventory here. Hopefully that goes. Here we go. And the smelter prism. But yeah, I just saw the episode length and we are definitely out of time for this episode. So I think in the next one, we will continue what we're doing here today. Thank you all so much for watching. I'll catch you next time. Peace. Wishful tears you never knew.